I will also. Yeah, is my sound is audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay.
Sir, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So when we create these containers, always do we create with operating systems like Ubuntu or CentOS?
Not only CentOS, you can use any operating system. It can be Ubuntu, it can be Alpine, right? And there are so many containers available which are designed for some specific service also. Like we have the container with the image called MySQL. So if somebody is going to run the container from the MySQL image, so that is going to basically inside that container MySQL database will be running. Okay, similarly for some other services like WordPress. So like that, tons of images are there, right? Even I will be going to show you that how you will be going to create your custom images also for your own purpose. Okay,
Okay.
but base of all these containers will be a operating system, right? You cannot say that I am using a laptop without an operating system. Make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah.
So
So
that will be the
uh,
base.
and like in an organization, for
Yeah.
example, if there are multiple users for that operating system, so in one system, can we create multiple containers?
Yes, you can create. Like yesterday, I shown
Okay,
you also, right? So yeah,
but
I will show you.
yeah, yeah. For but like it's not like individual laptop thing, right? But yeah, like in one organization, for
So
example,
see,
one group is
see,
yeah.
the thing is now, like, see,
Mm.
whatever you are working, whether you are working in an organization or something, okay, just try to
Uh-huh.
understand. Every employee is getting their own personal laptop. That is the first thing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Second thing, what organization is doing, like take an example, a Flipkart, right, or a Amazon website. What they are doing, they are launching a website. On that particular website, all the clients or the customers are coming and ordering the
Hmm.
products, everything. Okay, but
Yeah.
that particular Amazon website or application will be running in any server. Make sense? That
Yeah.
server is not your personal laptop,
Okay.
right? So whatever the server that application is running, that Amazon application, that server will be running in some Docker container or using some Kubernetes or something. Okay.
Okay.
From your
Okay.
personal laptop as a engineer, you'll be just communicating with that. Like currently, see, our Docker is running in which this is just like a server, right? So our
Yeah. Yeah.
Docker
Yeah.
is running inside this, and I am
Yeah.
using this putty screen to communicate
Uh-huh.
with that. So other
Yeah.
person, if I'll give you the public IP and private IP, you can also communicate it here, right? You can also do
Yeah.
some work. So
Okay.
that's the thing.
So server is one and multiple containers we create. Okay. Gotcha,
Huh,
sir.
inside that particular server.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So that
Okay.
everything.
Your notes and your explanation is very clear and very good, sir. Actually, when I attended some other classes, but your explanation and your notes is very clear. Actually, thank you for that.
Yeah, no issue. Good. Okay, so let me just revise the thing yesterday, whatever I done, then I will continue the next part. Okay. So the first thing yesterday, if you remember, we started with the images because any operating system you want to create or something, the first thing you should have a image of that, right? Then only you can install that particular operating system. So yesterday we went with the Ubuntu or CentOS based image. Now, this Ubuntu was 22.04 version. Somebody want to download Ubuntu 18.04 version, something like this. So if you don't remember the exact version, then you can always come to the Docker Hub website. I already said you that this is a website which is going to store all the images. Okay. And if you'll go to this website and if you're going for the explore, okay, this explore, so you'll be seeing here tons of images are there, right? More than 10,000 available results are there. That means there are so many images present here. Okay. And Nginx is there, Alpine is there, BGBox, Python, Ubuntu, right? So take an example, you want to go with the Ubuntu. So I will click on this Ubuntu. in the Ubuntu, they are saying Docker pull Ubuntu. Whenever you use this command, by default, they are going to download the latest version. Okay, Docker pull Ubuntu. If you go in the tags, so they will say here that if somebody is writing Docker pull Ubuntu, so by default, they will download the latest version. But if I want to download some specific version, right? So I can come down and I can find this focal 23.10, 23.04, 22.04, 20.04, right? So if somebody want to download the Ubuntu 20.04 particular version, they will just copy this command docker pull Ubuntu, then colon, then 20.04, whatever the version you are downloading. Similarly, 18.04. There are so many versions are available in the Ubuntu. We can keep searching, going to the second page, like that way we can keep searching here. Okay, now if I want to download, so I will simply say docker, I want to pull Ubuntu and I want to pull the 18.04 image. Take an example, so 18.04, that's it. That's the docker duty that they are going to download this particular image. They are downloading that, they will extract it. Now if I'll say docker images, so they will say one more image is available. Now in case of the Ubuntu, I have two images. One is the latest one is the 18.04. Okay. Now when I want to start a container, okay, like when I want to start a container, like yesterday I run so many containers, if you remember, these 4 containers we already started. Okay. Now take an example again, I want to start a container. So I will simply say docker, I want to run a container. Okay, and give me the interactive terminal for that. And that container, I want to use it from the image called Ubuntu. Okay, and I want to use the specific version 18.04 only. I'll press enter. What they are going to do, they will start a container from the Ubuntu 18.04. They started it. How I can verify that this is running on the Ubuntu only? So if I'll do here cat /etc/os-release, so it is clearly saying that you are using 18.04 version. Inside this container, whatever you are doing, that will be specific to this particular container only, just we created. Okay, so here if I'm going to create a directory with the name called test, okay, and inside this test directory, if I'm going to store some files here, inside that I'm writing some content, roy.txt, and here I am adding some content, whatever the things we usually do in our EC2 instance, exactly same thing you can do it here. .04 content, like this. After saving this file, we can just close it. And to exit, to come out from this container, there are two ways. Either you can press the exit, then in that case, it will be just like you are powering off the container and then coming out. But there is an option called Control plus P plus Q. If you'll press 3 button, Control plus P plus Q, that means you are coming out without stopping the container. Control PQ. Okay. Let's clear this. If we'll do the docker ps, so it will show only running container. So just now we started a container with the image called Ubuntu 18.04. It is clearly visible. And currently this container is in the start mode only. Okay. So if I want to see again that whether my file is present or not, I have to simply say docker. I want to go inside again. So docker attach and give this particular container name. Either you can give container name also, either you can give the container ID also. Both will work. And see, again we came here and see we landed to the test directory. Here we just created the roy.txt file. If you see the contents, exactly same content is there. Again, if I'll do exit, so this time it will stop the container. So if we'll do the docker ps, there is no container showing because there is no container running. If I want to see all the container which is created here, so this many containers we created, and this is the one that we created just now. Okay, and currently in the exit mode. If I want to connect again, so first we have to do the docker start. This will be started. Then I will do the docker attach. Then we'll be able to go inside this. So up to here, is it clear? This is just a quick revision for the yesterday's part. That's it. Okay. So this was the thing we saw yesterday. Okay. Now, sometimes we have, like, see, currently you are writing the docker ps command, right? Or docker ps-e command. This command does not make that much sense because you are not understanding why I am writing docker ps only or why I am writing docker ps-e only. So Docker say that I have some management command also. Okay. So rather than writing like this docker ps, you can write like this also. Docker can you list all the container docker container ls? This is also giving exactly same output. Currently it is showing no container is running. That's why nothing is printing. Okay. Similarly, if I'll say that docker container ls -a, can you list all the container, either it is running or stopped, then it will show all the things. So it's totally on you whether you want to go with the docker ps-a command or you are going with the docker container ls-a command. Which command will make more sense? You can use that. Okay. But both are going to provide you the same output. And if you want to see the docker commands, so you can always use the docker -- help command. Here you will get all the options. What is the use of the attach command, right? What is the use of the create command, run command, right? Like that way you will be able to see all the commands. Currently I shown you the management command. There the docker container is there. It will help you to manage the container. So like this way we can create. Now sometimes what happens, like currently these containers are 5 containers are in the stop state, right? Somebody asked me that can we run multiple containers parallelly, right? That can be the question. So now the thing is, if I want to start this container, what will be the command? Docker, I want to start, okay, and then I will write the container ID like this, okay, and I will press here enter, or either I can type the name also, okay. I will press enter, that container will be started. So see, this got started. Similarly, if I have to start all five, then I have to type this command docker start this container ID, then this container ID, like that I have to write it, right? If there are 100 containers and I want to start all the containers in a single go, then it is really difficult for us, right? To type the command docker start this container ID, docker start this container ID, like that, okay? So first let me just stop this container also, whatever I just started. So I'm just writing the container ID again, and I will simply say docker stop, and this container will also stop. Currently you will see no container is running, all are in the stopped state, okay. Now there is a command like docker container ls -a. I said you that docker ps-a and docker container ls-a, both commands are similar, right? You can use any of the command, okay. So even if I do this command, they are also printing the exactly same thing, that all the containers, either it is running or either it is stopped. But in this command, if you'll give one space and you'll add one more symbol -q, if you're giving -q, you know what it is going to print? It will print all the container ID only. It will not print all the information. Currently, it is printing container ID also, image also, command also, created also, status also. But if I do -q option here, it will just print the container ID. Now we got the container ID, right? So our thing was, if I want to start all this container, we had to write something like this: docker, I want to start, and then I had to write the container ID, right? Then this container will be started. But I know that this is the command which is going to give the output as a container ID. Okay. So if I say that docker, you have to start, but I don't know the container ID, do one thing. Okay. Do one thing. You have to run a command. Which command? Docker container ls -a-q. What will be the output of this command? Output of this command is going to be container ID. Okay. And docker start, it is going to start the container. So once it will be keep giving, like first it will give 7c container, it will start, then it will give 3f, it will start, then 15, it will start. So this command is going to start all the containers in a single go. Is this making sense? All of you? That we are running this command, and this command output we are providing it to this one. And if I'll press enter here, so see all the containers, they are starting one by one. And if I'll do docker container ls-a, so see we are clearly seeing all the container got started and all are running. You can connect to any container using the docker attach command and you can do your work, and all the container will be in the running state. Is this making sense?
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, if you want to stop, simple command, simply you have to do docker, you have to stop all the container. That's it. They will stop all the containers one by one. Stops usually takes time, but yeah, it will work. And if I do docker container ls-a, all the container got stopped. Okay. And currently, let me show you one more thing. If I do the free-m is the command which will show the RAM utilization. Currently, how much RAM is free? 127 MB, right? If I run it one more time, 127 MB RAM is free. Okay. all the containers are in the stop state. Let's start all the 5 container and let's see how much RAM they are consuming, because our EC2 instance is running in 1 GB RAM only, right? In 1 GB RAM, we are able to run 5 containers. Let's see whether we'll be able to do or not. So if I again do docker start, so they started all the containers, but now if I'll do the free-m, so see 118 MB RAM is still remaining. That means they took less than 10 MB of RAM. Okay. And in any real world scenario, can you think of that in less than 10 MB of RAM, you are running 5 containers or 5 operating system? It cannot be possible, right? Why it is possible? If you remember our theoretical class, it was clearly explained that time that Docker does not reserve the RAM. Whenever they will require the RAM, they will ask from the base machine. Okay, and that's why they don't reserve it. That's why everything is free here only. Okay, we are seeing here free only. Okay. Whenever this container requires some extra RAM or something, take an example, some container is running, right? So take an example, let's go inside this container. Okay. And if I'll type it, let me first do duplicate. Okay, let me duplicate this session. So currently this is the RAM. Okay, 115 MB RAM is free here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is yes, I'm going inside any of the container, docker attach to this container. Okay. So okay, spelling is wrong. Okay, so I'm at this particular location, right? Currently, if I'll use here that also free-m command, so here it is showing around 103 MB RAM because I came inside this, right? So when I came inside this container, so now we'll require some resource, right? So that time only they claimed the resource. Is this making sense? Previously it was 115 MB. Now they took around 10 MB more, right? Because now we got the screen of this. So definitely some RAM requirement will be there, right? Similarly here, if I do the command like apt get update, wait, this is 720, right? Apt, or let me just do one thing. Just 1 second. See, it is printing hello, hello, right? So that means they will be taking some RAM here, right? They are keep printing hello, hello. So if I'll type it here for you, see, they're utilizing RAM, right? Only 61 MB RAM is there, right? They're utilizing the RAM because they are keep printing hello, hello, hello. And as soon as I'm going to close this, actually this will be not closed because if you remember, I told you one time, right, that if while loop is going to be happen, so it will be keep running. But now I try to close it. As soon as I closed, you'll see that now they don't require that much, right? Because now this application got a stop. So again, they will give the RAM back in some time. Currently it is 62 MB, but yes, it should give back RAM. Let me just type it here inside. So still it is 62 MB. I think that process is still stopped because we manually run that, right? So, okay, just a little bit back. Why they are taking this much time? Okay, let me exit from this container and then let's check free-m. So 73 MB, they are claiming little bit late because the problem is here now. They are storing it in some cache memory. That's the only reason. Okay, but it will be claimed back again. Okay, it is not like, see, we have 952 MB RAM, used it 165, free 73. But yeah, there are 700 MB RAM is still remaining, right? That is basically stored in cache memory. That's why we are seeing it here, some change here. Okay, because see here it is in the available section, it is getting attached somewhere. So that's the reason. But whenever they will require that time only they ask. So that's the only understanding we have to develop here. Okay. If this part is clear that whenever we require resources, that time only we do. Similarly, if I want to stop all the container, I will simply do docker stop and that's it. They are going to stop all the container one by one. They clearly saw that first container is already stopped. From the second container, they are going to stop it again. So they stopped it. Again, since we stopped it, now if we try to do the free -m command, so again the RAM got free, something like 103 MB RAM is again become available or something. So this is the thing about the Docker. Okay. Similarly, like there are so many containers as there, right? So container is just like a EC2 instance type of the thing. Okay. The only thing is it is faster. Okay. And inside a single EC2 instance, we are running multiple containers. Even I can launch 10 more containers, 15 more containers, right? Because they ask for RAM only when we utilize it. Okay. Now, these are containers. So in the EC2 instance, I given you the idea how to start the instance, how to stop the instance, how to connect to that instance. These all three things I given you in the Docker also. How to launch, that also I given you using the Docker run command. The one thing is remaining how to terminate, right? Here we do the terminate also. Terminate means we are deleting this EC2 instance. Now we don't require, right? So sometimes it will happen here also, right? I created this 5 container, now it is of no use. So I have to delete it. So for that, again, we can use the command called docker remove. Okay, this is that you have to use the command called docker remove, and then you have to write the container ID. Okay, so rather than writing the container ID, again, I can type the command docker container ls -a-q. It will print the container ID and it will remove all the containers. And if I do docker ps-a, nothing is visible because all the container got deleted. Okay, everything I deleted. Now all the data, whatever we saved it, everything will be lost. So any confusion up to here? Okay. So sometimes what happens, you try to create some container, but for some specific use case only, right? Take an example. What I want to do is I want to say that I want to start a container. Okay. But only I want to see the calendar command output. That's it. Right. So I can simply write like this also Docker. Uh, can you run a container, okay, with the interactive terminal from the CentOS image, okay, and just run the calendar command. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do. I will press enter. They will run the calendar command output. This output came from which? It came from the CentOS 7 container, okay, and they created it. If I'll do the Docker PS also, Docker PS-a, you'll see clearly here they started a container 12 seconds ago. They run the calendar command there and then they stop the container 11 seconds ago. That means they started, they run this command, they stopped it. Similarly, if I'll run one more time this command and this time I will say that print the date command out. So they will print the date command output, but what they done in the backend, they started a container 3 seconds ago, they run the date command, they stopped it. So that is the thing they are doing. Okay. So if I'll do like this, uh, Docker run -it and from the CentOS 7 image, right? And sometimes there are some commands which will be keep running, right? So we can write like this also. Watch date -n. Let me just check whether that command will be correct or not. Watch date -n. But multiple command will they able to take it? Let me just check it. Which command they are taking? There is some issue. Wait, let me just check it. Watch date. Watch -n to date. That's good. So this is the command watch -n loaded. Okay. So I'm running a command here. Okay. Watch -n to date. So what this command is doing. So just see what will happen. I will press enter. So see, you're seeing 356, 57. Now it is 59. So after every 2 seconds, they are running the date command. That's the meaning of this. Okay. So will we keep seeing here, right? Currently it is 57.7, 57.9, like that way it is going to happen. We can watch it for every 1 second also. And if you watch it every for 1 second, it will be like a live clock you are displaying in your screen. It is just like a live clock. Making sense? This is just like a live clock, right? 27, 28, 29, like that type of the time is happening. And it will keep going on like that. So you can do this type of the things also. But what is happening here, whenever you are writing this type of the command, they are starting a container, they are running the command, and as soon as you are closing this, they will exit that container. Because this particular container I created only for one purpose. What was that purpose? To run that particular command. Okay. And always in the real world scenario, we create the container for some particular use case only, right? We cannot create the container for some long-term uses or something. Container was never meant for that. Container is meant for the short-term work only. Okay. So that's the use case of the container. So again, we created so many containers. So let me just delete all the containers. So again, to delete all the things, Docker remove dollar Docker container ls -e -q. It will delete everything. Okay, everything got deleted. Docker ps-a. Now sometimes you see that whenever I am running a container, they are giving some random name here. They are giving some random name, right? But take an example, you want to give some your own name, because whenever we launch the EC2 instance or something, we give our own name, right? So that type of the name also you can give it here also. Simply you have to do like this: Docker, I want to run a container from and use the interactive terminal, and I want to start the container from CentOS 7 image. Okay. And here you have to purposely mention, okay, that Docker run -it -name. Name you have to give it. Okay. And name of my container, I want to give it as my OS1. Press enter. Then what is going to happen? They started a container again, exactly same like this. Whatever the things I want to do, I can do it. If I want to exit, I can exit it. But if I'll do docker ps-a, they did not given any random name. They given the name whatever I given. So if you don't specify this name tag, they will give some random name. But if you'll specify -hyphen name tag, then they will give the exactly same name whatever you will type it here. And again, one more container, you cannot create it with the exactly same name. This is going to fail. Why? Because they are saying you already have a container with this name. So it is not going to create another container with the exactly same name. Okay. So you have to always create the container with some different name. Why? Because see, we can start the container using the Docker start container name, right? If there are 3 containers which is going to have the exactly same name, okay, then how you will be able to start it? So this name should be unique. Okay. So for that particular reason, it is the case. Somebody was asking something. Okay. So till then, if you'll see from the documentation side, what are we cover in the Docker? So first, I given you how to start the Docker, how to see the images, how to pull some specific image, how to start the container from some specific image, how to run some command inside that container. Okay. Then I given you the meaning of Docker PS and Docker PS-e command. If you want to give the name to your container, that I specified you -name. If I want to exit this container without stopping, you have to press 3 buttons together, Control plus P plus Q, all at the same time. Then only it will exit without stopping. Okay. Here it will show you the status, that how many times back this container got started or something. If you want to stop the container, start the container, attach means go inside the container, right? So everything is written here. Similarly, if you want to see help regarding Docker, you can always use the Docker -help command. Okay. Here I given you the idea about the management command also. Rather than writing the command called Docker container ls Docker ps-a, you can use the command called Docker container ps-a or ls-a also. Okay. Similarly, to run the container also, let me just show you this command we missed. I did not cover. So you can write, like currently you are writing the command like this, right? Docker run -it -name test-os from the image called Ubuntu 18.04, something like this, right? This was the command we were using. You can write the command like this also, Docker container run. So actually this is preferred way, that you should write the command like this, Docker container run. So people will able to understand, right? That okay, you are going to start the container. Because previously when we are doing the Docker run, so it doesn't make sense, right? What is going to be started. So that's why they enabled this thing. And if I press enter, again it is going to happen the same thing. The container will be started, everything. Just the way of writing is different. That's it. If we'll do Docker ps-a, you'll see one more container got started. with the name called TestOS. Okay.
Sir, a question.
Yeah.
Can we list the ID with the name? You know, the Docker IDs, the container IDs with the name.
Means?
Like, you know, we are giving this unique name for the each ID, right? Like my operating system one, my OS one. So can we list the ID along with this name?
Okay, you want to list the container ID and name only, that two things?
Yes, correct.
So see, to listing only the container ID, we have the command called -a-q. Okay,
Yeah.
it is just
Yeah.
listing the container ID. If you want to list the name also, then I think docker ps -help you can do. So Q is for quiet only display the container ID. We don't have any tag they did not mention. Okay, you can clearly see Q for given for quiet, it will display only the container ID. Okay,
Okay.
name
Yeah.
they are not giving it. You have to give it all. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
But wait, we can use some filter here. But yeah, filter we can use it, but again that will be just sorted here. Like it can happen something like this -a -f, and we are giving the filter. Take an example, I'm writing directly test as will it work? No. Filter. Okay, yeah. Filter we can just like this. Name is equal to distress. Will that work? Yes. So see, this time they are finding that. So like this way you can filter. But if you are thinking that I will be able to display only container ID and name, that cannot be possible.
Okay.
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 Because see, and also that is not the use case. Because see, why you will require the name to start the container, to stop the container, to attach the container, right? Exactly
Yeah.
same thing you can do with the container ID also, right? So
Yeah.
you can do like that also. Okay, but if you want to filter, like I want to find a container ID of the name called TestOS, that can be one condition, right? That I want
Yeah.
to find the container ID of the name called TestOS, right? So in that
Mm-hmm.
case, you can use this command. Okay, and here just you can add a extra option called -q.
Mm-hmm.
So see, they're just printing the container ID of the TestOS 683, right?
Okay.
So this type of the sorting we can do.
Yeah. Then we can stop this particular ID, right?
That
Which
particular
is the
container
reason.
or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
For that reason, I asked. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir. Thank you.
But anyhow, if we are knowing the name, then why will require the container ID? We can directly type the command docker stop this particular name, right? That also we
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah.
So that's why they
So
follow both the way.
just one quick question, sir. So if we remove any of these IDs, can we recover them?
No, like it is something like this. You terminated the EC2 instance, so
Uh-huh.
you cannot recover it back, right?
Okay.
So see, that's what I'm saying. Container is the short sized. Okay.
Yeah.
We always prefer to keep the containers everything like a smaller, like where we are not dependent. Okay, like take an example, I'm running the date command in the container, right? So either
Mm-hmm.
I'm running it in the old container or the new container. It doesn't make sense because date command is going to give the exactly same output, right? But
Yeah.
sometimes what happens, we store some data in the container, like we created some directory that is important for us. Okay, so for that particular purpose, we map the volume of the Docker. That will be again a complex topic, okay, for you in the starting. But there is a concept of the Docker volume, okay, in which what happens is whatever the directory you are creating inside the container, like test directory or something, then
Mm-hmm.
you can store it in some different storage. Okay, and when you start a new container with exactly same volume, then all the data, whatever you stored in that directory, that will be come back in the new container also. Okay, so this type
Okay.
of the concept we can do it easily. Okay, because for me our data is only important. Okay, and now the thing is, if somebody is installing some software, right, we created all the things, we created some software, we done some work, right, and then my container got deleted, right? So then it will be really difficult for us to create a new container again, to install 5 to 10 software, right, and again to do all these things. So if you remember, exactly same thing we done in the AWS classes also. We created our own custom image in the AWS,
Mm-hmm.
remember?
Yes.
We installed the HTTPD, we installed the PHP, we created the website content, and then we created a image after taking the snapshot. So exactly same thing you can do it here also. Like you can install all the things in a container, and then you can create a image out of this. And that particular image, you can upload it to your Docker Hub account also. Like this is my Docker Hub. Okay, so currently I'm not logged in, but still if somebody will search, because that image is public, so if somebody will search like this Roy Kissanet, right? So this is my username. So whatever the images I made it public, right, that will be visible here. So anybody in the world, if I will upload this image here now, so you have to just write this command like this, Docker pull and this particular command. Okay, and this particular image will be downloaded. And whatever the software I installed it here, everything will be come inside your that container. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, so these all things will be seen in tomorrow's class, okay, of how to create our custom image, everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So to delete all the containers in a single go, I given you this command docker remove -f. -f is for forcefully. That means if some containers are in the running state also, they will delete that also. But if you are using only the remove command, then they will be not able to delete the container which is in the running state. Okay. So sometimes what happens, there are some containers are running, some are in the stopped state, and I want to delete all. So you can simply use the command docker remove -f and then docker container ls-e-q. But don't try to run this type of the commands in the production environment or something, because this is going to delete all the containers that is running in your company server in a single, right? So that type of the thing is there.
Mhm.
So yeah, to from creating the custom image, we'll be taking it tomorrow. Till here, if any type of the question other than that also coming in your mind, you can ask. Open for question. Okay. So anything you can ask, or from previous topic if you are facing any difficulty.
I will practice this class, and if I have any, I will ask you tomorrow, sir.
Okay, so all of you understood at least that what is the use case of the Docker, what Docker is helping with us. Is that part is getting clear?
Yes.
This is so fast, right? As soon as I'm clicking, a new operating system is getting created like that, right? Currently, I'm using just the Amazon Linux 2 only. But I don't want to use any other operating system, Ubuntu, CentOS, Red Hat, Python, Nginx. Like there are so many available here. Okay, it's totally on us that what we want to use it. Okay, and did all the persons, like some are uploaded by the some company, like why they uploaded the Python image. So this Python is also running on some top of the operating system only. But the benefit is if somebody is going to use this Python image, then whatever the container you are going to create from this image, in that you don't have to install the Python 3.9 version will be already be installed here. So that's the benefit here. Okay. Similarly, there are some other containers also that are quite popular. uh, HTTPD, right? So this image actually we'll try to create it from scratch, but this image is available also. Okay, like if somebody will pull this image, then automatically HTTPD website, everything will be installed here, so you don't have to install it. But I will show you how to manually uh, create our own image, which will host the Apache website. So that type of the things also we can do. Okay, and then how to make our website public from running from the Docker. These all things will be seen. Okay, so you are saying that there are so many images for the WordPress, CentOS currently we are using, right? Like this way, if you'll keep going on, you'll be seeing so many quite popular images for the Jenkins, for other things, right? So yeah, it is there. Even Amazon Linux is available. You can see whatever currently we are using now, Amazon Linux, that is also quite available. Let me just show you that Docker pull Amazon Linux. But launched, I was also unaware about this. Okay. So let me just do this. If I'll do Docker, okay, let me just type it, I copy it. So they're going to pull the Amazon Linux, okay, and definitely they are going to pull the latest Amazon Linux. It is will be not Amazon Linux 2, okay, it will be Amazon Linux 3 most probably. Let me just check. Docker, I want to run a container and give me the interactive terminal and take the image called Amazon Linux. That's it. They will start a container. Okay, they given the bash shell here, cat /etc/os-release. So yes, it is the Amazon Linux 2023 one. We are using Amazon Linux 2, right? This is the Amazon Linux 2023 one. Okay, in the latest tag. If somebody want to use the previous tag, Amazon Linux 2018 is also available, right? Amazon Linux 2 mostly we were using, right? So for that also there is a command called docker pull Amazon Linux 2. So let me show you this one also. So like this way you can just find it. I will exit from here. I will do docker pull Amazon Linux 2 and then we'll start a new container from the Amazon Linux 2. Docker run Amazon Linux 2. So now here if I do cat slash etc slash os hyphen relay. So see this is the Amazon Linux 2, exactly our own EC2 instance one. Okay, so here whatever the command we want to do, yum install, httpd, everything we can do it here as it is. Okay, so it will try to install the httpd package. If you want to start the package, everything we can do it here, right? So it is something like that. All make sense? See, this software we are installing inside the Amazon Linux EC2 instance. Inside that we have another container that is also running on Amazon Linux 2, and there we installed that particular package. Okay, and you can exit it from here again. So that type of the things we can always do. There are so many images available. Okay, and these are the images we just saw, Amazon Linux 2 and Amazon Linux 3. Okay, so let's keep up to here. Okay, just practice up to here, and then tomorrow we'll discuss how to create our own image. Okay, thanks all of you.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is the sound is audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So today we'll be going to start with the custom images. So just let me connect. So till yesterday, if we saw that these were the images that we downloaded one by one, okay, and there were some containers that we created yesterday, right? So if I want to delete all the containers in a single go, you know the command docker remove, okay. If there are some container will be in the running state or something, in that case, I can use the -f option here, okay. Then I'll be writing the dollar symbol, and then I'll be writing the another command that will be the docker container ls-a-q. This is going to print the container ID and it will delete all the Docker container in a single go. And now we'll try to do the Docker PSI for it. Nothing is there. Okay. Now, why we want to create a custom image? Okay. So for that particular reason, let me just show you. Currently, what is happening is if I'm going to start a container here quickly, like I'm just starting a container docker run -it from the image called CentOS 7. I'm not giving any name or something specific to this container. They will give some random name. So as soon as this container got started, right? So definitely this container, I'm going to use it for some specific purpose. Okay. And just take a scenario that I require to run two commands here in this particular container. I want to run one command called ifconfig. That is my first requirement. And second command, I want to run it as a wget. Okay, these two commands I require. But when I'm running these two commands in the CentOS 7 image, okay, like we started a container from this particular operating system, and then we try to run the command ifconfig and wget. So they are clearly saying command not found. That means we cannot run these two commands inside this container, right? So if we'll try to find it in the internet, what software I will download or what package I will download, so ifconfig command will be able to run it here. Okay, like if we'll search here, what provides ifconfig, right? So it will tell you that, okay, if you want to use the ifconfig command, so what you have to do is you have to download the nettools package. Okay, then only ifconfig command will be visible. So once I got to know about this, okay, to install this will require, so I have to manually install this, right? That yum, I want to install ifconfig, not ifconfig, basically the net-tools, something like this. If I'll press enter and this software, I will install it inside this particular container. Let me just install it. If I'll press Y, then ifconfig is going to be nettools package is going to be installed, and since nettools got installed, so now if I will try to type the ifconfig command, so see, they're not giving error, they are printing the IP address. Okay, similarly wget, still it is not present. So to install the wget, again you can search it, so you'll get that there is a package name is wget itself. In this wget case, package name is also wget. So if I'll write yum install wget -y, right, so then this is going to be installed here. Now if I will do here wget, so this time it is not saying command not found. ifconfig, this is not saying command not found. That means inside this particular container or inside this particular laptop, whatever you can think of, okay, previously this two software was not present, but I want to use it. So if something is not present in your laptop, what you have to do, you have to install that particular thing. So that's why I installed two packages, nettools and wget. That's why I am able to run these two commands. Okay, once my work is done, I can simply exit from my container. I don't require to do anything. I will clear it, right? Now, this was the container. If you'll see, this was the container that I just created. Okay. And in this container, I installed the ifconfig command and wget command related software, right? So that's why we are able to run it. Now, the question is, if somebody is going to start one more new container, okay, if somebody is going to start one more new container from the same image CentOS 7, okay, now you have to tell me that what will happen if I'm going to type the ifconfig command. What do you think? It will be visible or it will be not visible? Anybody?
Um, no, it is not going to visible.
Yeah, because this is a totally new container. So
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
the
it's a
software I
different
installed, that was in the previous container. So again, it
yeah,
will say
it's
the
a different
exactly same
container.
thing. Command
Yeah.
not found. Okay. So that means if any of my friend or my team member also want to use this software, what they have to do? Again, they have to manually come inside this container. Again, they will be installing the software, and then again they will be using it in their personal container, right? But currently there are two software, so we can do it. But if there are 100 software that we have to install it inside a container to make it work, our software or whatever application I'm going to work on, so this is not feasible, right? That every time somebody is starting a new container, they have to install all this, right? So for this particular reason, what I will do is I will create a new image. Okay, so I want to create a new image or I want to create a new operating system, something like that, in which they will contain all the things that is present in the CentOS 7, plus they will store two more extra things. That means this software like nettools and wget will be also present inside this. Okay, so it is something like this. Previously somebody just giving you a google a laptop, in that Google Chrome is installed, that's it. Now I again started a new company of the laptop, and in that I am saying that if somebody will buy my laptop, I will give you the Google Chrome software also, Firefox also, and Edge browser also. So basically you are getting two more extra software if you are going to use my laptop, right? So exactly same way we want to use some type of the image. In that image will provide all the things what CentOS was capable of, plus they will provide two more extra package. Okay, that is my goal here. So let's exit it from here, everything. Let me just delete all this container. Goal was clear now. Okay, so let me just delete all the things again. So let's start from again start. So I am first starting a container, docker run -it, and I am giving some name to this container like uh, my OS, something like this. I given my container name as my OS, and then I am starting it with the image called CentOS 7. Okay, and as soon as new container is going to start, again we cannot use the ifconfig. I cannot use the wget. So to use this, I install two software here, yum install net hyphen tools hyphen y. So first this package is going to be installed, and then I'm going to install yum install wget also. So this is also got installed. Now if I'll try to type ifconfig command, working. wget command working. That means this two software, whatever I require, that is present inside this machine. Okay. Now let's exit from this container. So till now what I have a container with me. Okay. I have a container with me with the name called myOS, okay, which is running from CentOS 7 image, and this container contains some extra thing. What some extra thing? It contains the NetTools package also and wget package also. So now I want to create a new image out of it, right? So for that, there is a command called docker commit. Okay, so once your container is created, simply write the command like this: docker, I want to commit. Okay, what is my container name? MyOS. Okay, and then I have to write the image name or something like that, whatever the image name I want to create. Okay, so I given the something little bit different, little bit different here, because here I given in the example Kitchen as the container name. Okay, but here the container name is myOS, so that's why I written myOS. Okay, so docker I want to commit. Okay, so whatever the things present inside this particular container, that you have to commit it, and that thing you have to commit it in a new image. What is the image name I want to give? So whatever the image name you want to give it, you can give it. You can give the image name as my OS also, my new OS also. It's totally on you. So let me just give the name as my new OS. Okay, and this is my first version of my image. Okay, this is the version 1. So that's why I'm writing the tag as version 1. As soon as I will press enter, what is going to happen is Docker is going to create a new image. Okay, out of this container. And if I will do now Docker images, you can clearly see that a new image got created. My new OS v1. What is the size of this image? 429 MB. Definitely it will be bigger than our base image, that is CentOS 7. Okay. But this is the new image with the v1 tag, whatever I created. Now the benefit is, if somebody is going to start a new container, right? Previously what was happening, you were starting a new container from the CentOS 7 image, and then you are trying to write the ifconfig command or wget command. It was not working. Okay. Now let's try to create a new container. Rather than using the CentOS 7 image, use the my new OS v1. Okay. Whatever the image just now I created. So from this particular image, if you are going to create a container, now the benefit is you are still using the CentOS 7 only. Okay, you are still using the CentOS 7 only. But the benefit of this particular container is, if you will try to type the ifconfig command or wget command, you will be able to use it. That means you don't have to install the software again and again. Make sense?
Yes.
So this is the use case that why we create a new images. Whatever the things you want to do it in a single container. From the next time, whenever any of my friend also will require, they will come here and they will use this image. I will just say them that if you want to use all the software that we are going to require for our project, use this particular image. In this everything I already installed it. So they will simply come here and they will do run -it and they will just give my image name, my new OS v1. That's it. And whatever the things they will do, like ifconfig, wget, so it will be present. Other than that, whatever the things they want to do in the CentOS 7 operating system, they can do it. It's totally their ways. Okay. So that's the benefit. Let's exit from here again. Let's delete all the things, whatever I created just now. Docker remove hyphen. Okay, so everything got deleted now again. So this is the first way of creating the image. Okay. There is one more way to create the images, okay, using the Docker file. Okay, there is one more way. This is the first way, is the simple. The first way is basically you will be creating a container from any of the base image. Okay, and in that, whatever the software you want to install it, you can install it. Okay, and then you can commit it. So a new image will be formed. So this is the one way of creating the custom image. Okay. Now another way is using the Docker file. So basically you have to create a Docker file, you have to write a Docker file, and using that particular Docker file, you will be going to create a new image. Okay. So take an example. Currently, what is my goal is, if I'm going to start a new container again from the CentOS 7 image. Okay. And my goal is to use the Python here. Okay, I want to use the Python programming language. I want to write some code in the Python programming language inside this CentOS 7 container. So if I will type the Python here, so by default, which version of Python they are giving me? 2.7. Okay. If you know a little bit about Python, Python comes with two different versions. One is Python 2, one is Python 3. So currently, whatever the Python is installed inside this particular container, or this particular image, that is Python 2.7.5. Okay. But I don't want to use the Python 2 version. I want to use Python 3 version. Okay. So let's exit it from this Python terminal. You can just exit it by writing the command called exit, open bracket, close bracket, because we are exiting from the Python, not from the container. Okay. Again, I came to the container screen. But here, if I will try to type that I want to use the Python 3, okay, so they are saying command not found. That means Python 3 software is not present. Only the Python 2.7.5 software is present. Okay, but my goal is to use the Python 3. That means again I have to install the software here using the command called yum install, right? And once the Python will be installed, then Python 3 will be able to use it. But rather than manually installing after going inside the container and then creating the custom image, we can write a Docker file. Let's exit it from here, clear it all. So what I am going to do is to create a Docker file or something. Let's create a directory. Okay, so I'm creating a directory. Take an example with the name called Python Docker file, something like this. Okay, so a directory I created. Now let's go inside this directory /Python Docker file. When you go inside this directory, okay, so inside this particular directory, you have to create a file, okay, and that file name should be Docker file, where D will be capital, okay. You cannot give any other name or something. Whenever you are writing the Docker file, make sure D will be capital and the spelling will be exactly same, okay. This is the file that you have to create. Inside this file, you have to write something. What are the things you have to write inside this Docker file? The first line you have to write is the from, and from. This will be capital. Everything will be in the capital. Like once you went into the Docker file, you have to write from. So from will be capital. Okay. Then give a space. Now, what is the base image you are going to use? Like there will be some base image, right? Like I want to install some software or something like that. So definitely I'll be installing it on some of the base image, either Ubuntu, CentOS 7, or some other operating system. So I want to take my base image as CentOS 7 because I shown you in the CentOS 7, Python 2 is present, but Python 3 is not present. So I'm saying that do one thing, take the base image from CentOS 7, and then you have to run a command there. Okay, what you have to run the command inside this particular CentOS 7 image? You have to run a command yum install Python 36-y. This is the command which is going to install the Python 3.6 version. Okay. So if I'm writing the command that you have to run yum install Python 36-y. So what they will do is they will take the base image as CentOS 7. Okay. And then they will install the Python 36. Okay. And after installing this, they are going to create a new image. And whatever the new image is going to be created now, okay, if I'm going to use that particular image, then we'll be able to see Python 3 will be able to use it there. So after writing these two commands, simply save this file. Okay. After saving this file, simply you have to write the command like this: Docker, I want to build. Make sure you are present in the same directory where you created the Docker file. Okay. Or you have to give the entire path where you located the Docker file. Okay. So Docker, I want to build. Okay, a image with the name T for tag. I want to give some tag to my image name. What is the tag? So take an example. I'm creating a image with the name called test Python, and this is my version 1 of my image. Okay, this is my first version. And so you have to build a image with this particular name. And now the thing is how I will build the image. So I'm saying that there is a Docker file I created in a directory called /Python Docker file. So you have to go there. You will, after going there, you will be able to find that a Docker file is present there. By reading the Docker file, just read all the instruction and then create a new image with the name called test Python v1. If I press enter, they started to read the file. They are saying I am taking the base image as CentOS 7 and then I am trying to install the Python 3.6 there. Once Python 3.6 will be installed, then I will create a new image. Okay. And see Python 3, they installed it, and then they are going to generate a new image with the name called test Python. And see, they are clearly saying that after building everything, I successfully tagged your image with the name called test Python v1. And if this is true, then if I'm going to say Docker, can you show me the images? So they will say here that, okay, I created a new image with the name called test Python v1. Okay. And since this particular image got created, say with the size of 478 MB or something. Okay. So now the thing is at like for which scenario I'll be using the CentOS 7 image and for which scenario I'll be using the test Python v1. Anybody? Like why I will use this particular image rather than using this image? Anybody?
The test Python is having Python program, right?
Python 3, right? So if somebody want
Mm.
to use Python 3, then only they will go with this particular image, right?
Mm.
Because other than that, all the things you can do it in this image also. Okay.
Mm.
And this image is smaller. If you want to do Python 3, then you have to go with this image. This will definitely size will be bigger because you installed some packages extra here. Okay. So now if I'll say that Docker, let's start a container, but this time you have to use the test Python v1. And since I'm going to write it here that Docker, you have to run a new container from the test Python v1. So they are starting a new container. But the benefit of this container is if somebody is going to type the Python 3, this time it will not say command not found. It is going to give me the Python 3 screen, 3.6. And whatever the Python command I want to type it here, like print, I, so they are going to print I. Okay. If I say that, okay, do the sum of 5 plus 7, right? So they are going to give the answer because this is the Python terminal now. I can access it. And this is the 3.6 version. Again, I want to exit from this Python. I will exit it. Okay. But can I do any other thing inside this container other than this Python 3?
No,
Yes or
only
no?
Python.
No,
Only
we can do
Python.
it now because this contains the CentOS 7 image also, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Just
This
the
is
image of
containing
CentOS.
everything. Yeah, it
Yeah.
contains the CentOS 7 image details. So other thing also we can do. But that doesn't make sense that we are creating this particular image to do some other work, right? So
Yeah.
now, basically, I want to say to the people that if somebody want to use this particular image, okay, then just use the Python 3 only. Why you want to go with some other work or something? Because this image was just built for only serving one purpose. That was to run the Python 3. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now, if this is going to be the make sense, now the thing is why everybody is going to create a new container and they will type the manually Python 3, right? Because if I will do something like this, let's clear all these things. If I'm saying that as soon as somebody is going to creating a container from this image, okay, so they don't have to go inside this and manually type Python 3, then only they are getting the Python 3 script. Okay. I want that as soon as you start the container, you should directly get this Python 3 screen where you can run the Python command. Make sense?
Yes. Okay. Can you please repeat this one, sir?
See,
Sorry.
I'm saying currently what is happening is you know that you are using this particular image for only one purpose. Okay.
Uh-huh.
To run the Python 3 command. Okay. But if I will do something like this, that as soon as you are starting a container, it is directly open the Python 3 screen. You don't have to type the Python 3. It will make more sense, right?
Yeah.
It is something like this. I bought a laptop for only one reason. No matter what I'm going to do anything, I just bought it for one reason that every time I open my laptop, automatically a browser should open. So if I will set it at that, so as soon as I will open the laptop, Google Chrome is going to open automatically. And sometimes it happens, right? If you make it some browser as a default, then as soon as your laptop will open, that browser will automatically trigger, right? So that type of the things we can want to achieve it here also. So for doing this, what you can do is let's exit it from here again. And see here also I have to exit it 2 times. One time I have to exit it from the Python screen, then I have to exit it from container. Why 2 times? As soon as I'm exiting the Python, it should automatically close the container. That should be my goal. Okay. So for doing this, again, let's come to the Docker file. Okay. And this type of the things you can do it from the Docker file only. You cannot do it from the commit. So I am saying that do one thing, take the base images CentOS 7, well and good. You have to install the Python 3.6 also, that's also good. But make sure as soon as somebody, okay, as soon as somebody is going to start the container from this particular image, whatever you are going to create, okay, you have to hit a command there, CMD. CMD is for command. And which command you will be typing? Python 3. So now what is going to happen is they will take the base image of CentOS 7, they will install the Python 3.6. But from this image, if somebody is going to start a container, automatically Docker is going to hit a command called Python 3 on your behalf. That's why we written as a CMD. Whatever the things you write it under the run, okay, this will run in the during the creation of image. Okay, and whatever the things you write using the CMD, this will run when your container is getting created. Make sense?
Yeah.
So now once we done this, simply save this file again I'm going to build the image. I will say that Docker, let's build this image. But this is my second generation of my image, right? The first generation was not supporting that feature. It is something like this. When WhatsApp came in the market, it was just supporting the chat messages. Later they integrated it with the audio call. Then later they integrated it with the video call. Then given some status update, the story update. So these many things they started to add it. So similarly, the first version of the image I created, in that people were able to use the Python 3, but the problem was people have to manually type it. Okay. Now I want to generate the second version of my application. That's why I'm just giving the name as V2 tag. I'll press enter. Again, they created everything. Now, if you'll clearly see here, Docker images. So you are going to see that there is two image present. One is the test Python v2, one is the test Python v1. Size is exactly same. There is no difference in size. Why? Because I did not install any extra software or something during the v2 version, right? I just said them that you have to run an extra command. That's it. So definitely size is not going to increase or something. But the benefit is if previously somebody was starting a container from the image called test Python v1, then to use the Python, they have to manually type the Python 3. Then only it was working. Okay. But let's exit it from here, this particular container. And now if somebody is going to start a container from the V2, just see this. As soon as I'm going to press enter, automatically Python 3 screen came. Make sense?
Yeah.
Again, after hitting all the Python related commands, my work is done. I will do the exit from the Python screen. Okay, I will be doing the exit from Python screen. But as soon as I'm exiting, automatically that entire container is going to be shut down. If you do the docker ps-a, you'll also see. Previously, when I was using the test Python v1, the shell was opening, terminal was opening. Okay, but when I use the test Python v2, they directly open the shell, but inside that open shell, they run a command called Python 3, and they given us the Python 3 screen directly. And who is running this command here? Dockerfile. We retain that information in the Dockerfile. Make sense? So if I am going to upload this image to some other places, and if somebody is going to use this particular image, they don't have to type the Python 3. They will be directly able to use it. So is the difference is clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Others also fine?
So, sir, one quick question. In Docker containers, other than Python and operating systems, do we generally create files? Yeah, yesterday you showed us creating the file 1, file 2, right? So we can store those files in Docker, right? In containers?
Yeah, you can store the files, you can install some softwares, everything you can do it.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So again, let me just delete all the things. Docker, remove -f. Fine. So till now we have so many images here. Okay. Now let me show you one more image creation. So this Python 3 example, everything is shown here. Now my goal is to host a website or something, okay, using the Docker. So for that you have to create a Docker Hub account, okay. So to create a Docker Hub account, all of you can go to this particular dockerhub.com, right? And then you can sign it up. You can just write a username here, then you can write email, then you can write your password, sign up, do it, a account will be created. Once you'll try to log in with your username and password, okay, you will be able to see this type of the screen. In your case, there will be no images will be visible. But in my case, I have some images uploaded there. So if I will log into my account, I'll be able to see my images. Okay, so simply once your account will be created, then we'll be doing simply signing. Okay. Okay, and this is going to be the image. Okay. So whatever the image I want to upload it, I can upload it here, and anybody in the world, if I'll make the images public, so they can download it from here directly. Okay, you can directly download it from here also, or you can just use the command called docker pull, whatever the command is coming. Currently, it will give the push command because currently I am in my account, right? So if I want to push my image, then I have to use the docker push command, right? But for public view, like what other people will be able to see in my account, so they'll be seeing this command, docker pull command, because you have to pull this particularly. Okay, so like this way we can do, you will be able to see the tag, like here the latest tag is there, size is 177 MB, something like this. So you can just download it from here and they can download it. Okay, so this is about the Docker Hub. So you all of you have to create an account here. Okay, and the next goal will be basically to create a Docker image. Okay, which is going to be basically hosting a website or something. Okay, so my final goal is to host this type of the web server, right? If you remember, this type of the web server we created, right, in the AWS also. So to create this web server, what was the things we done in the AWS cloud? First, we launched the EC2 instance. Okay, then we installed the HTTPD website there. Then we installed the PHP there. Okay. Then we created a file in the /var/www/html directory. Okay. We created a index.php page there. Okay. Inside this index.php page, we written some content, something like this, that you have to write the background color as this. Welcome to test web server. You have to print the ifconfig output, something like this we written in that PHP. Okay. If you remember. So once we written this entire thing and we kept it inside a /var/www/html directory, then we started the HTTPD service using the systemctl start HTTPD. Then we done the systemctl enable HTTPD. Then we opened the port 80 of our EC2 instance, and we were able to see our website by writing the UI. Okay, this was the thing we done. And then what we done, we created two more EC2 instances. First, after that we generated a new custom image in the AWS. From that custom image, we created two more EC2 instances, right? And then we added all these three EC2 instances on top of a load balancer. Okay. And rather than giving the public IP of the EC2 instances, I said that I will give them to the customer a single load balancer IP address, right? And if somebody will click on that load balancer URL, so sometimes they will be connected to this IP address, they will refresh, sometimes they will be connected to some different IP address. Remember all of you that thing?
Yes.
So exactly same thing we want to achieve it in the Docker also. Okay, why in the Docker? Why not in the AWS directly? So in the AWS, we had a problem. If you remember, in the auto scaling, the problem was if load is going to increase, right? So AWS was taking more time, right, to start the new EC2 instances. It was waiting for 4 to 5 minutes time. Then only our EC2 instances was scaling up, right? But if I'm going with the Docker type of the methodology, okay, so what that Docker can do is Docker can create a new container with all these things will be present there in fraction of second. Okay, that means in less than 60 seconds I can create 100 containers in case of the Docker, right? But in case of the AWS EC2 instances scaling, it is going to take time, right? So that's why we want to use achieve this type of the method where the provisioning of this entire thing will be faster. Okay, and how to achieve these all things, that will be taking it tomorrow. So before that, what you have to do is you can practice up to here and create a Docker Hub account, all of you. This Docker Hub account you have to create it. Okay,
Okay, sir.
so this will be the thing, and then tomorrow we'll be taking that part. Okay, and tomorrow Docker will be completed and we'll get the remaining time, then we'll start the theoretical part of the Kubernetes. Okay, and after that we'll be starting with the practical of Kubernetes. Okay, so this is going to be our flow. So tomorrow will be the last class of the Docker. So you have to just create the Docker Hub account, and after creating that particular image, I will show you how I can upload the images to this particular account, so anybody will be able to download your image. These all things will be seen tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, that's all for today. Just try to practice it, try to revise it. Docker is little bit complex. Okay, but if you get a develop of understanding why we are creating the container, what is the faster provisioning, what are the different ways to install the operating system, right? That cloud computing, virtualization, bare metal. So if you remember these all things and if you start to explain all these things in the interview, then people will think, right, that you understand everything. Okay, it is not like you just know the command docker ps docker container, because that type of the thing everybody is going to know. Okay, because everybody is seeing here and there the videos and they are running and reading the commands, they are remembering the commands, right? But knowing the concept, that is going to help you in your interview actually. Okay, if you know the concept, why Docker was created, why we are using the Docker, why companies preferring the Docker, right? Because question they will ask you why we are going with the Docker, right? That type of the question is going to come. It is not like somebody is going to ask you, do you know the command to list all the images? That type of the question does not get asked in the interview or something. Okay, so try to create the concept like whatever you are learning. It will help you. Fine.
Okay, sir.
Anything anybody want to ask? Okay, then just practice up to here. Okay. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes.
So we were in the Docker and we created some custom images yesterday. Okay. So just let me connect. Okay. So let's become the root user. Okay. And yesterday, if you remember, some of the container also we created. So first, let me just, okay, all the containers are already deleted. Let me just check for the images that we yesterday we created. So yesterday we created these images: test Python v2, test Python v1, my new OS. Okay, why we created two different versions, that also I given you the idea yesterday. Okay, today my goal is to run a web server type of the thing, okay, inside this docker. So for that we'll be creating a image. So again, we can create the image using the commit command. Also we can create the image using by writing the docker file also. Okay, we'll be writing the docker file. So first thing what I'm going to do is, for creating the website or something, right, I want to host a website inside a docker container. That is my goal. So there are something you have to understand here. The first thing, to host any website, what is the first thing you are going to write? You will be writing a website, right? So I'm creating a directory here with the name called slash web server. I'm going inside this particular directory, cd slash web server. And inside this directory, I'm creating a file with the name called index.php. Okay. And inside this file, I'm going to write the content. Okay. I'm going to write the content. So here, if you'll see this pre to pre tag, basically just you have to do the copy paste. This will create a PHP website content here. Okay. But if you'll try to see what is the thing, so the first thing is the background color. We are just writing it to my website, and then you can just write it here in place of welcome to test web server. You can simply write here welcome to Docker web server 27, something like this. Okay. And why I written the command call slash usr slash sbin slash ifconfig. Okay, so that also I will tell you. Just let me save this file. Okay. So basically the thing is I can get the output of the IP address using the ifconfig command. Okay. But you know, even if you'll type the command call slash usr slash sbin slash ifconfig, then also you'll get the exactly same output. Okay. And if you'll ask the question here that which ifconfig, so they are giving the path here slash has been slash ifconfig. Okay. So that's the reason, like whenever you are writing some command, you want that some Docker container is going to run some command, right? And especially in the PHP programming languages. Okay. So rather than just writing the command, we have to write the entire path. Okay. Then only this PHP will be able to execute the command inside the Docker container. Directly ifconfig cannot work. So that's why I written the entire path. So either you type this command or type just the ifconfig, both are going to give the same output, but inside the Docker container, we have to give the entire path, then only that command will run, okay, inside that Linux machine. So that's why we are writing the entire path here, okay, because you know that Docker container uses the same kernel, right? So they don't know like what is the command. So basically we have to hit using the entire path of that, and entire path you can always find it using the command called which ifconfig. So as bin slash ifconfig is coming, usr will be in the starting, and whatever the path is there that is coming, that you can just write it here. So once we are ready with this index.php file, so basically till now what we done, we created a web server directory. Inside that we created a file with the name called index.php. Inside this we written this content, okay. After doing all these things, now we are going to create a Docker file. So you know that whenever you are going to write a Docker file, so you have to create a file with the exactly same name as the Docker file only. Okay, so vi capital D Docker file. In this Docker file, the first thing you are always going to mention is the base image. So what is my base image? So from will be capital, and then the base image CentOS 7. Okay, this is the base image. Okay. Now on this particular base image, currently software like HTTPD, everything is not installed, right? So what are the commands we have to run? So we'll be using the command here, run. And then I'm saying that you have to install the HTTPD, then you have to install the PHP. Okay, so both the package they will install, right? HTTPD and PHP. And you know that in the CentOS 7, if you remember yesterday's class, we are not able to hit the ifconfig command, right? And to run the ifconfig command, we had to download a package called nettools. Okay, hope all of you remember that. In yesterday's class, we talk about nettools package, wget package. So until and unless nettools package you are not going to download inside this CentOS 7 image, you cannot hit the ifconfig command. That's why I am downloading that package also, and simply I am giving the -y. So now it will take the base image from CentOS 7, and then they will try to install this three software. Once this three software will be installed, then I am saying that do one thing. You have to copy a file. Which file you have to copy? Index.php file that just we created in the same directory, right? Index.php file we just created. That particular file you have to copy, and you have to paste it to which location? /var/www/html. If you remember the AWS class, this was the location where we have to keep our website content, then only website will be visible. Okay. Now, after doing all these things, our website is going to run on which port? It is going to run as a HTTP website, right? So HTTP runs on the port 80. So we have to expose, like if you remember in the AWS classes also, we had to expose the security group, right? Of the port 80, then only website will be visible. So exactly same thing here, you have to expose. Which port? I want to expose the port 80. So other outer people can able to connect on the port 80 on this Docker container, so they will be able to see the website. Okay, now the last thing is you have to start the HTTPD package, right? Once the HTTPD is installed, you have to do the systemctl start HTTPD. Okay, so let me just save this file. It is not currently completed. So currently this is our EC2 instance. I'm not inside any Docker container or something currently. Okay, so take an example inside our this EC2 instance. If I'm installing the software like yum install httpd-y. So currently I'm just installing the httpd-y package. Okay, and if I will try to do the systemctl start httpd, then this package is going to be started, right? But if I'll check for a status that whether this package got started or not in the base EC2 instance machine, so what they are saying is it is running, but how it got started? By using the systemctl start httpd command. You are thinking that you are typing this command, but actually in the backend this command is getting typed to start the httpd package. Entire path, I said you right that you have to give the entire path, and since we are starting it in the background, that's why we have to give the -d foreground like that. Okay, so if somebody is going to copy this command from here, this is exactly equal to the systemctl start httpd. Inside the Docker file you will be not able to write the systemctl start httpd, so you have to go with this particular path only. Okay, so once we got that this is the path we have to write, right? Now I can remove the httpd package from the base machine because I don't require that in my base machine. So now you got the path, right? Which path we have to write. So if I'll go inside the Docker file again, so we have to simply say CMD, right? You have to write the command using the CMD. Why using the CMD? Because when we have to start the HTTPD package, Anybody remember why we are using the CMD, not the run here? Yesterday I given you the example, no? We used yesterday CMD command, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Remember? What was the
Yes.
reason? In the Python we done it, if you remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually.
So CMD was basically helping us if your container is getting created, right? So as soon as container will create, which command you want to hit it, right? Like yesterday we written CMD Python 3. So what was happening,
Yeah.
as soon as container was getting created, that particular command was running. So exactly
Yeah.
same thing, as soon as this container will be created, what they will do, they will start the HTTPD package. Then only our website will be visible, right? Because everything is going to be copied in the starting only. Okay, just I have to start the package, that's it, and start basically the HTTPD service, and our website will be visible. That's why we are writing the CMD here. If you'll write up to here, then your entire image is going to be created. Simply save this file. Escape colon WQ. Okay. Now simply say Docker. I want to build the image. Then definitely you will be writing some tag here. What is the tag now I will be giving? Since I want that this particular image, I want to upload it to the my Docker Hub also, right? So you're saying that if I uploaded any image in the Docker Hub, so it is following some rules and regulation here that your image name should always be start with the Roy Kissanet like that. Because in my case, my username is Roy Kissanet. Okay. So whatever the image, if I am going to upload it here, so I will make sure that my naming convention start with the Roy Kissanet only. So it will be something like this. Docker build -t, then give the name. So basically you have to write your Docker Hub username slash, then whatever the image name you want to write. Take an example, I want to write web server cloud 27. Okay. And I want to give the latest tag. Okay. And where is the Docker file present? So Docker file is present inside the web server directory. That's it. So I'm saying that Docker, you have to build the image and then give this particular name and take the Docker file from the web server directory. If I press enter, so they are taking the base image as CentOS 7. Now they are going to install the HTTPD, PHP, NetTools, all the three software they will try to install one by one. Once the PHP installation is done, HTTPD installation is done, everything, then they will try to copy the index.php file. Then they will try to expose the things. Okay. And they written the information also for the CMD that as soon as some container will be started, this command I have to hit it. And I created a image with this particular name. So if I'll clear it and I will say that Docker, can you show me the list of images? So they are clearly saying here that somebody created a new image with the name called Roy Kissanet slash web server cloud 27 with the tag called latest version. Okay. 19 second ago, size is 479 MB. Okay. Now this image got created, everything, right? Now, you know what is going to happen if somebody is going to start a container from here. Okay. Like if we are going to start the container like this, Docker run, okay, -it interactive terminal, and from the image called Roy Kissanet 8 slash web server cloud 27 and give the latest tag. Okay, if I'll press enter, so see what is happening here. Something they given, right? They are not basically giving you some bash sale screen or something like that. Make sense? Okay. Why so? Because see what I done. If you remember why we created this test Python v2 image, for only one reason, right? To use the
Run the
Python,
Python. Yeah.
right? So similarly, this particular container I just created for what? To start the HTTPD package, right? So that's what they are saying, that we already started the HTTPD package and they're not giving me any command or something here to run, because see Python was giving us a terminal screen. Make sense? So that's why we are able to write the Python code directly. Okay. But as in the case of HTTPD, they are not going to give us any screen or something, right? Because in HTTPD, what will happen if the HTTPD is started? That's it, right? So that's why this type of the screen they are not giving it here. If I'll close it using the Control C like this, okay, and if I'll show you Docker -a, what you are seeing here, container got exited 5 seconds ago. Okay. But if you'll see, okay, it is not making bigger, but you're seeing here, they are saying that what I done is I run a command. And what command? /usr/sbin/httpd, this command basically they are running. Okay. So that's why you'll be not able to see all these things. So what you have to do is, okay, what you have to do is, whenever you are starting the container, okay, whenever we are starting the container from this type of the image in which basically we are hosting the website or something, right? So if you want to go forcefully inside this, then there will be a way something like this /bin/bash. Let me just check it. Will it work? Yeah, this is going to work. Okay, docker run -it, and then purposely I'm mentioning that inside this particular image you have to run a command called /bin/bash. And since they run that command, that's why we got the terminal here. But if I'll do here the command called ps-aux, okay, so okay, they forward to run that. Okay, let me just check it whether httpd package is running or not here. So curl is available. Okay, curl is available. So curl localhost. Just give me a second. So say this is not connecting because see, when you are running this particular image right forcefully, and and you are saying that don't run this command, okay, don't run this command and run this particular command, then what is happening? They are not starting the httpd package or something like that. But the previous thing, like if you'll go in the /var/www/html, right, and here if I okay, that is also not present, that is wired, right? Okay, no, actually I use the cat command, right? So here I'll write the index.php, then it will work. So see, index.php file is already present inside this. That means we are already present inside this container. Container is good, right? The problem here is whatever the command I wanted to run, that as soon as this container will start, a command should run. What command? Systemctl start httpd1, right? But that is not able to run it. Why? Because I retend to run some different command. I set them to give me the bash shell, don't run this command, right? And that's why httpd package is not started. That's why we are not able to see the website, anything like that. Make sense? Okay, so make sure if you write any command whenever you are starting the container, okay, whenever you are starting the container and you are purposely mentioning some command, then whatever the command you return to run in the docker file, that will be overwritten. Okay, basically this is going to give more priority as compared to this one. Okay, now let's again exit it, and this time again I'm going to start the container, but this time I'm not giving any command or something. They will create whatever it is written in the docker file, and I know that I don't want any interactive terminal or something else. I will just write it here d means start this container in the background. That means just keep this container running. I don't want to do anything inside this container, because I know that as soon as this container is going to be started, that particular httpd package will start and my website will be visible. So I will just option write d. What is going to happen now? If you write d, container got started. If you do the docker ps, you'll see that your container is running. 5 seconds ago somebody created the container, it is currently running only, and they run that particular command, right, and it is exposing the port 80. That means website is running on port 80. Okay, now if I want to see the website, okay, what is the website running inside this docker container, how I can do it? Anybody? Like if just remember that in the EC2 instance, when I hosted some website in any of the EC2 instance, right? So how I was able to see the website content in the browser? Anybody remember? If the EC2 inside any EC2 instance, HTTPD package was running, right? So how we are able to see the website? We are copying the public IP, right? And we are pasting it in the browser on the port 80, and we are able to see the website. Yes or no?
Yes.
So exactly same thing you can do it here also. But what is the IP address of your Docker? Is this is your IP address of Docker container that is running? No, this is the IP address of my EC2 instance. Make sense?
Yeah.
So what is my IP address of this Docker container? That will be able to know it from inside this machine, right? So I will say that Docker, do one thing. Can you inspect? Inspect means you have to get some information, okay? of which container? What is the name of my this Docker container? This one. So you can just copy the Docker container name, or you can just copy the container ID and just paste it. The Docker, you have to inspect, get me some information about this container. And Docker will clearly say that, okay, after finding all the things, I am finding that this is your IP address, 172.17.0.2. Okay, I will copy this IP address. Okay, and to go to any website, using the command line, what is the command? Curl, write the IP address, go to the port 80. That's it. Are we able to see the website? Welcome to Docker Web Server Cloud 27, right? Background color orange. Make sense?
Yeah.
You're seeing it in the black and white terminal because this is not the browser, right? But my goal is they are able to show this website, right? So our website is running here, okay? But now the thing is, will my customer or the client, like take an example, you are the customer, okay? And you want to access this particular website. Will you able to access this website from your laptop using this particular IP address? What do you think? No, right?
No.
If I will copy this and if I'll go to any of my browser, like I am a customer now, if I'll try to hit it, this is not going to work because this is the private IP, right? Who can access this private IP? The person who is inside this EC2 instance, okay? That can only access this IP address. Then how the people from outer world will be able to see this exactly same website, okay? So for that, Docker say that do one thing, like see Docker PS. Currently our container is running, right? This container is hosting your website on the port 80. Make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
And this container does not have any public IP. But will be able to connect to this public IP address? What do you think? If as a customer perspective, everybody can connect to this public IP address, right? This is easily available. So if I'll copy this public IP and currently if I'll try to paste it on the port 80, nothing will be running because no HTTPD package is running on my EC2 instance. It is running inside the Docker container. So website will be not visible here. Okay. But this public IP, anybody can reach it from the outer world because this is the public IP. It is exposed to the internet. So what I can do is I can say to this Docker container, do one thing that whenever you will start this particular Docker container, okay, then whatever the website is running in the port 80 inside the Docker container, can you map it to the port 8080 or 8081 to the EC2 instance? Okay. So basically what is going to happen is customer is going, what is my goal is? Okay. My goal is on this particular IP address, anybody can come, right? So if I am saying it here that if somebody is going to write it here port 8081 or port 8080, take an example for now, okay? If somebody is going to write on the port 8080, so what is going to happen? Basically, they are connecting to this particular EC2 instance on the port 8080, okay? Now the first thing, will they able to connect to the port 8080 to this particular EC2 instance? Currently, no. Why? In the security group, if you see port 8080 is not allowed. Make sense?
Mhm.
So we have to allow this particular port. Then only they will be able to connect to it. And from where this number 8080 or 8081 is, I'm getting it. This is just a random number. Why? I will tell you. So this is just a random number that is open port in the Linux. I'm just going in the security group and I'm going to open a few more ports here. So I will just click on edit inbound role and I'm saying add role and I'm allowing the custom only and I'm saying that let's allow the port from 8080 to 8085. I'm allowing 6 port basically 8080, 8081, 8082, 8083, 8084, 8085. This many ports I allowed. Okay. And simply who can see this website anywhere from the world. Now, since I updated the rule, right? So now from the anybody in the world will be able to come to this particular IP on the port 8080. If I'll refresh this, still it is not going to see any website or something. Why? Because now you are able to connect to this particular EC2 instance on the port 8080. Okay, well and good because now it is open. But the thing is on the port 8080, nothing is running in your EC2 instance. Make sense? Currently, nothing is running on the port 8080. This is just a random number we read taken, right? And how I can verify also that whether on port 8080 something is running or not currently, we can write a command called netstat-tnlp. This will give you the idea that how many ports are open. So see, they're saying that, okay, port 22, somebody is using you. Why? Because that is for the SSH, right? Similarly, some more, they are using it for the container, for some other things process, but there is nothing on the port 8080 is currently running. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm deleting all the container, whatever we created till now. Docker remove -f dollar docker container ls -a -q. And now I'm saying that Docker do one thing. Let's run a container -it and give the take the image this one only, roy/web server cloud 27 latest. And we have to start the container in the background because I don't want to do anything. As soon as this container will start, website will be visible. So option D here. And then I'm saying that Docker run the container. Okay, start the container. And one more thing you have to do. What? So basically what is happening currently is whenever this container is getting started, right? So you are hosting the website on the port 80. So I am saying you that, okay, host the website on the port 80. Okay. But if somebody is reaching to the EC2 instance on the port 8080, then please map them to the port 80 of your container. Is this making sense? What I'm saying is if somebody is going to reach to the port 8080 of this particular EC2 instance, right? That means if somebody is going to come to port 8080, okay, on this particular EC2 instance, then what you have to do is please take that traffic and route it to the port 80 of your container. Make sense?
Okay, yeah.
And now if I'll press enter, container got started. If I'll do docker ps, it will be exactly same like that, but here this time it is showing one more time. Previously it was showing port 80/TCP, right? Now it is saying what I can do is in my container, my website is running on the port 80 only. Okay, but what can extra I can do is since you mapped the port, so if somebody will try to come to the port 8080 of your EC2 instance from the outer world, then I will map them also to the port 80 of my container. Okay, so the benefit here is, and now even if you type the command called netstat-tnlp, so what it is saying, are you able to see now port 8080? It is just like a proxy server now. It got created. Okay, and since you opened this, so now you'll see here if somebody is refreshing the page, seeing the website.
Yeah.
Basically, we redirected the traffic because our Docker container does not have the internet, right, directly. So they cannot go to the outer world. We cannot connect to their IP 172.17.0.2. Okay. So that's why what we done is we mapped it to the EC2 instance. So basically now what is happening is if you curl the website on the 172.17.0.2 on the port 80. So previously also this website was visible, right? But now the thing is, even if we are going to curl this particular IP address, what is the private IP address here? This private IP, right? This is the private IP of my EC2 instance. Even if you'll try to curl on this particular private IP, wait, it should open, right? Okay, I made it to the port 8080. So that's the thing. Just give me a second. Yeah, we made it to the port 8080, right? So if from the EC2 instance, if I'm going to the port 8080, we are able to see this website. Okay, and in the Docker, we clearly said that if somebody is going to come to the port 8080, you have to basically redirect the traffic to the port 80, and that's why this website is visible. Make sense?
Yes.
Now, the why we created this type of the setup, because this type of the hosting of the website we were doing previously also directly on the EC2 instance, right? But previously what was happening was in a single EC2 instance, how many web server you were able to create? Only one. Remember? Because when we created the load balancer setup, we launched 3 different EC2 instances, right? And every time I am refreshing the page, they were connecting to some different IP, right? Now there is a single EC2 instance is running, but I can run multiple web server here. So let me just do one thing. I will just write one more time Docker you have to run. Okay, and this time you cannot map it again another container on port 8080. This time I am saying if somebody will come to the port 8081, then you have to map it to the again new container. Okay, if you want to give mention some container name or something, that also you can do, right? Hyphen name, OS1, something like this also you can do. So now what is going to happen if I do docker ps? So one more container got started. Okay, let me just clear it out and again type it docker ps. So see, one more container got started, and this time they are saying if somebody will come to the port 8081, I will forward the traffic to the OS1 container. If somebody will come to the port 8080, I will transfer the traffic to this container. Okay, and how I can verify both are working? So again, I will copy this particular IP address and just change the last letter 8081. So see, this is connecting to a different container. This is connecting to a different container. How you will be able to see? Anybody? That this is coming from some different container, this is coming from some different container. By seeing this website content, how you will be able to say? Anybody? Are you seeing any difference between these two? Yes or no?
Yes.
That IP address, right?
Yeah.
This is the IP address of our container one. This is the IP address of the container. Make sense? And that was the exactly same thing happening in the AWS classes also, right? Whenever we are connecting, they were showing this private IP, again some other private IP, like that way. So exactly same way, if I'll connect to the port 8081, I'll be always be connected to the 0.3 only, 8080 0.2 only. And why I am able to connect to 8080 and 8081? Because we opened the security group, right, from 8080 to 8085. Okay, and inside the machine here, inside this particular EC2 instance, we mapped it. And since we mapped it, that's why if you type this command netstat-tnlp, see both the things are working, port 8080 and 8081 proxy. That's why we are able to route the traffic. Similarly, somebody saying, can you start one more container? So see how faster it is to start one more web server. I will just change the name here and I will change the port mapping to the port 8082. That's it. One more container got started. Let me just write one more. Basically, I'm showing you that how powerful Docker is, that we can run 5 to 6 server in a single EC2 instance only without any problem. Again, I'm creating with 8084 also, and I'm changing the name to the OS4 and 8085 also. Even all of you can try, just try to write this particular IP address. Let me just paste you. Copy this IP, I'm pasting it in chat. Just try to change port 8080 to 8085. We'll be able to see the website on each. One time you can try 8080, then 8081, 8082 like this, and just check that whether website is coming or not.
Yes, coming.
Right, and in check the changing the port working every time you are connected to a new container. So if you'll see here, port 8080 connecting to the 0.2, 8081 connecting to 0.3, 8082 is connecting to 0.4, 8083 is connecting to 0.5, 8084 is connecting to 0.6, and 8085 is connecting to 0.7. Okay, so all the containers are running, and from locally here also I will see that docker ps command. So we are seeing that this many containers, 6 containers are running, and we are mapped with the port 8080, 8081, 8082. That's why they are saying any of the container is going to be shut down. Take an example, I am setting docker, can you stop this particular container? Which container? OS2. OS2 is basically your 8082. Okay, or let me just do 8081, OS1. As soon as I'm pressing enter, this container got stopped. If I'll do docker ps, that particular container 8081 is not working. Since 8081 is not working, so now if somebody is going to refresh this page, port 8081, this is not going to work. Okay, it will fail. Make sense? Again, I will start that docker. Can you start this particular container again, OS1? As soon as I will start, this container is going to be started. 8081 mapping is done. So now I will try to refresh this page. Website will start to again come. Okay. But the problem here again, the problem is, right? What is the problem here? Like as a customer perspective, do you think that this is feasible that I'm giving them that, okay, I'm fixing you the IP address, but keep changing the port. Like if 8080 is not working, go with 8081. If 8081 is not working, go with 8082. Will it be feasible? What do you think? For the customer perspective, if some website google.com is saying you that just try to access it on the port 8080. If it is not working, try to access it on the port 8081 or 8082. So will it make sense? No, right? Our goal should be, I will just hit a single URL, okay, and whichever the website is coming, like take an example, port 8081 was not working. So they should not redirect us to that. If I'll refresh this page, automatically will be redirected to some different IP, right? So that type of the things, basically the load balancer type of the setup we require on top of this. Make sense? That there will be a single URL which will be redirecting our traffic to all these ports. Okay. So these all things can be automated with the help of the Kubernetes. Docker is basically helping you to the provision the things. Okay. Now how to make it more structured, more good, more customer friendly, right? All these things we will be doing it with the Kubernetes. Make sense? And Kubernetes will be internally using Docker only to provision all these things. So Kubernetes is just like a management tool, okay, which will help us to manage these all things. So if some container is going down, so the duty will be of the Kubernetes to make that container again up. Like currently I start the container manually, right? If that container was stopped. But in case of the Docker Kubernetes, I will show you as soon as some container is going to be terminated or it is deleted, it's the duty of the Kubernetes to create one more. Make sense? Like in our class of the AWS auto scaling group was doing it, right? If some EC2 instance is getting deleted or more load is coming, it's the duty of auto scaling group to launch more. Okay. So this all things will be done by the Kubernetes. So till here, up to here, if anybody have any question in your mind, you can just ask.
I will do some practice and I will ask you sir tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, so concept is clear, right? This one, whatever I tried to explain you today, that why we are mapping the port, these all things, right? Because directly you cannot reach to this particular IP, okay? So you have to map it to this. Why we are mapping it to the EC2 instance? Because our EC2 instance is already mapped with a public IP. And since it is a map with a public IP, so other people from the outer world can reach it. Make sense? So that's that thing. And not only this, if somebody is going to copy this private IP and you are just coming inside the EC2 instance. So from here also, if you try to just cull, right, this private IP and from port 8080, so it will refer you to port 0.2 only. If I'll do 8081, so it will refer us to 0.3 only, right? This exactly same thing, they mapped it internally also and they mapped it with the public IP also. And since from the outside the world, I cannot access this private IP, I have to go with public IP URL only. That's why we are using 13.233 here like that. Okay, so the main benefit of the Docker is they are fast in provisioning. Okay, like if we require any container or something, what we have to do? Just we have to hit this command one more time and one more container or web server will be running in fraction of second. Okay, we don't have to wait it. That is the benefit. So now last thing I have to show you is to how to upload the image. So let me just delete all the container whatever we created till now. Okay, here dollar docker container ls. So I deleted everything. Okay. So no website will be visible now. Okay, even if you will try to refresh the page or something, nothing is going to be visible because I deleted everything. Okay, so this is going to fail eventually. All this thing. Okay, so all these are going to fail like this. Okay, so once this is done, now my goal is, okay, that this is the image currently present in my local machine. Docker images. Okay, I want to just upload this image to the Docker app. So anytime by mistake I deleted this image or some other person also want to use this particular image only, then how they will be able to do. So first I will write the command called docker login. They will ask for the username. I will type the username here of my account, Docker Hub account. I will write the password here. Okay, password is wrong. Wait, just give me a second. Okay, login is succeeded. Okay, so username and password you written, Docker login. Your if everything will be correct, that username and password, then you will be connected. What credential we are giving? Basically, we are giving the credential of this Docker Hub account. Currently, you are not seeing any. Currently, you are not seeing anything here about the Cloud 27 or something related image here. Okay, nothing you're seeing it here. So what we have to do here is we have to upload the image, right? So once we logged into this account, we'll simply say Docker. Can you push Which image? I want to push this image, roykisson8/web server cloud 27 latest. So this image just I want to push it. I will press enter. They will try to upload this image. It is just like a git push command type of the thing only. And they will upload this image, and once the image will be uploaded, then we'll be able to see it from the Docker website. Refresh this page. You will see that your image is now uploaded here. Okay, web server cloud 27 just now got updated few seconds ago. Okay, so we are able to see the image. If anybody want to pull this image, okay, so if I'll go in the public view, they will write the command here, docker pull this particular command. You have to just type it. Anybody can see it now from the outer world also if they will give this name. Okay, so if somebody is going to use this command, before that, let me just do one thing. Currently images is present here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm deleting this image. So how to delete any image? You can simply write the command called docker remove image, RMI, and then give the image name. So I can send it /web server cloud 27. So if I'll delete this particular image, now if I'll do the docker images, see there is no images present now, right? With the name called roykisson8, that image got deleted. And since the image got deleted, now this particular image is not present. If I want to pull this image, Docker images. So currently that image is not present. If I'll come here, I will copy this command docker pull one, right? And we'll just try docker pull. I want to pull this particular image. Okay, with the latest version, I want to pull it. I'll press enter and see they are trying to download that image. And once the image will be downloaded, now again, if I'll see docker images, so see that particular images is there. Okay, again it came back. Okay, and once this image came back, now again I can start the container that docker run -dit and start the container from the image called roykisson8/web server cloud 27 from the latest tag and map it to the port 8080. Okay, so -p port 8080, map it to the port 80 of the docker container. That's it. This has got started. So now the port 8080 website will start to come again. Exactly same. So you can upload the image, then anybody in the world can now download this particular image. Okay, we don't have to worry about, just we'll write the command here. Basically the pull command, they will give that docker pull. You have to pull this particular image, whatever the image name I just written. Okay, and they will be able to download it. So just practice up to here. Okay, and the next class will be starting with the Kubernetes. Okay, thanks all
Okay,
of
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Okay. So today we are going to start with the Kubernetes, okay, and Docker we completed yesterday. Let me just upload a lab file here. So for the Kubernetes, we are going to follow this particular documentation, okay. Just, okay, so whatever the lab file I uploaded here, this Kubernetes lab file, okay, this one we are going to refer, okay. So to do the Kubernetes practical, we have to do some setups. Okay, we have to make ready some setup. Then only this is going to work. Okay. So what you have to do is like this documentation we followed some different way. Okay, so I'm going to basically tell you some different way. Okay, so just try to see that how we are going to do the installation. Okay, little part got changed, okay, but I will tell you what is the difference here, okay. So before that, let me just do one thing. I have installation done there, so let me just delete it. Delete forever. Just give me a second, let me just delete this. Fine. Fine, it got uninstalled. And let me uninstall one more thing. Then I will tell you what is the process here to go. Fine. This also got installed. Okay. So now the thing is we are going to install the Kubernetes. Okay. So to install the Kubernetes, there are so many different ways are there. Okay. What you will be going to doing. So we are not going to install the Kubernetes on the AWS cloud directly. Okay. First we'll be doing the practical in the local environment. Okay. So for doing it in the local environment, the first thing what you have to do, all of you is, okay, you have to search for a Minikube. Minikube is a basically a software, okay, which is going to help you to set up the entire Kubernetes cluster, okay, both on the Windows laptop and macOS laptop, okay. So when you search for the Minikube, you will come to this particular website, okay, and in this particular website, they will guide you that how you can start with, right? So they are saying the Minikube is the local Kubernetes focusing on making it easy to learn and develop for Kubernetes, right? All you need is Docker container, okay, and Kubernetes engine is going to be run there, okay. So to do run this Minikube software, what they are saying is you should have two CPU in your laptop, minimum 2 GB of free RAM should be there, 20 GB of hard disk should be there, internet connection should be there, and container should be present in or virtual machine should be present, any one of them, okay. Either you install the Docker, either you install the VirtualBox, either you install the VMware workstation, right? Any of the one software should be present. Okay. So whatever this documentation is there in this, basically we are going with the Oracle VirtualBox machine. Okay. That means we were installing this one, VirtualBox. Okay. But that you can try if somebody want to. Okay. But now we'll be moving to using the Docker one because Docker is now become quite popular. Okay. So we'll be using the Docker one rather than the VirtualBox. Okay. But if you want to go with the VirtualBox, then you can follow the documentation. That's it. Okay. Now coming to the Docker one. So these all are the prerequisite, right? So what is the prerequisite here? First thing they are asking for two CPU, 2 GB RAM, 20 GB of hard disk, right? So up to here, everything is I already have in my laptop. Only one thing is missing that any of this software should be installed, right? In my case, I have VirtualBox also installed, but take an example, we want to install the Dockers. If I'll click on this Docker, okay, so they will guide us that how you can install the Docker. So they are saying if you want to use the Docker or something, right? So this will be the command to use the Minikube. But before that, make sure 20.1.0 or higher version of the Docker should be installed in your laptop, right? So how to do this? Okay. And so if we'll click on this install Docker button here, okay. So you are saying that they are giving us the option that for the Linux you can download, Mac you can download, Windows you can download like that. Okay. So before doing this installation of the Docker, just do one more thing. If you are using the Windows laptop, if you are using the Mac OS, well and good, you can directly download the desktop for Mac and install it as it is. Okay. But if you are downloading it for the Windows, I will just suggest you just search for this command WSL WSL install. Just search for this, okay? And the first page it is coming na WSL install. Whenever I typed how to install Linux on Windows with WSL, just click on this, okay? And here they will guide you, right? So this is so simple. Just they are saying is you have to open the PowerShell or the Windows command prompt in the administrator mode. What is the meaning of this? That means you will be simply opening the PowerShell like this, okay? Windows PowerShell, and you have to open it as a run as administrator, not as open, run as admin. Just click on this, okay. Then your PowerShell will ask for permission, just provide that and this PowerShell will be came, right? Once this PowerShell will come, just copy this command WSL space hyphen hyphen install. That's it. In my case it is already installed, okay, but you have to just copy this command and press enter, okay. And this will try to install the Linux kernel on top of your Windows machine. Because I said you in the starting itself, if you remember, in the Docker class, that Docker was meant for to run on the Linux machine only. Okay, that's why first we should have some Linux kernel running on our laptop, then only that Docker can be configured, right? So WSL is the requirement to install the Docker. So in my case, it is saying that Linux is already installed, so I don't have to do anything. But in your case, it will do the installation, okay? And once your installation is done, then you can simply close this. Simple command you have to run WSL hyphen hyphen install in the PowerShell in the admin mode. That's it, okay? It will take time to install, okay, because 400, 500 MB software they will download, but just wait for that and let it be installed. Once it will be installed, then you can close it. Then you can come to this Docker desktop for Windows, okay. Click on Docker desktop for Windows, okay, and see here also they are clearly saying if you want to use this Docker desktop, so make sure this WSL is installed. If you don't know how to install it, go to the Microsoft documentation. I already shown you how to do that, right? Now we are going to install the Docker desktop. Let me just start a new file. Okay, I'm downloading a new file. Take an example. So a new file is going to be downloaded now. It is 556 MB software, something like that. Okay, once this software got downloaded, let me just come here and in my downloads program folder. Here, this is the thing. Okay, so I will just double click on this software. Okay, this software is going to be installed now. So you have to simply install now the Docker desktop. After installing which one? After installing WSL. So let the software open, and then they will ask for yes. Simply press yes. Okay, then this type of the installation screen is going to come, okay, and let it be installed like this Docker desktop. Okay, so over this weekend all of you have to try this like this way, okay, whatever I'm doing currently. So you will do the configuration. They are saying do you want to create a shortcut to desktop? I will click on OK, and then see they are unpacking all the files of the Docker 4.24 version like that way. So let them open. And whatever the practical you are doing in the Docker till now, right, from the EC2 instance, all the practical you can do it from your local laptop also now without going to the AWS cloud by using this Docker desktop software. That also I will tell you before starting with Kubernetes, how to use the Docker. So Docker desktop installation is going to take time, around 1 to 2 minutes of time. Okay. So up to here, any confusion?
No, sir.
Okay. So basically we done two things. First installation of WSL, second installation of Docker. Why? Because Minikube requirement is Docker, and for Docker the requirement is WSL. Because I said you Docker is going to run on the Linux kernel only. That's why WSL help us to set up the Linux environment on top of our Windows machine. If we'll go 4 years, 5 years back, there was no tool like Docker Desktop was available because WSL was not supported. Okay. Once the WSL Microsoft released that, now everybody can use the Linux kernel over on the Windows system because that was the demand of the people, right? So now see, even in my case also, I'm using the Ubuntu just like a application. Like there is a Google Chrome, right? Like that way you can install the Ubuntu also in your laptop. But for this also, you have to make sure WSL will be installed in your laptop. Then only you can run the Ubuntu like software also. It will give you a totally a new operating system type of the things. Now Docker desktop installation succeeded. Simply I will close this. Okay. Now once the Docker got installed, right? So before going with the Minikube example, right? How to install the Minikube, because my requisite is completed now, right? All the prerequisite is completed. But before that, I am just going to give you the idea about Docker. Okay. So whenever you are going to do anything with the Minikube, make sure your Docker will be running. Once your Docker will be running, then only this Minikube is going to start. So I'm just going to open the Docker desktop software. Okay. So this software looks like something this. Simply you have to click on accept. Okay. In my case, I think Docker account will be already there. Let it open. So they will ask you what is your role, why you are using this. Okay. So I'm just writing it for something. Okay. Click on continue. So they are now starting the Docker engine. Okay, so basically it is just like systemctl start Docker command like that. In my case, see here the Docker account is already coming Roy Kitchen 81, right? But in your case, what will happen? Here no account will be there. Okay, then what you have to do is in your case it will be coming like this. Let me just do the sign up. So in your case, it will be signed out like that way. Okay. So here the sign in option will come. Simply will click on this sign in. A browser will open something like this and they will forward you to the Docker Hub website. Okay. And from the Docker Hub website, you are going to hit your username and password. And once you will hit your user and password of your Docker Hub account, then you will be connected to this particular machine again. Okay. So let it be. So see, they are asking for the username and okay, so once your login is done, automatically they are going to redirect you here. Okay, and see they are verifying the credential of troykitchen8@gmail.com. And once that credential will be verified, here we'll be able to see our account. Okay, so that's the thing. Proceed to the Docker desktop they are saying. So here credential is going to match. Okay, now see this is now visible here. So like this way you have to do the login to your Docker Hub account. Once you logged into your Docker Hub account, so see now all the things are there. Currently they are saying there is no container is running because till now we did not created any container, right? There is no images are present, right? Because currently till now we did not downloaded any images or something, right? So now if you want to create a container or something, take an example, we were doing the practical of CentOS 7 image, right? So you can just click on search, go to the image section, click on search images to run, okay? And you can search some image like CentOS 7 you want to do, right? So just type for CentOS 7, okay? And we'll see that there are so many images going to happen. Let me just search for CentOS, okay? Or let's forget about this, whatever we were doing, right? So see, this is the phase, right? Once you know your Docker desktop is running, now you know what you can do is you can open your command prompt, okay? And whatever the things you are writing the command, like you are writing the command called docker ps. See, here it is working now because since you installed the Docker, it will going to work. Docker ps-a is working. If I want to pull the image, what was the command? Docker, I want to pull CentOS -7. That's it. As soon as I'm going to press enter, they are going to download the image CentOS 7 and it will be visible here. Okay, so this Docker desktop is just like a graphical user interface. That's it. And see, they are downloading the image CentOS 7 now. And make sure this downloading everything will be a little bit slow as compared to the AWS because it is dependent on your internet speed. Okay, so if your internet speed is slow, this downloading everything will be slow. Okay, and see now CentOS image we downloaded 7 images, right? And now from this CentOS image, how you can create a container, you know the command, right? You can simply create the container or you can simply just click on this plus symbol also, automatically a container will be started. Okay, so I'm going to show you both way. Let me show you from this. From this browser, if I'm coming here, currently no container is running. But if I want to start a container, I can simply come here and click on this run button. A new container is going to be started. They are saying that you are going to run a new container. Do you want to give the name to some container? So I'm giving that, okay, let's give the container name as my OS1, something like this. And they're saying, do you want to specify any other thing? I don't want to specify. I will simply click on run. As soon as I will do run, see a new container got started with the name called my OS1. Okay. And it is running. If I'll do here, container, so see this got exited. Okay. But if I'll come here and again, I will click on start, right? So this container is good. Okay, this is not getting started. Okay, wait, why it not got started? Let me tell you the reason. The thing is, when we started the container, with the extra option they are not giving actually. So basically the thing is now they are running the container, but they are not giving you the bash shell. Okay. And since now they are not giving the bash shell, now that's why this container is getting exited. Okay, because we have to write the -it option. That particular option they are not giving us. Okay, because most of the container we just start it for the background processes, right? So that's why this is the thing. But if you want to start the container in that way, so you know the command, I will be just typing the command from here. Docker, can you run a container and give the name as OS1, okay, and from the image called CentOS 7. That's it. They are going to start a container. See, they given us the screen also. Whatever the command I want to run it, I can just run it here, right? And that container is visible from here also. See, it is currently in the running mode. If I want to do something here, like let's create a directory with the name called Kisan. Okay, let's go inside the directory with the name called Kisan. Let's create some files there like file1, file2, whatever the things I want to do, right? Everything we are able to do it. If I want to exit from this container, I can do exit. And since we exited, this container also come in the exit mode. Again, I want to start the container. You know the command from here. What you will be doing, docker -a. So this is the container. If I want to start it again, I will do the command docker. You have to start OS1. Then I will do docker attach, then it will be attached. But from here, if you want to start it, just click on this start. This is going to be started. See, this time it is running. Okay. If you want to see the screen here, basically that terminal screen. So see, there is an option called open in terminal. So see that terminal got opened of that particular container. Here, if I do ls, Kisan directory will be visible. Let's go inside the Kisan directory and you'll be able to see file1 and file12. So whatever we created. So either you connect from here, either you connect from here, whatever the way you are visible. Okay, you can do it here, and currently you see that this container is running also. Okay, we can connect it from here also. I can simply say docker, can you attach me to the OS1, right? So both the way we are connected. From here also we'll be able to see inside this kitchen currently only 2 files are there, right? But as soon as I am going to create one more file with the name called file3, okay, so 3 file happened. From here also we can verify that if we'll do the ls, 3 file happened because both are connected to the same machine only. Okay, so like this way you can do. Similarly, if you want to delete the container, you can simply click on this delete button and that particular container is going to be deleted. So all the things you can do, whatever the images you want to pull, everything you can pull it. Okay, so that's the benefit of this Docker. But we don't want to do this. Our goal is to set up the Minikube, right? We did not downloaded this Docker to doing our practical or anything. Okay, our goal is to set up the Minikube. So once this Docker is set up and up from here you are familiar with this, how the Docker is working, then again we'll come to this Minikube website. To install this Minikube, they are saying for the Windows, you have to select this, okay, and then you have to install the latest software. If you want for the Mac OS, you'll be clicking here and you'll be running the command, you'll be installing, okay. So for Windows people, I'm just clicking on this latest release. Okay, a new software is going to be downloaded. Let me just download it. 35 MB software is there that is going to be downloaded. And once that software 35 MB got downloaded, so I will just open this particular software to install the Minikube. Okay, click on yes, click on OK, click on next, I agree, install. This is going to install a Minikube software. Once this Minikube software is going to be installed, okay, so in your case, if you will directly type here, let me just close this command prompt and again open a command prompt, not Minikube. Okay, wait, I have to open the command prompt actually. So from here, if I will try to type the Minikube, it is working in my case, right? But in your case, it can happen that even after installing the Minikube, when you are typing the command Minikube, it will say command not found. Okay. So how to do that? Okay. So once your Minikube installation is done, basically, then you can come to this documentation from here. Okay. This latest release part we done, installation of the software we done, right? Once the installation is also done, right? Then you can, for the Mac OS people, this is the screenshot. Okay, now once the installation is done and when you are typing, okay, actually Minikube we will be able to see. Okay, so to verify whether Minikube you are able to see or not, okay, what you can do is you don't have to do any extra thing. Just try to type here the command called Minikube version and make sure you are opening the new command prompt after installing. Okay, because in the previous command prompt it is not going to work. So Minikube version, and if it is going to show some output like this, that Minikube version 1.3. Basically ignore this. This is coming from some different reason. Okay, ignore this warning. Just see here, if Minikube version 1.3.1.2 is coming, that means your Minikube is successfully installed. Once the Minikube is successfully installed, the next thing what we have to do is to start the Minikube. They are saying that you have to type the command called Minikube start. Okay, but they are saying if you're using the Minikube start and still your thing is not getting started, you can go to the driver page. If I'll go to the driver page, so till now I just installed the Minikube, but Minikube did not got started. Minikube did not configure the Kubernetes cluster. So they are saying which driver you are using. I am using the Docker driver, right? So I will just click on the Docker, and that too Docker I am using not in the Linux. Docker I am using in the Windows, right? So for the Windows Docker, I will just click on this. And here they are saying to start the Minikube with the Docker, you have to run this command Minikube start, then you have to mention -- driver is equal to Docker. Just copy this command and just paste it here. That not like this. Okay, let me just copy it again. Copy this command and just paste it. Minikube start -- driver is equal to Docker. As soon as you will press enter, it's the Minikube duty that they are automatically going to create a container on the Docker desktop. Okay, so see they are pulling some images here. Okay, currently you are seeing only CentOS 7 image, right? But you are seeing here they are downloading some image of size 400 something MB like that, right? This they are downloading 28% got downloaded like that. So once this entire software is going to be downloaded, then you'll be able to see one more image is available. So you don't have to stop this Docker desktop. This Docker desktop will be running in the backend, right? Then only this Minikube is going to run in everything. So Minikube is basically downloading all the images, everything, whatever they require. Now see, they downloaded the image. Okay. Then they will do other configuration, that they will create a container. Inside that particular container, they will set up the Kubernetes cluster. Everything they are going to do. We have to just wait for some minutes. That's it. Okay. So you will see that currently there is no container is running, and in the image section only one image is visible. Okay, but in soon you are going to see so many things here. So let's wait for that. Okay, now see they are trying to create the Docker container of 2 CPU and memory. And see here we are clearly saying somebody started a Docker container. Okay, and see images also, there is some images they downloaded, right? 3 months ago, one Minikube one, and that is going to create some container, right? Once the container will be created, see Minikube container got created. So we are able to see that they are doing, but we don't have to create it. We don't have to stop the container. We don't have to do anything from here, right? We will be interacting from here only, and everything will be happening in the backend here. Okay, so this is the environment which is helping us to set up. Okay, See, now they are installing the Kubernetes on top of the Docker. So let them do everything. Basically now, once they created the Docker container, now Minikube duty is they will go inside this container and they will try to install the Kubernetes cluster. Then they will set up all the extra things like that, right? And then they will make it ready like this way. See, they are verifying the Kubernetes components, everything. And see, at the last, they are saying that done, kubectl is now configured. That means your Minikube is configured. It is installed. It is running here, right? So you don't have to do anything. Like take an example here. Once my everything is done, it is saying that done, right? Then if I'll try to check whether Minikube is set up or not, you can type the command called status. If it is giving some output like this, uh, control plane running configure, that means your Minikube is set up. Okay. If I want to stop the Minikube, I will be simply doing the command called Minikube stop. This is going to stop the container. So see, now this container was running, but soon you will be seeing that this container is going to be stopped in some time because they will stop it. See, here it is stopped. From here also you are going to see it is stopped now. Okay. Again, if I want to start the Minikube, so it is not like I will directly jump here and I will type the Minikube start command. No, make sure this Docker desktop is running. Okay, keep it in the backend and then just type the command here Minikube start. As soon as you will do here, automatically it's the duty of the Minikube that they will come here and they will make it running. See, currently they are in the process of restart. Okay, and see in the sometimes see it's become running. They started it. We are not doing anything. So you don't have to interact it from here. You will be always interacting it from here. Again, in few seconds, this Minikube will be running. Inside that, they will make sure all the Kubernetes components are running. Then we can configure the parts. Okay. Once the Minikube is configured, that basically here I was written the command call hyphen driver is equal to virtualbox. Okay. But now you know the things because we installed the driver is equal to Docker. That's why we written this command Minikube start hyphen driver is equal to Docker. Else everything is same. Now, once they said that done kubectl is now configured, right, then we can run some commands to interact with the Minikube. Okay. And then currently I am showing you about this command Minikube status stop start. If you'll do the status, it is showing as like this. That means your Minikube is successfully installed. Okay. To stop this Minikube stop, to start the Minikube, you have to type the Minikube start. See, I done the Minikube start, they started it and it will always say done. If it is saying done, that means your Minikube is running perfectly fine. Okay, once everything is done, right, then there is one more software I have to install. Till now, see, what are the things we installed? We installed the WSL, we installed the Docker, we installed the Minikube. Okay, now the fourth thing and the last thing is going to be to install the kubectl. To install the kubectl for the Windows people, you can directly click on this particular link. Okay, it will open a browser like this. In my case, I think kubectl is already installed. Let me just type you here. In my case, kubectl is already installed, right? We are able to see here. Okay. In your case, that will be not the case. Okay. So to install and set up the kubectl on the Windows, what you have to do is see there is a different options they are telling us. Okay. So better way will be something like this. So easy way will be any of this method. Okay. In any of this method, whichever is supporting in your Windows laptop, how you configure. Okay. Any of them you can just use it. Or else, if you want to do, what you can do is you can just click on this download latest version 1.28.3. So it will be downloaded as the application like this. Okay. Like 1.28.3. In my case, I downloaded so many times. That's why numbering is coming. But in your case, numbering will not come. Okay. So basically, you have to just download this software 48 MB. Okay, just open that particular folder wherever you installed that. Okay, this is the file. Now just copy this application, whatever the application just you downloaded, just copy this application, go to your C drive. In the C drive, go to the users directory, go to your username associated to your laptop, and here you will be seeing a directory called Minikube. Just go inside .minikube directory and here just paste that file, kubectl file, whatever you downloaded, this one. Okay, and make sure when you are pasting it, just make sure that its name should be exactly equal to kubectl, not any numbering or something. So its name should be exactly kubectl. Okay, once you given this and this file is copied, okay, as per the documentation also you can see we just downloaded it, then we copied this particular file, we pasted it in the Minikube directory. Okay, once we pasted it here, then you have to search for the environment variable like this. Okay, click on open. And here, see the exactly same thing. Click on this environment variable. Here you have to click on, okay. Then you have to click on, see here, you have to click on this downside path button and click on edit. So basically you will be coming here, click on this path button here, second one, this path, not this one, okay. Click on edit, and here you will see here that here I written some directory here, right? In your case, this directory will be not there, right? So what you have to do is once you clicked on this edit, this screen is coming, right? Then you will be simply clicking on this new button, a new line will come. In this line, what you have to write? You have to come to this particular directory, and whatever the path you are seeing it here, wherever you copied the kubectl, right? This entire path you have to copy and just paste it here. Just click on new, paste it here like this, and make sure at the end you are just giving the backward slash like this, okay. And just click on ok, click on ok, and after clicking everything okay like this, then simply close your command prompt, okay, and then again open the command prompt, and this time you will try to type the command called kubectl, and if it is not giving command not found, that means it is working perfectly fine, okay. So up to here you will do, then your setup will be completed, okay. And to interact with the Kubernetes, you have to write the command like this: kubectl is any pods is running, okay. So no kubectl is anything related to deployment is running, okay. So basically these all are the terms related to the Kubernetes that we'll start to learn, okay. But like this way we can do. Is it making sense? Okay, up to here you'll do, then you are able to communicate with the Kubernetes, okay. And there is a command here called Minikube dashboard. This is basically a browser type of the things for the Kubernetes. If you click on enter, okay, they are automatically going to open a browser, okay. If they are going to open a browser in your default here, okay, and you will see that automatically they will open a link. So let's wait for that. First time it will take a little bit time, okay, to open the dashboard. Now see, automatically they open a URL. And in this URL, you will be able to see whatever the things you are going to do, whatever the images, whatever the pods you are going to create, whatever the container you will be running, right? Everything will be visible here. Currently, nothing is there because nothing we created. Okay. But as soon as we'll start to create something here, right? Then we'll be able to see all the things running here. Okay. And make sure this particular thing, see, currently I'm clicking, these pages are getting changed, right? We are able to see some information, okay. But you know, as soon as you are going to close this screen, like if somebody is going to do control C to close this, you close this screen, right? Since you closed it, now you will be not able to see this Minikube dashboard. If you try to click here also, it is not going to work. This page will be remain active until and unless this command is running, Minikube dashboard. If you shut down this particular command, then this is not going to work. Okay. So again, if you want to use it, again you'll be typing the Minikube dashboard command. Again, they are going to open a new URL, and this URL is now going to be active like this way. This is not going to be active. This is gone. Okay. That's the thing. So here you can do all the things. So make sure whenever you want to use a Minikube dashboard or something, you can just make this running. Okay, make this running. If you want to do something more in the command prompt, just come here, open a new command prompt like this. Okay, and is it clear?
Yes, sir. We have to do it right. So then, yeah, it will be clear.
Yeah, that's what I am giving you the time now. This
Yeah, for sure.
right to do the installation. That's why I did not started with commands. Okay,
Yeah.
these all are just the parts of the installation that you have to do. So once you'll watch the parallelly video and you will be doing it, you will be able to do the setup.
Yeah,
So
it will
that
be clear.
means if you are able to see this particular page, okay, that means your Kubernetes is running perfectly fine. You are ready to do the practical. That is the goal. Okay, so this page you should get it. That's the thing. Okay, using the Minikube dashboard command. So just follow this, take the help of this document wherever required, take the help of the videos recording, that whatever we'll be going to provide, okay, and try to complete it like over this weekend. I think we'll be going to have a long weekend due to festival. So that team will inform you anyhow. Okay. So yeah, that you have to do it. Fine.
So we'll have class on Monday, sir, or Tuesday?
I don't think so. I have to talk to the team, but most probably Monday and Tuesday will be not having the class due to the Sara and Durga Puja like that.
Okay, okay.
That's the thing. So maybe we'll be starting with the Wednesday morning. Okay. Or
Okay.
Indian IST time, I'm telling you. So yeah, any of team will inform you. Okay. So
Sure, sure.
because Tuesday is the Sara, so yeah,
Mhm.
that's why.
So we'll have class on Wednesday, right? Next Wednesday.
Yeah, next Wednesday. So over this,
Oh.
you can try to complete the Docker and Kubernetes
Mhm.
setup, and
Mhm.
whatever doubt is coming, just try to note it. So on
Mhm.
Wednesday we can clear, and then we can start the topic. Fine.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. And also one
Mhm.
more thing, just wait. Now once the setup everything is done, right? So you don't have to delete anything like this. You will be simply like you don't want to use it now for. So you'll be simply doing the command called minikube stop. What is the meaning of this? This will stop the minikube running. That means this Docker container will be stopped. And once this Docker container is stopped like this, then you can simply close this. Now see here it is one node stop. It is a stop. This one also got exited. We can simply stop the Docker desktop software, right? Again, next class, whenever we require to install, first we'll open the Docker desktop software. Once the software will be running, then we'll be simply writing the command called minikube start. That's it. It will be started. That's the thing. Okay. So yeah, that's all for today.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, hello, sir. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, sir.
So have you done with the Docker all of them?
Actually, I tried to do that one. When I try to do the Minikube download, actually, I'm seeing a message, sir. Let me share with you. That is Minikube installer.exe isn't commonly downloaded. Make
Yeah,
sure
you
it.
have to give the extra permission. No? There it will be some option will be coming like forcefully down install or something.
So, um, okay, how should I recover this one?
You are getting the option, right? That during the installation part only, right?
Uh-huh.
So yeah, in the downside of that dialog box, you will see somewhere some options will be there. So you can forcefully install that.
Actually, I don't see any options. Actually, just this is the message coming up. I will let me share. Can I share
Okay.
my screen
Yeah, yes,
quickly?
sir, yes, sir. Okay.
Where should I? Where should- Can you see my screen?
Okay. So
Okay,
try
okay.
to install now. No?
Yeah, just 1 second. Let me. I want to share another one. Sorry.
For others, it is done. That manager installation, or all of you are facing the same issue.
Okay. So when I try to do this one, right? So Windows.
That will be already in download, right? Somewhere in your download folder.
Um, and this is the message coming up in the downloads.
Okay, so
And
just run it once again. That means
okay, okay. Let me do it just in front of you. Okay.
latest release.
See, I'm seeing this alert here. See at the downloads.
Okay, just click on latest release. Huh?
Click on what, sir? Sorry.
Latest release, latest release.
Okay.
Hmm.
See?
No, so that's your browser issue, no? Just click on this three dot, right side.
Okay.
Report this file as safe. Report this file as safe. Third option.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay.
Just make it like this is a safe website. Upside there is an option there now.
Which option, sir?
Upside of this page, scroll up.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is. It is now. I think this is a safe website.
Okay. So I
Just
have
click
to
that down. Yeah.
3.
Make it capital. These all are
Okay.
capital.
Okay. ELX.
So this is the problem of your website browser. Okay. You
Okay.
can work. See, just click on this Minikube start Minikube. Again, go to that previous tab.
And latest release?
Yeah, I'm not seeing your data screen. It is free that. Thank you for submitting your feedback online.
So you're able to see it?
No.
Still,
You can stop sharing and it can start.
okay. Shop and okay. I'll do it again. So can you see it, sir?
No, it's still in the mode of a started screen sharing only. Your internet is slow little bit on
Can you see it?
Okay.
Okay.
So do latest release, do the right click. On the latest release, do the right click. Now copy this link. Go to your Chrome browser.
Chrome. Okay.
Run this Firefox is. Yeah, go with Chrome. Just paste that link in another tab. Press enter. They're downloading, right? See, it's got downloaded.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
problem
Okay.
with that browser.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Always prefer to use this one, Chrome or Brave, like open source related one, right?
Okay.
Sometimes Microsoft Edge browser due to so
Okay.
they block. That's the reason. Right?
Okay, sir. Thank you. I will stop
And,
sharing my screen now.
yeah. Okay. So in the last class we discussed about the installation part, everything. Okay, how to cover that Minikube installation, everything. And I said you whenever you want to start with the Minikube, make sure first you have to start the Docker. Once the Docker will be running, okay, so you don't have to start the Minikube container from here or something. Just make sure this Docker is running, and then simply you have to open the command prompt. And here you will be writing the command called Minikube start, and it will start the Minikube. So these are all the things we discussed. And before that, if I show you the status of Minikube currently, so currently it will say that Minikube is in the stop state. If I'll make it a start, then they will take time around 1 minute time. Okay, and they will make sure that Minikube will be started. Okay, so let this Minikube start. And once the Minikube will start, then today will be start with the practical. Okay, so in the last class we discussed about a status, a stop, a start command. Then I given you the idea about Minikube dashboard. Okay, how it looks like. So and even I said you how to configure the kube cutter, okay, by adding the environment variable everything. So you will be able. So kubectl is a command basically, okay, which help you to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster. Like Docker was the command to communicate with your Docker containers, right? Whatever the things you want to do in the Docker, you are writing the command with the that is starting with the Docker. Similarly, in the Kubernetes, whatever the commands you are going to write, that is going to be start with the kubectl. Okay. Second thing, in the Docker, everything you are doing at a container level. Okay, like whatever application I am running, whatever the things I am doing, we are always starting a container. Okay, and that container was getting started from the image. Okay, in the Kubernetes case, Kubernetes does not understand anything about container. Okay, Kubernetes does not know what is container. So now the thing is, if Kubernetes does not know the container, then how Kubernetes is going to manage it, right? I said that Kubernetes is a tool which will help you to manage the Docker containers. Okay. So if Kubernetes does not know anything about the container, okay, then how they are going to manage it? So Kubernetes comes with the concept of pods. So pods is just like a covering layer. Okay. What is the covering layer here we are talking about? So just think like this, whenever you are ordering a mobile phone, right, on some shopping website, either on Amazon or either on Flipkart, something like that, right? So they don't deliver that particular mobile phones or that particular product, right, directly on the wrapper of the company's box itself, right? Because see, whenever you are ordering any mobile phone of any company, they also comes in inside a box only, right? But whenever Amazon will send you that particular mobile phone to your location, right? So they don't give the directly that company's box. Like if you are ordering the iPhone, they will not give you in the Apple box or something, right? They will wrap it inside another box, right? That another box will be from Amazon, and inside that your mobile phone box will be put there. Okay, on top of that box, Amazon box, they are going to print all the address related details, pin code, all the information, right? Contact information that that particular product will be delivered. Okay, so what is the reason for doing that? So there are so many reasons, right? If they are picking it inside a box of the Amazon, that means people who are delivering, right, and wherever it is going to travel from one location to another location, by easily seeing that particular box, people will say that okay, this is the Amazon product, like that, right? Second thing, all the contact information, everything, you can just keep it on your Amazon box without basically damaging your mobile phone box, right? That is the second thing. Even extra layer of security type of the things happen, because now previously only one box was there. Now there are two box, so you can protect your mobile phones also for any issues while you're basically sending it from one place to another place. So these all things we do, right? So exactly same thing. Pod is just like a outer covering, okay? And whatever the container you are talking about, that Docker container, everything is going to run inside this. Okay, so pod is just the building blocks of the Kubernetes. Okay, but inside this pod, internally, container is only going to run. Okay, now the question is, inside a single pod, how many containers we can run? We can run multiple containers. Okay, you can run two containers, three containers, four containers inside the same pod. Okay, but usually in the real world scenario, we prefer to run only one container inside a single pod. Okay, we always prefer to run only one container inside a pod. In some situation, we go with two or three containers also. But in most of the cases, you'll be seeing either two container or one container. One container will be most of the 90 to 95% cases, and 4 to 5% cases will be of the two containers, something like that, and very less for three or four containers. Okay, why we are running multiple containers? So multiple containers, because see, sometimes what happens now, one container is dependent on another container or something. In that case, we try to prefer it to keep in inside a pod only. Okay, second thing, if we want that container is independent on another container or something, then we allocate only one container inside a pod. That means only one box inside a pod. Okay, second thing, whatever the container you are keeping, right, in the Docker I shown you, whenever you are running a container, a IP address is get associated to the container, right? Like if you remember, whenever we are running the different container from the same image web server cloud 27, we are seeing different IP address, right? But in case of the Kubernetes, if you are thinking that I'm going to run five container in a single pod and all the container will get a different IP address, it is not going to be possible. Why? Because Kubernetes allocate the IP address at the pod level, not at the container level. So either you are running one container, two container, three container, all are going to run with the same IP address. So you'll be not seeing any changes there as per our website, whatever we created, right? So that's why in this type of the scenario, we usually prefer one container inside a pod. But in some situations comes where we require, that's the reason for sometimes only we keep multiple containers, because we know that inside a pod, if there is container is running, there will be one IP address that will be associated at the pod level that is going to be linked with your container. Okay, it is not like if there are five containers, all the containers are going to get separate IP address or something. And if you want to do some network communication where separate IP address is necessary for us, right? In that case, it doesn't make sense that to run all the containers on the different pod. What you can do is you can run one container in this pod, you can run another container in another pod, and there is no limit of number of pods. You can run as many number of pods you want to run. Okay, so that also you can just take care. So these all things will be clear when we start to run this. Okay, so our goal will be first to create a pod. Basically, creating a pod is just like creating a pod from the image. Okay, we'll be giving our image name, and from that image, we'll say that you have to create a pod. So in the internally, what they will do is they will download that image, they will create a container out of that, and once the container will be created, they will wrap that container inside a box. That box is known as a pod. Okay, so if you want to delete the container, you'll be deleting the pod only. If you want to stop the container, you will be stopping the pod only, right? If you want to terminate the container, you will be terminating the pod only. That means you will be controlling at the pod level, but since container is present inside the pod, so whatever the things you will do with the pod, exactly same thing will happen with the containers also. Okay. So this was the thing. Meanwhile, we'll see that Minikube is now running. You can verify also using the command called Minikube status. It will say that running configured. Now, if I want to see the dashboard of the Minikube, I said you that you have to write the command called dashboard, Minikube dashboard. And if I'll press enter, they are going to open a URL in your default browser, and this type of the page is going to happen. Okay. And this page is basically coming from the Minikube dashboard. Here we can see how many pods are running. Currently, see, they are saying there is nothing to display. Why? Because currently we did not created any pod. In the workload also, you'll see that nothing we created till now, right? That's why all these things are empty. As soon as I'm going to create a new pod, you'll be able to see it here. So let this page open. Okay, I am not touching that page, and even I am not touching this one. I will just open another command prompt, and I will write everything in this. Because if I type anything here, then this particular browser, whatever is open, this will stop working. Okay. So this is the thing. Now, how to communicate with the Kubernetes? So the first command is the kubectl. Okay, kubectl you have to always type it, and you can simply say that kubectl, can you list me all the pods which is running currently? So they are saying currently there is no resource found. That means nothing I am able to find it that any pod or something is running related to that. Okay. Now if I want to start the pod, okay, if I want to start a pod. So if you remember, anybody remember the command how to start the Docker container? Do you remember the command what we were writing to start a Docker
Docker,
container? Yeah,
Docker
Docker.
hyphen IT.
No, before that we were writing something, right? Before writing -IT. IT was correct, but before IT we were writing something, right? Docker, and then we were writing some term, right?
Start.
Not a start, right? A start was once the container got created, then you can do start and stop, right?
Yeah.
First time we have to do Docker run, right? Docker run -IT we were mentioning, if you remember. Okay. Then we are mentioning some name of the container like this, my OS1, right? Then we are mentioning the image name like CentOS 7 or whatever the image you want to use. So this type of the commands we are writing. Okay. So like this way only in the Kubernetes also commands are similar only. You'll be writing something like this, kubectl. Okay. Can you run a pod? Okay, then you have to write the pod name here. So you can just write kubectl, can you run a pod with the name called my pod? Okay, and then you have to give the interactive terminal also, right? So you'll be writing -IT, and then you'll be mentioning hyphen image. Okay, and image I want to give it as CentOS 7. Okay, so this type of the things you have to write it here. So little bit difference only. Here we specified hyphen name tag. Here we can write the name directly like this. Okay, my pod actually. Okay, image we have to specify with the tag here hyphen image equal to CentOS. If I'm going to run this command, what this command is going to do is they will try to create a pod, okay, from this particular image, okay, and then they will give us the interactive terminal to that, okay. So as soon as I'm going to run this command, okay, so first they are taking some time. Why they are taking some time? Because currently CentOS 7 image is not downloaded here, right? So they will try to download that image, and it totally depends on my internet speed, how fast they are downloading 200 MB image. Once that 200 MB image will be downloaded, then we'll be able to see the screen here. Meanwhile, you can see here in the back end, see, a pod is getting created with the name called my pod with the image called CentOS 7. And currently it is in the container creating state. If I'll click on this my pod, see now it's become green color actually. Okay, wait. See, it's become green color. Green color meaning is actually it got started. And see, it's got started. We are seeing this screen. whatever the things I want to do, I can just do it here. Okay. If I will exit from here, what will happen? This will stop and again it will be restarted, something like this. kubectl get pod. So see, there is a restart happen because we exited from that container because we wanted to use interactive terminal for some time only. Okay. Then we exited, it got exit. And then again they restarted the container. Okay. So currently this container is running and they are saying if somebody want to go inside this container again, you can write like this command and you'll be able to go. Okay, like that way they are saying. So before that, let me just show you from here browser side. So see this pod is running and if I click here, they are clearly saying here what has happened is somebody asked me to create a pod. Okay. Then what I tried to do is I tried to pull the image CentOS 7. Okay. Once I pulled the CentOS 7 image, it took me around 23 seconds something to download that particular image. Then I created the container. They are not saying that I created a pod or something, right? They are saying we created a container image. CentOS 7 that is already present because now this got downloaded here, right? Once this is downloaded, they created a container with the name called mypod. Forget about the pod term. See what they done? They created a container. Once this container got created, okay, container got started, right? Then only this container or this whatever the things they created, right, with the container with the name called mypod, this got kept inside this particular pod. This is name called mypod. Okay, so actually you are created a pod with the name called mypod. Inside this pod there is a container got created with the name called mypod. Currently pod name and container name both are same, but in the later training I will show you you can change the container name also. It can be something like this also, that you created a pod with the name called mypod and inside that container is running with the name called by container. That also you can do. But currently just think pod and container name here are same, but both are different terms. Okay. But currently this container is running inside. Okay. Now if somebody want to get that black terminal here, right? Again, I want to go inside this pod. So you can go inside from here also. Just click on double pod, click on execute. Execute means you are going inside this again. Okay. So execute. See, again I went to that screen. Whatever the things I want to do, take an example, I want to create a directory with the name called kitchen, right? So again, I can do it, the kitchen directory got created here. Okay. Similarly, if you want to go it from the command prompt also you can do. You can simply write qsit here. Can you execute inside this? Give me an interactive terminal. Okay. Inside a pod, pod name is my pod. Okay. And then mention hyphen hyphen space bash. Okay, actually pod we don't have to write it. We have to just write my pod only. Yes, we went inside this, right? So if this is the exactly same pod or we landed in the exactly same container, so here also we'll be able to see the kitchen directory, right? So either you can go from here also, whichever the way you are more comfortable, you can come to this pod, you can just click on this execute, you'll be able to go inside this, you'll do the ls, right? You are able to see the kitchen directory here. Or if you don't want to do like this, you can just exit it from here like this. You'll be just typing this command kubectl I want to execute, okay, and I want to get an interactive terminal, okay, and then give me in the pod, what is the pod name, my pod, and give me the bash shell hyphen hyphen space bash. If you write it again, you will be landed to the same page like this, okay, and here also the season directory. Like this way you can do it. Similarly, let's exit it from here and do kubectl get pods again. So you'll see that particular pod is still running. And until and unless this pod is running, everybody will be able to communicate. If somebody want to delete this pod, again the simple thing, kubectl, can you delete this pod and pod name is my pod. That's it. And see that particular pod got deleted. And since this pod is getting deleted, you will be see here also it is in the terminating state. So as soon as pod will be deleted, it will terminate from here and it will be removed from here. Okay. So whatever the things you are doing it from the command, actually that is getting displayed in the user interface in this side. You see, currently they are in the deleting state. Let it delete it. Okay. So now pod got deleted. Now, once the pod got deleted, again, if you want to create the pod, you can just again create a pod with some different images also. Okay, it is not like only one images you can create or something. Okay, so this is the thing. Now, the thing is, if the pod is getting deleted, why this pod is not going to come back, right? Because see, if you remember in the Docker class, I said you in the Docker, if some container is getting deleted or if some container is getting stopped, we have to manually manage, right? But in case of the Kubernetes, I said you if some pod is going to be deleted or something, that pod is automatically going to come back, right? But see, this pod does not came back. I deleted the pod, but still pod is not came back. That pod got deleted. Even if I do kubectl get pods, so see, no pod is there. Our goal was as soon as somebody will delete this pod or this pod is going to be terminated due to some reason, automatically a new pod should come, right? But that is not happening currently. So before doing that, let's do one thing. I'm creating one more pod. So I will just write the command kubectl. I want to run a pod. Okay. I want to run a pod with the name called myweb. Okay. And I want to take the image. Which image I want to take? If you remember, we created one custom image for hosting the website, and that image name was this one. Jenkins 8 Web Server Cloud 27, right? So I'm just going to use this particular image, that image which we uploaded in the last classes. So just come here, doc Kubernetes. I want to run a pod. Pod name will be myweb, and you have to do it from this image. Right, isn't it? Web server cloud 27, latest version. You can specify like this. Okay. Press enter. It's the Kubernetes duty that they will create a pod. Okay. I don't want to get a interactive terminal or something. If you remember in the Docker also, we don't require interactive terminal for something like this. Okay. And usually whatever the containers we create or something, we don't require any interactive terminal for that or something. Okay. Because we run directly the application inside the container. So as soon as this container will be running, automatically the application that we are hosting inside this, that will be running. So we don't have to worry about. As soon as I will press enter, what they are saying, I created a pod with the name called myweb. If I'll do kubectl, is that pod got created? So they are saying currently your pod with the name called myweb is in the container creating state. Why in the container creating state? Because currently they are in the process of downloading the image, right? That particular image is not downloaded. They are in the process of pulling the image. Once this image will be downloaded, you'll see that automatically they are going to create a container. See, successfully pulled the image in 26 seconds, created the container, started the container. Both the things done, right? And since they done it, so now it's become green color. That means we are hosting a website now. Okay, we are hosting a website, and here from here you can verify also kubectl get pods. So website is running perfectly fine, right? Now, this particular website is running. So how to access this particular website, right? That can be the thing. Because in the Docker case, what we done was, if you remember, we done the port mapping, right? And when we done the port mapping, so whoever was coming to the public IP address of our AWS cloud, whoever was coming to the public IP address of the AWS cloud, okay, it was something like this. Okay, I deleted that. Okay, but if you remember, some public IP address was coming on that public IP address. If you're going to the port 8080 or 8081, that was transferring the traffic to the port 80 of the Docker container, right? So this type of the things we done, right? Because manually people cannot come to the private IP directly, right? So exactly same thing is happening here. Your pod is running, okay? Your pod is running, and that pod is having some IP address, right? This pod is having the IP address called 10.244.0.10, but I cannot reach to this particular IP address directly. Like if I'll try to copy this and I will try to paste this, it doesn't make sense. I'll be not able to reach to this particular IP address, right, from my personal computer. Why? Because this particular IP address is actually running inside the Docker container, inside this Docker container. Is this making sense to all of you? That whatever this IP address is coming, actually that is coming from this Minikube Docker container. Is this making sense? Yes or no? All of you. This particular IP address. See, the thing is, where is our pod is running? Whatever the pod I just created, the Kubernetes pod, that is running using the Minikube, right? And this Minikube is running inside this Docker container. So definitely that particular pod is running inside this Docker container. Is this making sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I want to see that actually that container is created or not, because what I said you that if I will say to the Kubernetes that Kubernetes you have to create a pod from this image, So internally, it's the duty of the Kubernetes that they will create a container, right, from this particular image. And if they actually created it, then we'll be able to see it inside the Minikube machine, right? So to go inside the Minikube machine, you can just click on this. You can click on open in terminal. You will be landed inside the Minikube machine, right? Here, if you try to do the command called docker ps, okay, so you know the command docker ps, it will show you the running container, right? And in this, there are so many containers are running, but my goal is there any container running with the Roy Kissanet Web Server Cloud 27? Yes, they are running. That means I said to the Kubernetes that you have to run a pod. They are running the pod only, but internally they are running a container. Container ID, image, right? These all are the things what we were doing in the Docker classes. So now these all things are getting managed by the Kubernetes. We are not directly managing it. That's the first benefit. Okay. And if you remember, this was the command we written /usr/sbin/httpd -d foreground. So that particular command also they are running, they are telling us, right? So that's why this is running inside this. Let me clear this screen. So since this is running inside this, so that particular IP address 10.244.0.10, that you will be able to reach it from inside this 10.244.0.10. Press enter. And see your website is coming. Exactly same thing I done, right? Background color is orange. Welcome to Docker Web Server Cloud 27 and IP address they are printing. That means our web server that is running inside this particular pod is running perfectly fine. We are able to see the website on that IP address. Is that making sense? This was our website content, right? Okay. But my goal is this particular website, I should be able to see it from this browser level. Then again, we have to do something like public route mapping or something, right? That type of the things we have to do. Like previously we mapped to the public IP address, somebody will come to the port 8081, then transfer the traffic to this particular IP address on the port 80, right? And then the website will be visible. So that type of the things we want to do something. Okay. That is the first goal. Second goal, currently my website is running on this particular IP address 10.244.0.10, right? But if this pod is going to be deleted, right? Like my currently my all my customer is accessing the website on this, right? They are doing the call, they are able to see the website. But as soon as you are deleting this website, all my customer will be not able to see the website. That is also the problem, right? See, this is in terminating state. I deleted directly from here. And now if customer will try to hit this command again, no, wait, call 10.244.0.14. So it is not going to work because that particular pod got deleted, right? That particular pod got deleted, so your website content is not going to come. And even if you do the docker ps, you'll be not able to see any container is running with the name called web server cloud 27 or something. Nothing is visible, right? That is gone. So again, we have to create a new Docker, new Kubernetes pod, then only that website is going to come back. Okay. So for solving this particular purpose, Kubernetes comes up with the idea of deployment. Okay. So just give me a second. Okay. So I was saying about the deployment. So they come up with the term called deployment. What they see is whenever you are deleting the pod, this pod is not going to come back, right? But if you want that as soon as this pod is getting deleted, automatically a new pod will be created or something, then hire a manager on top of this. Okay. And that manager duty will be like, take an example, there is a manager or there is a person, okay, to whom I said that you have to make sure at any point of the time there is one pod should be running. Okay. So they will make sure is that pod is running. If they will see that pod got deleted, they will start one new pod and they will be keep monitoring 24 into 7. And that particular monitoring tool is going to be here is the deployment. So if I will say to the deployment, it's your duty that you have to create a pod from this particular image and make sure that at any point of the time, one pod will be running. So it's the deployment duty that if any time pod is going to be deleted, they will create one more new pod. Okay. How to do this? Let me just show you. If I do currently get pods, no pod is running. Okay. But if you want to do so, you have to simply write kubectl, do one thing. Rather than creating the pod, let's create a deployment. I'm directly telling to the deployment that you have the duty to create the pod, right? Currently, my goal was to create a container, right? So rather than creating the container directly, what we were doing was we were creating the pod, and pod was creating the container. Okay. But the problem here is if the pod is getting deleted, container is also getting deleted, it is not coming back. Now, if I will tell to the deployment, it's your duty to create the pod. So deployment will create the pod and pod will create the container. So my final goal is to get the container only. But if deployment is managing it, that means if at any point of the time if pod will delete it, deployment will make sure that pod will come back. So our container will also come back. So kubectl create deployment, and deployment I want to create with the name called my deploy, something like this. Okay. And hyphen image. This deployment is going to create a pod from which image? Image will be this one. Roy Kisan 8 Web Server Cloud 27, right? I will just copy this and I will paste it, right? So this is the image they have to do. I will press enter and see they are saying I created a deployment with the name called my deploy. If I'll say that kubectl get deployment, either you can write deployment or you can write deploy also, both are same. So see they are saying one deployment is created. Now the duty is this deployment had to create a pod, right? So if I do get pod, a pod got created. Even from here you can verify I created a deployment, but this deployment created a pod also and they created a replica set also. Okay. Now the benefit of this is if somebody is going to delete this pod, previously this pod was getting deleted, okay, automatically everything was getting deleted, right? But this time let's delete this pod. I'm deleting this pod, but see as soon as I deleted this pod, one new pod came, right? 3 seconds ago, and see new pod is running. That means at any point of the time, if this pod is getting deleted, we don't have to worry about as soon as this pod will be deleted, a new pod will be created. Okay. Now the thing is how they are able to create a new pod as soon as this particular pod is getting deleted. So basically, whenever we created a deployment, they created a manager here called replica set. Okay. Now, if you see in the replica set, it's the duty of the replica set to make sure one pod is running. Why? Because desired is one. Okay. And as soon as somebody is deleting this particular pod, okay. So in the replica set, it will be said that desired is one, pending is one. Why? Because currently your pod is not running. As soon as it will become running, they will make sure, okay, both are updated. So now they are not going to launch any pod. But as soon as this pod will be deleted, they will got to know that, okay, running pod is 0. That means we have to create one more pod. They will start another pod. Is this making sense, this entire cycle?
Yes.
Okay. We created a deployment. Deployment is creating the pod, okay, getting managed by the replica set. And that pod is creating a container inside. Okay. Now the pod is creating. So this time the pod IP is this one, 10.244.0.14, right? So if I want to see the website that is running inside this particular pod, okay, so I can see it internally from here by writing the command, wait, clear it out, call 10.244.0.14, right? Wait, that's the problem here. Call 10.244.0.14. Okay, so yeah, website is visible currently, right? But you know the problem here is as soon as this pod is getting deleted, right? As soon as this pod is going to be deleted, a new pod will come back, right? But whatever the IP address is associated to this new pod, okay, currently IP address is not got associated. As soon as this pod will be running, that IP address will come, right? The IP address got changed. Now the IP address is 10.244.0.15. But if my customer is still going to this website only 0.14, this does not make sense, right? This will not work because every time your new pod is coming back, IP address is getting changed. And if customer is going to 0.14, it will not work. Customer have to go with the new IP now, 10.244.0.1, right? So every time I am not going to keep updating my customers, see that in the midnight our pod got restarted, so the IP address got changed. So now you want to see the website, come to the new IP address, right? That doesn't make sense. So for that particular reason, Kubernetes have a concept of service. Okay, Kubernetes have a concept of service. We say rather than giving the IP address to them, you can give it some fixed IP address to your customers. That will be not changing. Even if your pod will be deleted, you don't have to worry about it. So let me show you something like this. So to do that, you have to simply say that Kubernetes currently pods is running fine, and this pod is getting running by the deployment. Now I want that whatever the website is running inside this pod, okay, that should be visible from the outer world people. So for that, you have to just write the command that kubectl, can you expose it for the outer world, right? Can you expose? Now the thing is whether I'm going to expose the pod or I will expose the deployment. Anybody, what do you think? If I want to make sure that website should be visible to the outer world, to which will be going? Will be going with the pod or will be going with the deployment?
Deployment.
Deployment, because we are not managing the pod manually, right? We are managing the deployment, right? And pod name will be keep changing, it will be keep deleting. So we have to always expose the deployment. So I'm saying that you have to expose the deployment. You can write deployment or you can write deploy. And what is the deployment name? My deploy. My deploy. So I'm saying that you have to expose the deployment with the name called my deploy. Now our website is running on which port? Anybody remember the port on which our website runs? On port 80, right? Remember, in the Docker also, we are
Yeah.
running the website on the port 80. So I'm saying that you have to expose the deployment, and in that deployment, there will be a website will be running on the port 80 that you have to expose it using a service called type is equal to node port. Make sure N is capital and P is capital. Okay. If I will do this, then what is going to happen is Kubernetes is going to create one more resource in the service. Currently in the service, you are not seeing anything other than Kubernetes. But as soon as I will run this command, a service is created with the name called mydeploy. Okay, mydeploy with the name called node port. You can verify it from here also. kubectl get services. Either you can write get services or you can write kubectl get fbc. Both are same only. Okay, kubectl actually. So both are same only. Okay. Now in this say they are clearly saying a service is created with the name called mydeploy. Okay. And they are saying if somebody is going to come on the 32163 port, I will transfer your traffic to the port 80. Make sense? Right? They are saying it is something like this in the Docker also. If you remember, I said you that if somebody is going to come to the port 8081, I will transfer the traffic to the port 80. Remember? In the Docker we done that, right? So here also if somebody is coming to this particular port, they can reach to this website. Okay. So this is done also. So now if I'll say that Minikube, there is a service. Okay, there is a service. Now see, we are not talking with the deployment, we are talking with the service Minikube. Okay, so Minikube, there is a service. Okay, and service name is mydeploy. Service name is mydeploy. Minikube service mydeploy. If I'll press enter, they are automatically open a browser. See, they are creating a proxy and see our website is visible. This is the website, right? And this website is currently showing which IP address? 10.244.0.15. And actually our pod is running with this IP only, 10.244.0.15. Now you know what is going to happen. Even if this pod is going to deleted, we don't have to worry about, okay, this pod got deleted, right? A new pod is going to come back. As soon as this pod will be running, a new IP address is associated. What is new IP address? 0.16. But I don't have to give my customer a new URL or something. My customer will just refresh the page and see, now they are seeing the website from 0.16. Right? So they will automatically connect it to the latest pod. We don't have to change the IP address or something. Now, how we are able to see this website? Actually, this is running inside the Docker. Okay. So whenever we say to the Minikube that Minikube, I want to go to this particular service, I want to access this 32163 port. So Minikube says that this 32163 is running inside the Docker. So you cannot access it directly from your browser. So for that, I am just creating a tunnel for you. And if from your laptop you are going to this URL 127.0.0.1, this is the local IP of my laptop on the port called 64365, then I will transfer your traffic to this particular URL 192.168.49.2.32160. Okay. and I will transfer the traffic to this particular port, and from here your traffic is going to be transferred to this my deploy service. Okay, and from this my deploy service, what is happening is once your people are reaching to this service, right, my deploy, right, once they reach to this my deploy 32163, now what is going to happen is they will transfer that traffic to this particular pod having the IP address called 0.1. And that's why whenever you are refreshing the page, you are always seeing the website from 0.1. Okay, because they are transferring the traffic to this pod. As soon as this pod is going to be deleted, right, automatically this service will get to know that a new pod is, see, currently this pod is not created. As soon as it will become running, they will get that URL 0.17. So now this service will redirect your traffic to this pod 0.17. Now you'll refresh this 0.17. Is this making sense, entire thing? Have you completed the Docker, all of you, practical, or still somebody is stuck in the Docker only? Because the entire Kubernetes basically the advanced version of the Docker. So Docker, are you all comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just try to watch this recording one more time, okay, before coming to the next class, okay, and try to practice. Again, tomorrow I will repeat whatever the things till now I done, okay. Then I will continue the next part. But before that, coming to the next class, just try to watch this recording one time, okay, and try to do the practice, okay, and then come to the next class. Whatever the doubt is coming in your mind, just keep a note of that and you can ask it to me. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. And also to stop the Minikube, you don't have to worry about anything. Okay. Simply you have to come here, just do Control C here. Okay. And simply do Minikube stop. And tomorrow we'll start the Minikube. Automatically all this deployment, everything will be automatically created. We don't have to worry about it. Okay. So just you have to do the Minikube stop. That's it. And whenever you will require to do the practical again, just start the Minikube. That's the only thing I do. So yeah, that's all. Thanks all of you.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yesterday, if you remember, we created a deployment, okay, and that deployment created a replica set in the pod. And if anything is wrong going to happen with your pod or something, right? Like if this pod is going to be deleted or something, so what will happen? A new pod is going to come back as soon as possible, okay? As soon as this website is going to come back, so we don't have to worry about if somebody want to access the website that is running inside this particular container, okay? So you have to simply go to a new command prompt, and here just you have to type the command called minikube. And before that, let me just find the service name. So for that, you know the command kubectl get sbc. So this was the service that we created yesterday, my deploy. So if somebody is going to say that minikube, there is a service with the name called my deploy. So Minikube will open that particular service. They will create a proxy, they will launch it, and this type of the website will be visible. And currently our container is running with the IP called 0.22. That's why in this website also it is printing 0.22 like that. Okay. So this was the thing that we done yesterday. So if you will want to see the entire things again, okay. So what I am going to do is let this close. Okay. Clear it. So first we created a deployment, right? Deployment was the one who created the pod and the replica set. So as soon as I'm going to delete this, kubectl delete deployment, and deployment name is my deploy. Then what will happen? Deployment will also deleted, pod will also be deleted, replica set will be also be deleted. Okay. And since I deleted the deployment, now you'll go in the workload, nothing is there. Pod also got deleted, right? Replica set is also got deleted. Services will be still be there, my deploy, right? but this service is there, but this service is not currently transferring your traffic to any of the pod because pod is not there. Okay, because we created the service separately. So if you want to delete the service also, so again you'll be writing the same command kubectl. I want to delete the service. Service name is my deploy. That's it. Service is going to be deleted, and now that is also gone. Now to create this entire thing again, what we have to do? We have to remember our image name. Our image name was web server cloud 27. So again, we'll start. We'll say that kubectl. You are going to create a deployment, and deployment name, let's give it as MyD, and image, take it this one, partition 8/web server cloud 27. So as soon as I will press enter, they will create a deployment. This deployment is going to create a replica set. They will create a pod, right? And see, all the three things is ready. Okay. Even if I'll go in the pod, so a pod is just started 10 seconds ago. Replica set also got created. Who is maintaining the number of pod? Everything is well and good. Now I want to host the website, right? See this particular website like this way. Currently, this link is not going to work. So I want to see that website like that way. So in that case, you have to simply say that kubectl. The one thing you have to expose the deployment. Deployment name is MyD that we just created, and website is running on the port 80 that you have to expose. And how you are going to expose it using a service type called node port, where n will be the capital and p will be the capital. As soon as I will press enter, a service will be created with the name called MyD. You can verify using the command called kubectl get svc. The service with the name called MyD got created, and in which they are saying if somebody will come to the 32741 port, we are transferring your traffic to the port 80, and that we can verify it from here also. A service got created. And since this service is created, so now if somebody will say that Minikube, there is a service with the name called MyD, so can you open it? So if we press enter, automatically they are forwarding the traffic there, and we are able to see this, and our container IP is 0.23. That's why we are able to see this like that way. So this is the thing that we done yesterday. Okay. Now the thing is currently only one pod is running, right? Currently only one pod is running. So every time whenever you will refresh this page, you are connecting to the same website, that is 0.23 only. Why? Because only one pod is running, or only one machine is handling the entire traffic of this particular website, right? Now, if more people started to come, right? So I want that multiple number of pods. Okay, so few people will be connected to this pod, other people will be connected to some other pod like that way. Like in the EC2 instances also, we done using the load balancer concept, right? So whatever the services you are seeing inside the Kubernetes, this is also just like a load balancer only. Okay, everybody is going to come to this particular location, and from there they are transferring the traffic to the pod. Currently only one pod is running, so that's why they are transferring the traffic to only one pod. If you want to increase the number of pod, so definitely this pod is going to be managed by the deployment, right? So you have to increase the number at the deployment level only. If you want to do it from the browser side, you can do here. You can click on this scale button. You can write the desired replicas as 3, 5, 10, and 10 pods will be running. Okay. And exactly same thing if you want to do with the command. So they are saying you have to write the command like this, then it will be done. So let's write using the command. Because from here it is simple. Simply you have to do the scale and you have to change the number and click on a scale. Scaling will be done. But let's do it from here. So I'm opening one more command prompt. And see this URL currently just transferring 0.23 only. I'm not changing this URL or something. Okay. That's why I kept this page also running. I kept this page dashboard also running. I came into a new command prompt. And here I am saying that kubectl, you have to scale the deployment, because you are going to scale the deployment. You don't have any control directly on the pod, right? So you'll always be going to scaling the deployment. So kubectl, you have to scale the deployment. Deployment name is MyD. Okay. And the number of replicas I want is equal to 3. Okay. My goal is that total 3 number of pod will be running. I'll press enter and our scaling is done. Okay. So now if I'll say that kubectl, can you tell me the details of get deploy, like how the deployment is running currently? So they will say you asked me for three pods are running. To verify whether 3 pods got started or not, I can say kubectl get pods. You see total 3 pods are running. 2 pod got started 20 seconds ago. From here also you can verify 3 pods are running, right? The benefit is now the 3 pods are running. Okay, so whenever somebody will connect to this particular service, right, 32741 port like that, they will try to come in. So previously they were transferring the traffic only to the 23 IP address, right? But now they can transfer the traffic to this IP address, 23 also, 24 also, 25 also, because these three pods are running. One is running on 23, one is running on 24, one is running on 25. So now if you try to refresh this page, currently you are seeing 0.23 only. Now see, we started to see 0.24 also, right? If somebody will try to refresh it, currently it is again going to be 0.24, but let me just copy this and open it in a different browser in a private window. And if I'll try to hit it, maybe it will be connected to some different. See, again it connected to 0.23. That means some people will be connected to 0.23, some people will be connected to 0.24, some people will be connected to 0.25. And now see, currently this customer is connected to 0.25, right? If I am refreshing, we are connected to 0.25. What will happen if somebody is coming here and they are deleting 0.25 machine? Okay, so take an example. This is the machine which is running, I think, on 0.25. Okay, so what will happen if I delete this particular pod? Because this is the pod that is running on 0.25, right? So as soon as I will delete this pod, a new pod is going to be created, right? A new pod is going to be created. See, this is creating. Currently, they will transfer to 23 and 24 only. But as soon as this pod become running, now they will transfer to 26. So now if somebody will refresh, either they are going to see 23, 24 or 26. 25 will be not visible. See, 23 is coming. If I'll come from this particular browser, here we are seeing previously 25. Now I'll refresh. So it's connecting to 24. So now it can either see 23, 24 or 26. So that means whatever the pod is running, they will always transfer the traffic to that particular pod only. So as a customer perspective, customer is never going to know that your pod is getting deleted, your pod is getting started, because customer will always be able to see the website no matter what is happening in the backend. Make sense? So this was the thing that we done yesterday. So is it clear up to here? All of you? Now see, in the AWS, if you remember, usually how much time it was taking to increase the number of EC2 instances, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minute times, right? But here, if you'll see that currently how many pods are running? 3 pods. Now, if somebody is saying that, okay, 3 pods is not able to handle the traffic, maybe millions of people have started to come, right? So in that case, you'll require 10 pods. Okay. So in that case, you don't have to do anything. You'll be simply writing here kubectl. Do one thing. Can you scale the deployment? And deployment name is MyD. And if the replicas total number is equal to 10, as soon as I will press enter, see how fast they are going to work. Currently 3 is there. Okay. Now see, total 10 become. See, these all are in the orange color. As soon as it will become running, everything will be activated. In less than 10 to 15 seconds, everything will be running. See, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 are green now. 4 are remaining. See, 9 are done. 2 more are remaining basically. So they will make sure that everything is done. Now see, 10 by 10 is okay. And then once the 10 by 10 will be okay, then in the deployment only they will say 10 by 10 is okay. Okay. Like let me show you here one more time. I am making it to 15. Okay. So now see, currently it was 10 by 10, right? Now it will be 10 by 15 here. Okay. And then it will be keep increasing 11, 12, 13, 14. Like see, now 10 by 15 is there. As soon as the new pod is going to be running, they will be keep increasing here 11, 12. See, now 12 is ready. Then 13, 14, 15. Once 15 by 15 will be ready, everything will be green. Okay. And this will be also green. Currently it is in the pending state because one is not. Now see, it's become running. Now you'll see total 15 pods are running. Okay. And in this service, if I'll go to the MyD, they will be showing us 15 IP address. Okay. That at any point of time, somebody is going to refresh this, they will connect. See, now we are connecting to 0.37. And see, actually 0.37 is in the list. That means we are connecting to this particular uh, pod currently. Okay. Again, if somebody will refresh this, maybe they will be connected to some other. Now see, we connected to 0.30 and say 0.30 is in the list. That's why we are connecting here. So that's the thing happening. Now I don't want this many pods should be running or something. Then you can reduce the number also. You can just say that I want the number to be 5 only. Okay. So 5. Now see, currently it is 15 by 15, right? Now it will be 5, right? So all the extra is going to be terminated. Currently 12 is running. So they will try to stop. Now see, only 5 by 5 is running. And see, all extra got terminated. And even in the service side, you will see Previously they were saying 15 different IP, now they are saying only 5. So you'll be connected to only this 5 IP address only. Now I'll refresh this. See, I'm connecting to 0.23 because that is in the list. So this type of the scaling up, scaling down, you can easily do it. You can do it from the browser side also. Like if you want to scale, I want to make it to 3 number only. Okay, so I'll just click on a scale. So they will make it to 3. Okay, this 5 by 5 is going to be changed to 3, and now only 3 pods will be there. So like that way also you can do. So up to here, any confusion, anything? Okay. All of you tried to done the installation. Is the installation is completed for all of you? Okay, until now, whatever the resources we created, we want to delete all the resources. So I can simply write the command kubectl delete all --- all. So it will delete the deployment also, pod also, service also. See, everything got deleted. So now again, everything become clear. Okay, and even from the browser side, you will see now nothing is running. Everything got terminated. Okay, in the workload side also nothing is running. Everything is stopped. Okay. Now the entire thing, whatever the things we've done, okay, using the commands like kubectl run pod name, right? And then you have to write some image name. So that are the way that by which we were creating the pod, okay? But there are another way also to create the pod, that is by writing the YAML file. You can start a pod by using this type of the file, okay? So for doing this, what you can do is you can create a workspace, okay? You can create a workspace. Uh, Something like this. Okay, this is your workspace, Cloud 27. Inside this, I am creating a folder with the name called Kubernetes workspace. Okay, and inside this, I want to go. Okay, so I will open the Git bash. Okay, we have to download a Git bash software. You can directly download it in the Git topic we said you also. Okay, so Git bash, simply you will search for Git bash download. You will get this. Okay, so just download this, open it. And from here, just go to the location where you created this directory Kubernetes workspace. So in my case, I created it inside the D drive. Okay, so I came to this location. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to create some files here. Okay, so let me just increase the size little bit. Wait. Fine. Okay, so this is the workspace we came. Okay, now if I want to create the pod or something, right? So the one way to create the pod is you can write the command kubectl run my pod, right? And then you can mention the image name and pod will be started. Another way is by writing using the YML file. Okay, so if we'll try to search in the Google, like I want to create or search for the pod YAML file, right? So you'll go to the Kubernetes official documentation. Okay, here they are guiding you about the pods creation, everything. Okay, and if you'll see here, what they are talking about is to create a pod or something, you have to write the file like this way. Okay, and in this page they are specifying something called API version. Then they are specifying that we are going to create a pod. Then they are saying that pod, I want to give this particular name, container name I want to give this one, image name I want to give this one, port, container port, something like this they are saying, right? So if you want to create a pod, you can simply write like this also, kubectl I want to run a pod with the name called my pod, and from the image called Right, it slash web server route 26. So like this way also you can create a pod and a pod will be created. There is no issue in this, right? Get pod. So a pod is running. You can verify it from the browser also that a pod is running, right? inside the pod a container got created. That container name is also my pod. But if I want to make some changes, I don't want to make the container name as my pod. That doesn't make sense, right? Because your pod name is also this one, container name is also this one. Or I want to specify some labels here. Like, see, if when I created this pod, you'll see that some labels is there, run is equal to my pod. But I want to assign some other labels. I want to assign that label will be honor is equal to Kisan, right? So that type of the label I want to assign. So it will be really difficult by doing all these things by writing these commands, right? So that's why we prefer the file way. And the other bad benefit of the file way is tomorrow also somebody will see me to create the pod, anything, something. So all the things will be already be written in the file. Just we have to run the file. That's it. I don't have to write the command again and again. So let's delete this pod. Okay. And let's try to create it using that particular file. So they are saying you have to create a file with the name called .yaml extension. Okay. So I'm creating a file with the name called pod.yaml. Okay, something like this. And inside this, I'm going to write the content I for insert. Okay. And you can just copy the content from here to here. Okay, like this. Okay. Take an example, port part we are not taking currently. So let's copy up to image only. Okay. And just paste it here. Now we can do the changes as per our use cases. Okay. Okay, I think we given the wrong name of the file. So let me just quit this file without saving. Okay, because we had to give pod.yml. Okay, now again let me save the content, paste it. Okay, now see the color, everything is coming well and good. Now see the first line, it will be as it is API version v1. We don't have to do any changes. Kind is equal to pod because we are going to create the pod now. Metadata. In the metadata, you have to specify all the information. Like I want to give my pod name as my pod, right? So like this way you can give it, this is the name of my pod. Okay, now inside this pod, what you are going to create, you are going to create some container inside the pod, right? I always say you that actually the container is running inside the pod, right? So in the specification you are mentioning that there should be a container. What is the name of the container? So I can give the container name anyone. You can give it my pod also, then in that case pod name will be same, also container name will be exactly same. But if you want to give the container name as my c1, so like that way also you can give. Now you have to give the image name. I want to give some different image. I want to use this image, net/web server cloud 27. Okay, so this was the image we were using. So now what is going to happen is a pod will be created. Inside that a container will be created with the name called mycv, and the image will be created with this name. Okay, and if you want to assign some labels to your pod, right? So you can simply write it here like this, labels. Okay. Now what are the labels you want to give to your pod? I want to give the labels something like this. Honor is equal to Kisan. Okay. Then you can give the team is equal to DevOps, and make sure that is spacing everything. See, this honor, team, everything will be inside the labels block. Then only it will be assigned under the label section. Okay. So you can write honor is equal to Kisan, team is equal to DevOps. Environment, you can write it something like this, staging, like whatever the label you want to assign, right? So like that way you can just do it. And after writing all this information, just you have to simply save this file. Okay. Now what happened? A pod.yml file got created. You can verify it from here also. Pod.yml file got created here. Now, if I want to run this pod, right, you have to simply write kubectl. Can you apply a file, -f is for file name is pod.yml. I will press enter. They will read the file and they are saying after reading the file, a pod with the name called mypod got created. Even if I'll verify kubectl get pods, so see a pod got created with the name called mypod. Okay. If I want to say little bit details about the pod, I can simply say kubectl. Can you describe the pod, and pod name is my pod? So they will give us a little bit more information. They are saying that we started the container with the name called myc1. See, they did not given the exactly same name as pod. They given the name as myc1. Even you can verify it from here. A pod got created. What are the labels they given? Whatever the label I said. Environment is staging, honor is decent, team is DevOps. Now some IP address, they assigned it. They pulled the image, they started the container with the name called myc1. Whatever the name of the container I given, that only they choose it. They did not given any some random name or something like that, right? And our pod is also running. So is this making sense? What is the use case, right? Now if some file is deleted or something, right? So you can delete the file like this way also, your pod will be deleted. Okay, now your pod got deleted. But if you want to again create, if somebody is saying you again to create a pod, right? So you don't have to worry about anything. Just you have to write the command kubectl. Can you apply this particular file pod.yml file, because still that file is present, right? So I'll press enter, again a pod will be created. How fast it is, right? Because we already have all the things written in this pod.yml file. Just we have to apply it and a pod will be running with exactly same thing, labels with the same name, everything, right? Even if you want to delete this pod, so there are 2 to 3 ways. The first way, you can delete it from the browser side by clicking on delete. This pod will be deleted. Okay. Another way, I already shown you that you can always find that kubectl get pods. This pods is running. If you want to delete it, you will do the kubectl. I want to delete the pod. Pod name is my pod. So this will also delete the pod, right? Other way will be, you can simply say kubectl, can you delete a file? File name is pod.yml. So whatever the resource is getting created by this particular file that you have to delete, it doesn't mean that you are deleting the pod.yml file. Its meaning is you are deleting the resource that is created by this file. I'll press enter and see they deleted the pod with the name called my pod. But that particular file is still present. They just deleted the resource what was created using this file. So is this part clear? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, if you want to do some changes in the pod.yml file, you can come here, you can do the changes. Okay, take an example. In place of environment is staging, I want that it should print something like environment is equal to production or something like this, right? So I can just edit this particular file and then again I will do kubectl. Can you apply this particular file? And this time the new pod will be created, but this time environment will be equal to production because we done the changes here. And see, environment is production. Similarly, you can do any changes. You can change the name, whatever the name you want to change the container name, whatever the things you will edit it, that is going to be created here. So this is the way of creating the pod. So if I delete this, so that pod is going to be deleted. Okay, because we are directly creating the pod. But you know that if you are going to create a deployment, so even the pod will be deleted again, it is going to come back, right? So now to create the deployment using the YAML file, again, you'll be simply searching here deployment YAML file. Click on this deployments. Here they will talk you about the deployment file. They are saying if you want to write a deployment file, you have to write this type of the script, right? So let me just copy this. So again, let's create a file with the name called deploy.yml. And inside this, I am writing this content, whatever we copied here, and then again we'll do the changes as per our scenarios, right? So API version app/v1 only kind. We are going to create the deployment. It will be same only. Okay. Metadata. That what is the name, right? So I want to give the deployment name something as my deploy, right? So whatever the name I want to give it, I can give it. Now they are saying what is the label you want to give it. So take an example. I want to give the label. We want to give the label something like app is equal to, or let's forget about the app. Let's give the label something like this. For this deployment is owner is equal to kitchen. Okay. And team is equal to DevOps, something like this. So these two labels I given. Okay. Now they are saying replicas. Total how many number of pods you want to create? By default, whenever we are creating the deployment, they were creating only one pod, right? And we are manually doing the scaling. But when you are creating this type of the file in the starting itself, you can mention how many replicas you want to write. Take an example, somebody want to start with 2 pods. I will just do 2 replicas. Now they are saying that okay, you are going to create 2 replicas. Okay, let's forget about this selector for now. Okay, let's forget about this selector part, will come later. Now come to this template. Anybody, like, from seeing this to this content, have you seen this content before? From here to here, have you seen this content just before in the previous example? Yes or no? From metadata to the sports or image basically. Yes or no? When I was creating the pod in that particular file, this was the content, yes or no? What happened? Just now I shown you, right? This is the exactly same content here now. Pod.yml file. This was the content, right? From metadata to this image, and exactly same thing I'm just copying here, right? So why this content is there? Because this deployment duty is to create the pod, right? So definitely whatever the things you are requiring to pod, that part will be also be there, right? So let's just edit that part. So whatever the label you want to assign to your pod. So take an example, I want to assign to my pod with the label called app is equal to web or web server, something like this. Spec, I want to create a container. What is the name of the container you want to give inside the pod? I want to give something my C1, my container one. Image, whatever the image you want to create. So I'm just writing the image name here. It is exactly same thing that we done in the previous example. Now port, if you want to add it, you can add it because we know that our website is running on the port 80, right? So we are just mentioning their port and our website is running on the port 80. That's why this is the thing. Okay. So up to here it is clear. Okay. Now the thing is we forgot about this part, right? What is this? So if you remember, whenever we are creating the deployment, it was creating the deployment, it was creating the pod, and it was creating one more term that is a replica set. Okay. And replica set was the one who is managing that whether the two pods are running or not, whether the five pods are running or not, right? So how they will make sure that there are two pods running? How they will make sure there are five pods are running? Because in the deployment we said that you have to make sure two pods are running, right? So how this replica set will make sure that at any point of the time two pods are running? If as soon as one pod will be deleted, I have to run one more pod. Okay. So for that, what they will do is they are saying that you assigned a label. Okay, you assigned a label to your pod that is app is equal to web server. So now the question is, if there are two pods running, so how many pods will be there with the label called app is equal to web server? If there are two pods running, so how many total pods will be there with the label called app is equal to web server? Anybody? Have you got the question? If this entire code is running two times, that means two pods are running. So total, how many pods should be there with the label called app is equal to web server? That's a normal question. What happened to all of you? Just give some wrong answer also. I will not feel anything for that. But just give some answer now. Just a normal thing. If there are two pods running with the exactly same syntax, so how many total pods will be there with the label called app is equal to web server? Okay, how it can be one? If there are two pods running with the label called app is equal to web server, so if somebody is just reversing the question, right, that how many pods will be there with the label called app is equal to web server? So is that answer will be different? Even if you will just read the syntax now what I was telling, I was saying you that simply that there are two times I written this entire syntax, right? That means two pods is going to run. So how many pods will be there with the label called app is equal to web server? Because both the pods are running, so both will have the exactly same labels, right? So we can easily find it. So that's what this selector is doing. They will make sure that they are able to find the label called app is equal to web server or not. Okay. So if you are giving here the label called honor is equal to Kishore, that also you can just match it here. It is not like you have to write app only or something like that. Whatever the label you are assigning here, that you have to write it here. Then only they can match that at any point of the time is there two pods are running or not. If there are two replicas are running, that means both the pods are running. If one pod got deleted, so this number will be 2, right? But actually, how many labels are there? Only one. So what they will make sure? They will make sure one more time this particular pod is going to be created. So that's where they maintain everything. So simply just save this file and say kubectl. Can you apply -f deploy.yml? Press enter. So a deployment is going to be created. If I'll do kubectl get deploy. So see, a deployment got created with the two replicas. Okay, and what this they done actually, they created pods with two replicas. Okay, and if I'll say kubectl, have you created the replica set? So yes, they created the replica set also, in which desired is 2 because total number of replicas we made it 2. And you can see the entire thing from here also. They created a deployment with the label called honor is equal to Kisan. But in the pod, I said that you have to create a label called app is equal to web server. So now there are two pods running with the label called app is equal to web server. And this replica set is making sure that they are finding the label app is equal to web server. Currently, they found that there are two pods running with the label called app is equal to web server. That's why desired and running both are same. But as soon as anybody is deleting one pod, so now only one pod will be remaining with the label called app is equal to web server. So now see, only one is there, right? One is in running, one is pending. But as soon as one, this will be also running, it will be updated here. So that's why they are matching. They will always match for this particular labels. Why? Because in the selector, we said that you have to always match for the app is equal to web server. That's where they are finding it. So hope this is clear to you how it is doing. Okay. So just try to practice up to here. Tomorrow there will be one more class. Then we'll be completing the Kubernetes on the local setup. Okay. And then I will take one more class of the Kubernetes in which I will trying to set up the entire Kubernetes cluster directly on the AWS cloud. Okay, so that will be the second part. So that's the thing. So just practice up to here. Tomorrow most probably we'll complete all the commands related thing, and if we'll get the time, tomorrow only we'll start with the setup with the cloud also. Okay, so just try to practice up to here and try to complete it. And once your entire practical is done, like I created the deployment. If you want to delete it, you can delete it like this way also. kubectl, I want to delete file. What is the file I created with the name called deploy.yml? And not from here. You have to do it from the git bash, right? Because we created from here, right? So this was a deploy.yml file. So you can simply say kubectl can you delete the resource created from the deploy.yml, and they will delete all the pods, they will delete the replica set, everything will be deleted, right? So see, this replica set got deleted, pod got deleted, deployment got deleted. So like this way you can do it. So just try to practice up to here, okay? And if any doubt, anything is coming, you can just ask. And yesterday somebody was facing some issues, right, during installation and everything. So that is done now. All of you done the Minikube installation, or still somebody have to do it? Have you completed with Minikube that installation part, or still to do? Okay, completed. Okay, then just practice it. Okay. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Yeah, all of you. You know, sound is audible.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So yesterday, if you remember, we created a YML file, that is a deploy.yml file, right? And using that, we created some deployment. So just so this was the deploy.yml file, if you remember. Okay. And this was the content basically in which we written some labels, we assigned it, and it was creating two replicas. So if I'm going to apply kubectl apply -f and this particular deploy.yml file, it will create the deployment, it will create the replica set, it will create the pod, everything. And see, as soon as we done the deployment, pod, replica set, everything can. Two replicas they are creating, one pod become running, one is still in pending. Both will become running, then everything will be green. Right now, see, both the pods are running. And since it is getting maintained by the deployment, so any of the pod is going to be deleted, that pod is going to come back again. Right. So this is the thing that we saw. Now after this, we created the deployment. Now we have to expose this service, so we will be able to see that particular website, right? So that part also you can just do it using the by using the service YAML file. Okay, so if you search here like service YAML, okay, so they will land you to some page there. From there you can take the reference, right? So here if we'll try to find it is any service.yml file they retain for the type called node port, because we are using the node port, if you remember, right? So here you will see, if you'll keep coming down, this is the service type they are explaining here. What is cluster IP, node port, load balancer. So we are mostly going with the node port here. Okay, so if we'll try to find that any example, so see, this is the example of the node port, right? So we can simply copy this particular example and then we can use it, and just make sure that in the node port example they clearly mentioned here. Okay, where is that? Type node port, yeah. So in the node port, whenever the port they are giving you the access, right, this 30,007 value or something, you can give any value here. Okay, but make sure that value lie between this 30,000 to 32,767. Okay, so when I will write some port with the 30,001 or 30,002, so don't get confused, because they ask us to write between this any value only. That's why we will be going to do that. Okay, so now what I am going to do is, for simplicity purpose, deployment is already running. Okay. Now we have to create a file with the name called service.yaml. Okay. And inside this file, we are going to paste that service file that we just copied. Okay. And now we are going to change it as per our use cases. So API version is v1, kind is service, because we are going to create a service. What is the name of the service you want to give it? That you can just give it here. Okay. So I'm just writing like my web service, something like this, whatever the name you want to give it. Type, I want to go with the node port only. Okay. Now the thing is selected, right? How this particular service, or how this service is just like a load balancer, right? So how this load balancer will be able to understand that, okay, if somebody is going to come to me, I will transfer the traffic to this two particular pod only. Make sense what I'm asking? Basically this service is going to create, right? So what we want to do is, if somebody is going to reach to that particular service, we have to tell them that if somebody is coming to you, you have to transfer your traffic to these two pods only, right? So what we can do is, for doing that, we know that all the pods which are going be running using this deployment, they will get a label. Okay, and that label will be app is equal to web server. Okay, no matter what, even if you're going to delete this pod, new pod is always going to come up with a label called app is equal to web server only, right? A new pod came and their label is app is equal to web server. So like that way we can simply mention here that do one thing, you have to select some pod, okay, where you have to redirect the traffic. Okay, and their name will be selected will be app is equal to web server. Okay, so wherever you are finding app is equal to web server, you can just transfer the traffic to there. App is equal to web server, whatever you will write it here, that you have to mention it in the selector side. Now the thing is port, right? On which port your website is running. Okay, and then the target port. So port and target port usually we give the same only, you can give it different also. Okay, so port, on which port your website is running internally. So our website is running on port 80, right? Target port we also given the same value, this is at the pod level. Okay, so when you given this port and target port and node port, I said you that you have to take any value between 30,000 to 32,767. So take an example, if you want to go with the 30,001, right? So we can just write like this, and all the extra comment whatever you want to do, you can delete it also, there is no any problem here. Okay, so basically this, if I'll run this file, this is going to create a service in which node port will be this one, and it is going to redirect the traffic, okay, to the port 80 of the container that is running inside that particular pod. That is the goal here. Okay, so simply
How
save
is
this
it
file.
going to, so
Yeah,
how is it going to identify those two? Because there are two pods are
yeah,
right.
so they will select both the port now, because both the ports are doing the exactly same thing, we are running it from the same image, right?
Okay. Okay.
Right?
So,
It is
okay,
just like
labels
multiple
are the
web
same.
server. Yeah, labels are same, and it is just like multiple web server are there, right? Like one web server will be, we cannot be dependent on a single pod, because as soon as this pod will be deleted, all my customer is going to face difficulty, right? But if
Mm,
two pods will be there, so if one pod is going to be terminated or something, still another pod will handle the traffic, right?
Okay.
So that particular reason like that way. And they will be going to match it using the label. Okay, and that label we already mentioned here, that you have to select app is equal to web server. Okay, so now simply save this file and simply apply this kubectl apply -f service.yml, and you'll see that a service is created. Okay, you can verify it from here also, kubectl get svc. So service with the name called my web service got created, and it is running on 30,001, and they are saying if somebody will come to the 30,001, we'll transfer the traffic to the port 80. Okay, and if you want to access this particular website or something, we have to simply come to our command prompt. Let's open a new command prompt here, and we can simply say Minikube, there is a service with the name called my web service. That's it, you have to just open it. So as soon as I'll press enter, it will create a tunnel to this 30,001 port, and we'll be able to see this. Okay, currently we are seeing 0.88 only. Okay, why 0.88? Because you'll see that one of the pod will having the IP of 0.88. See, this pod is having the 0.88, that's why it is connected. And if we'll go in the service side also, this is the my web service, and they are clearly saying here that if somebody is going to come, I will show either two website, either on the 87 or 88, because currently just two pods are there. Okay, so they are going to transfer the traffic between these two ports only. Again, if I refresh in some time, maybe they can go to some other port also, but currently it is connecting to 0.88 only. Okay, but if I'll copy this and I will open some different browser, okay, then maybe it will connect with some different port. See here, it connected to 0.87. And not only this, since we already created the service, everything, right? So now we don't have to worry about, even if somebody is coming here in the deployment side and they are scaling this deployment, like they want to create the number of replicas to 5, right? So you can just scale it as soon as this pod is going to scale, right? Three more extra pod is going to come, right? As soon as these three pods become running, automatically this service will get to know that now I have to transfer the traffic to the 5 pods, right? And all the 5 pods are visible. Now everybody can see 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, like that. Okay. So this was the entire thing we done with the command also, and now we done with the files also. So this is the thing. Okay. Is it fine?
Yes, sir, fine.
Okay. So now let me delete all the things whatever we created till now. So it will delete all the pod, service, deployment app, everything. Okay. So this is the thing about how to create the Kubernetes cluster, how to work it locally. Okay. Now the next goal is how to run the Kubernetes cluster on top of the AWS cloud. Okay. So Kubernetes is a resource extensive thing. So it is not like you will be able to run it on your one CPU, 1 GB RAM machine like that way. Normally what we use T2.micro EC2 instance. It is not possible there. Okay. That is the first thing. Second thing, this is complex process to start the Kubernetes master slave concept. So here I uploaded a document in the lab section that we are going to follow. Okay, I try to make it simple. Okay, but this is really a complex process to set up everything on the cloud from scratch. Okay, that's why many clouds come up with their managed service like EKS. In the AWS, there is a service called EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. Okay, let me just log in it again. Okay, there is a service called EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. So if you'll use this type of the service, automatically everything will be configured by the AWS side only. But my goal is let's launch some machines and then treat it as a master machine, worker node machine, set up all the things in the Kubernetes. So that is a little bit complex. Okay. So that we are going to do. So this is the document that you have to follow. Okay. So there are some prerequisites for this. Okay. And make sure that we are going to use the kube ADM. Kube ADM is a tool basically, okay, which will help you to install, okay, the Kubernetes cluster. So we are going to follow this entire official documentation, okay, installing KubeAD and everything, how to configure. They will ask us to install the container D, right? So there are so many steps they give in that if you are using the Debian based machine, so you have to use this particular command, then you have to use this command, right? Then you have to use this command. So basically they written so many different steps here, okay? And there are so many references here that if you want to install basically, like take an example, if somebody want to install container runtime, then you have to click here, then you will get some option. If somebody want to install the container T, they will click on this. Then here for the Linux, they will give you some commands here to install, right? So there are so many complex steps is there. If you are going read by read, one by one line of the documentation, then you'll get little bit idea here, okay? But for simplicity purpose, what I done is I combined everything, like whatever things you are reading here, multiple documentation is there, they are referring you different link, right? And then you will be able to do the entire installation. That everything I combined in a single document and I created 3 script, okay? That 3 script is going to do everything. Just you have to follow that script and all the setup will be done. But if you want to take the reference how the process is going on, you can always come to this particular link, installing QVDM, from where there only we used all these things, okay? Like if I will show you a little bit here from where I took all these things, take an example, okay? So take an example here, installing the container D, right? So this is the same piece where I was referring you that they are saying us to this plugin IO container D. See, this type of the things we are able to see it here also. See this plugin IO. So that part only just I combined it. Whatever the things you are seeing it here, that I try to combine it and kept it in the documentation. Okay. So let's follow this documentation one by one and then we'll try to do. So if you'll see the first time what they are saying is before starting this, what you have to do is you will need the access of running machine. Okay. So you'll require 3 EC2 instances, okay, running on the Ubuntu 22.04 and make sure it is running on T3A medium. Here it is T3.medium is written, but you can see in the screen type we use the T3A.medium. T3A.medium is cheaper as compared to T3.medium, okay. So you can go with T3A.medium instances, okay. So what I am going to do is take an example here. I am clicking on launch instance, okay, and I'm going to launch 3 machines, okay. So I will change the number of instances as 3 and I am making it as create as, okay, Kubernetes, and we have to use the Ubuntu, okay. Make sure you are using the Ubuntu only, Ubuntu 22.04, that is the version we have to use it, okay. So let it be same. Now in here you
AWS
don't
Linux is not going to support it, sir.
it is supporting, but the installation part will be totally different, okay,
Okay.
because that is the not Debian based, that is the Red Hat based system, okay.
Okay.
So here you'll see that the command we are not going to use apt install or something, we'll be using the not yum install or something, we'll be using the apt install like that, okay. So installation process is different, okay. Like in this documentation also, if you'll see here, they're telling you, right, if you are going with where is that, go back, okay, yeah. So see here they are saying you that right to install on the Debian. This is the one we are following. Okay, if you're using the Amazon Linux 2, you have to follow this step, Red Hat based one, right? So again, the entire steps is going to be different. Okay, we are following this Debian one approach. Okay, so that's the thing. And here instance type we have to go with T3A medium. Okay, because that is cheaper. T3A dot medium. Okay, so you will see here T3A dot medium. Its pricing is for the Linux machine 0.0246 US dollar per hour. Okay, so we'll require for sometimes only. Okay, so once your practical will be done, you can just stop it and terminate the instances. Okay, or even if you'll keep your instance in the stop state, you are not going to charge. Okay, when your machine will be running, then only it will be chargeable. Okay, so T3 a medium be done. Key pair, I am selecting one. Okay, that will use it. So that's it. In the yes, one thing in the network setting we have to do, okay, make sure you are doing also, you are making all traffic open, right? So when we are launching this instance, come in the network setting, click on edit, okay, click on add security group rule, and here just make all traffic, okay, and source type anywhere. This thing, make sure you are doing it, then only it will work, okay. So that's it. You will see what number of instances we change, name we given, Ubuntu selected, instance type, key pair, okay. In the network setting, added a security group rule to open all traffic. That's it. Click on launch instance. So now the 3 machine is going to be launched. Okay. Now in this 3 machine, one machine I am going to term it as a master machine and other 2 I will term it as a worker machine. Okay. So there will be 1 master, 2 worker setup. Exactly something we done in the Ansible classes also. Okay. So this is the 3 machine now. Okay. So let me just filter out the running instances. And here I am changing the name. Okay, the first machine I am making it as a master. Okay, one machine I am making it as a worker one, and one machine I am making it as a worker two. Okay, and make sure this is the important to name it, because you'll see that there are some script I have to run it in the master machine, there are some script I have to run it in the worker machine, like that. So once these 3 machines are ready, so that means you've done with this steps. Okay, name the instance as master, node 1, node 2, like this. Once this is done, okay, now what we have to do is, okay, we have to log into all the 3 machines parallelly and run a script one file in all the 3 machine. What is the meaning of this? So basically first you have to log into all the 3 machine, right? So I will suggest you, let's log in with the browser so we can easily log in to all the 3 machine parallelly, right? So I'm first connecting to first machine, then I'm going to the second machine and I'm connecting there also. So now I'm connecting to the second machine, and let me connect to the third machine too. Okay, so now I connected to all the 3 machine. Okay, and let me make it like this. This will be the master, this is worker 1, this is worker 2. Okay, so see, this is the master. Downside, you can verify this is the master, this is worker 1, this is worker 2, right? So all the 3 machine I have the access, I will be running the commands here. Okay, that is the first thing. Once we get the connectivity, everything, okay, all the 3 machines is accessible. Now what is the command I am saying? You have to run sudo switch user root command in all the 3 machines. When I mentioned all the 3 machines, that you have to run that command in all the 3 machines. So I am coming in the master. Okay, I am becoming the root user and then I am clearing the screen. Okay, similarly I am coming in the worker one, I am becoming the root user and then I am clearing the screen. Okay, similarly in worker 2 also I'm becoming the root user and then I'm clearing the screen. So first step is done, right? We cleared the screen and we become the root user. Okay, so this is the first 2 commands that we had to run. Now I am saying that we have to create a file with the name called script1.sh. Okay, and inside that file you have to write some command here. There are some command mentioned here that you have to write it. Okay, so what you have to do is basically, okay, let's open the script1.sh. Okay, so I am opening a file here with the name called script1.sh. Okay, and inside this script.1sh file I'm just copying this entire content. Okay, so you have to copy the content from this bin bash. Okay, let's copy one by one. So first I'm copying up to here and I'm pasting it. Okay, and then I have to paste other part also, because these are also the part of the same file only. So I will just copy this, all these commands. Okay, copy it and paste it here. So basically all the things are pasted. Okay, let's see that is anything is in error here or not. Okay, so there are some lines here, so looks everything perfectly fine, there is no problem. You can give a spacing, you cannot give a spacing, it's totally your call. Okay, but let me make it little bit of space so it will look fine. So these all are basically the commands which are going to run one by one when you will run this script, right? If you remember in the bash scripting, we said whatever the command you want to run it. So basically in that particular documentation, they are saying to run this many commands one by one, right? So that's why I simplified it. Simply keep it in a file. Whenever you run this particular script, okay, it is going to do everything. Okay. Now once everything is done, okay, let me just copy this entire file again. So in the another file also I can just copy it easily. Copy it. Okay. Now simply save this file. Okay, now we have script1.sh ready. Similarly, in the worker one also, I'm creating a file with the name called script1.sh. Okay, and here also I'm pasting the same file and saving. Okay, similarly, I'm going to the worker 2, and here also I'm creating the file with the name called script1.sh, and here also I'm pasting this content and saving this. Fine. Once these three scripts are ready in all the files, okay, all the basically three machines, okay, then you have to run the script, right? So to run the script, you know that you have to give some permission, executable permission, then only it will be run, right? So for that you can use the ch mode, like in the master you have to run ch mode 655 to the script1.sh. Now this file become executable, okay, so I can run it dot slash script1.sh. As soon as you will press enter, okay, all the commands is going to run one by one. So let's wait for that until this all commands are getting run.
So is it going to run in the other two workers?
Other two also I have to manually run it.
Okay.
This is in the master machine we are doing. So first we'll check in the master everything fine, then we'll go in the worker one, worker two, like that.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So some error is there, actually it happened. So that's what the reason is. Okay, see there is some issue in the line 16 of this particular script. Okay, let me check it. Line number 16. Okay, in this they are saying some error is there. That file not copied well. Just give me a second, let me open that particular blog. Let me check any command is missing. It is exactly same file we are using. And this is the command basically we are running with that error is coming.
That Linux slash
Yeah,
that
slash
part is
Linux
missing.
slash Ubuntu is missing. That is why
Yeah.
that missing this documentation. I think this is the wrong documentation we are following. Wait, just give me a second. Let me check another drive where I uploaded the correct documentation. Oh my god, that command is missing. Just enter it. This thing is missing this three line. How this can be possible? Fine, this is the wrong documentation we are following. Okay, so wait. This file name is master slave. Going to the name. That's what. Master slave. Okay, actually, this is the correct documentation because sometimes what happens when we generate the PDF now from this type of the Word document, they cut the extras line, and I think the first time I generated that time that was missing. This is the correct one. See, after here they basically cut that part, right? And this is the command actually. That's why in the line section they were giving there. Okay, we'll be following this, and I am uploading this only to you also. So, so this is the wrong file. Let me just delete it. Fine. So I have to change this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, see here also this line is also up to here it will be fine. So okay, after mkdir. So this part I will be replacing. Okay. So I'm just copying this and I'm going inside the file, and after mkdir I'm replacing all those things. Okay. Now, since this is copied, so we have to keep it in a single line. There are some things, okay? So like this call command 14 and 15, if you'll see in this documentation also, these two lines are the part of a single line because see, there is no proper spacing I given. Similarly, these three lines are the part of a single line, okay? So don't treat it as a three different line or something. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm doing one backspace here. So it will be now treated as a single line, okay? Similarly, these three lines is a part of a single line, right? So again, I will do one backspace, space, then come to this line, and here also do one backspace. Fine. Now it's become a part of the single line. Okay, and so make sure that you are making that. That's why I try to give this proper space in between. Now these all are the part of the single line only. So we can just keep proper spacing here. Okay, and that's it. So now everything looks fine. Simply save this file. Okay. And let me first run this. Then again, I will copy this exactly same content. So yeah, now run this script again. Okay, so actually we already run the script previous time, right? So they are going to override something. So for that I'm pressing Y, but when you will run the first time the exactly correct step, so they are not going to ask these options. Okay. Because sometimes half of the work was already done in the previous time when we run it. But yeah, now this time they are installing the container d everything, and that was our goal. Okay, and see at last if this is going to come, it is active and running, right? That means we started the container d. If it is coming, that means your first script runs successfully. Okay, once this screen came active and running, you can simply press Ctrl C to quit that screen. Okay, and let this be running. Okay, now what I'm going to do is this script.1.sh we already modified, right? So I'm just copying this entire content and I will be just replacing this to all the file. Okay, so I'm just copying this. Fine. And now let's come here and inside this, let me just remove the script1.sh file first, and then I'm again creating the script1.sh. Save this. Okay, chmod 655 to the script1.sh /script1.sh. So again, it is going to run here. Okay, similarly, we have to do it in this machine also. Remove the script1.sh. Here, the script1.sh. Save this. chmod 655 to the script1.sh / script1.sh. So in this machine also it is working. Okay. Once everything will be done, it will also say here also as running container t. So that means it will be successfully done. Okay. So see here also it's active and running. That means this is done. We can do the Control C. Okay, to come out. Here also let's wait for that to be completed. Okay, here also it's running. Now we can clear the screen in all the machines. So first script, we run it in all the 3 machines. Okay, so that particular work is done now. Okay, and we clear the screen. Okay. Now, once this step is done, you run the first script, right? Now you install the container, run the everything, right? Then we have to do some changes here. They are saying actually in that particular documentation only. Even I shown you that part, this plugin part they were explaining. So they are saying that basically there is a file. Okay, they clearly mentioned that there is a file called this is the file present. Okay, after this installation, everything. Inside that file, you have to go and you have to find the word where this container d.runtime.runc is written. Okay, and there you have to change the value of this system DC group is equal to true. Okay, previously it will be false something that you have to make it to true. Okay, you have to go to the .runc.options. Here you will be seeing system DC group is equal to true, that you have to do it. Okay, and then you have to run this command. So for doing this, you have to simply copy this command. It will open that particular file config.toml file. Again, these things we have to do in all the machines. So I'm just pasting this. This file is going to open. Inside this file, we have to find which line? We have to find the line where runtimes.runc.options is written. Okay. So I'll press I for insert and we'll be keep coming down and we'll find where the runtime.runc is written. Okay. See, runtime.option, not that. Runtime.runc.option, that we have to find it. Okay. This is the thing. Runtime.runc.option. You can match it again. This is the runtime.runc option. Here you have to find for system DC group, right? So there is a line called system DC group here, right? And this is written as false. This one you have to make it true. That's the thing. After doing this, make sure you are doing it in the runc.options only. Double make sure that, okay, because there are so many lines with the system DC group. Okay. Save this file. After saving this file, what you have to do? You have to simply run this command. Sudo service continually restart. Okay, and I will press and paste that command and it will restart the container. That is the thing you have to do. Okay, and you have to do it in all the 3 machines. Here I mentioned do it in all the 3 machines. So exactly same file you are going to open in the worker one also. Okay, and you have to open it in the worker two. So let me just do parallelly in both the one. Okay, now here also I have to find for the runc options. This is the runc.options and here we have to go for this particular line and here I have to make it true. Save this and then come to this particular machine. Here also I have to find for runc.options, system DC group, make it true, save this file. After saving this file, what we have to do, we have to restart, right? So the last command, sudo service container restart, copy this command and paste it in both worker one and worker two, one by one. So it will restart the cell. So second step is also done. First step was to run the script. Second step was to change this value. Okay. Now once you've done, then again you have to create another script with the name called script2, and that again you have to run it in all the 3 machines. Okay. So you will be opening this time vi script2.sh. Okay, again the same way. So I'm coming here and I'm opening the file in the master machine. First I'm doing okay. The script 2.sh, a new file is going to be created. Okay, and inside this file again we have to paste the content. So this time again there are some lines we have to keep it in a single line like that way, right? So that we'll do. So just copy this and try to paste it here. And now see the first line, this is a single line only, so we'll keep making sure that okay, this is also one line command. Okay, and this is 2-line command, it is clearly seen here. So just to backspace and make a space here. Okay, you can verify it from here also. This command is one, this command 3 line is of the 1-line part. Okay, so now after doing this, just come down and make sure this line is also the part of, make sure a space should be there, and this should be also the part of a single line like this. That's it. Fine. Okay, like this one. So this is the thing that we done. And simply after doing this, again, we can just copy this content. So it will be easy to paste you in the another 2 script file. Okay, and just run this. Okay, and let's check whether it is working perfectly fine or not here. Chmod 655 script2.sh and / script2. So if everything is going to work perfectly fine, so well and good. Okay, so this is done. There is no any error came. So let's clear this screen. Okay. Similarly, we have to do it in the worker one also. bi script2.sh. Okay. Here also I'm just pasting the exactly same script. Okay. And chmod 655 to the script2.sh and /script2.sh. That's it. So here also it is going to run. Similarly, come to the worker 2, the script 2.sh. I go inside, paste the content, give the permission, dot slash script2.sh. So we'll just wait that in the both the things it will be successful. Okay, and then we'll clear the screen. So now let's clear it here. And similarly, so basically they are installing all the dependencies, whatever that documentation is saying. Okay, you can refer so many blogs also available. Okay, that how to set up the Kubernetes cluster from scratch on the cloud like that. But I just combine all the commands in a script type format. Clear it out. Okay. So once you're done in this all the three machines, right? So this is also done. Okay. Now make sure that here I highlighted this. Now whatever I'm saying you that you have to run it in the master machine only. This clearly mentioned here. Now whatever I'm saying you have to run it in the master machines only. So basically you have to copy this command and you have to run it in your master machine. Okay. So I am in the my master machine. I am pasting this command here. And this command is going to generate something. That thing I have to copy and keep it in a notepad file. That is the thing we have to do. So let them do all these things. This is the command which is going to initialize the Kubernetes cluster in the master, because master is going to one who is going to control everything. That's why this particular command we have to run it in the master machine only. They are generating some certificates, everything related to the Kubernetes cluster. Okay. They are writing some configs related to the Kubernetes cluster. They are assigning some IP address, range, everything. So that are the changes they are doing. Okay. And at last, they say that your Kubernetes control plane is your master. That means your Kubernetes master is now working perfectly fine. Okay. Now to start using this cluster, they are saying that you have to run from here to here these all commands. So again, we'll come to this command later, but just make sure you copy this command and save it in a notepad safely. Okay. Don't do basically miss it or something like just you forgot or something. That will be a problem. Okay. So just save this file to make it sure that it will be accessible to you. Okay, so I'm just like here also I'm saving this file before clearing the screen. Sometimes what happens, you get this output, you quickly clear this, right? So don't do like this, and let me just do. Okay, so we saved this file, well and good. Once this is done, so basically they are saying that you have to run this particular command, right, in your cluster, right? Other than that, you have to use this particular command to run it in your worker node to join to this master machine. Like that way, they are saying well and good. Okay. Once this is done up to here, so save this token command. I already said you have to save this all things together. Okay. Now you have to create another script, and this script you have to do it in the master machine only. It is not like all three machine or something. So you'll be creating a file with the script 3.sh, and simply you are just copying this command. It is not the command I am writing or something. Basically, this said us that to run these three commands. Either you can copy this command one by one also, and you can just paste it and run it. That also you can do, or you can simply create a file like what we are doing till now, script 3.sh. And whatever the command they are saying, that just I written here, save this file, chmod 655 script3.sh and /script 3.sh. That also you can do. And as soon as I run the script, well and good, everything is gone. There is no output is going to come. That particular script is going to run. That's it. Okay. First, this script is run, and so this is also done. Okay. So is ready actually. Okay, but if we'll try to write it here now, kubectl. Okay, this was the command, right? Kubectl, can you tell me how many nodes are present here? That means currently how many machines are running. So they are saying currently only one machine is running, that is 31.0.17, and that's correct. This is only master machine, right? And they are saying this is your master machine, and that too it is not ready currently. Currently it is not ready. This is not working perfectly. Okay, what is missing here? So basically there is a term here. Basically, if you'll see a kubectl get pods, and then let me just write a command here, get pods, and there is a namespace called kube-system. If we'll see here, there is a two things that is in pending. Okay. And until and unless this two pending becomes running, okay, your status is not going to become ready. And your status will not become ready, your Kubernetes cluster is not fully active. Okay, so how to make this running? So for that, there is a command. Basically, you have to use it. This command you have to run it. Okay, this is a not two-line command. This is a single line command only. So what I can do is I can paste it somewhere in a file without damaging this token. Okay, this token is important for us. This is a single line command, so I'm just keeping it in a single line like this, and then I am copying this. Okay. And this command, I'm just going to paste it in the master machine only. It is not like you have to do it in the worker or something. That thing also, I think it is written. Yeah, master only. Master only means you have to run it in the master machines only. That's it. So as soon as I will paste this, a software is going to be downloaded, that is Flannel networking module. As soon as this is downloaded, this two pending will become running. Okay. This two pending, currently it is in pending. Right now you are going to see, since the installation is done, it will become running in some time. Okay, so let's wait for a few seconds. And as soon as it will become running, okay, you'll see that kubectl get nodes that was previously not ready, it will become ready. See, now it is in the container creating state. That means they started to do. Okay, now see, it's become running. And since it's become running, so now if we'll type the command kubectl get nodes, so now your master is ready. Your master is ready. And now since your master is ready, now you can do all the things, whatever you want to do, right? You want to check the pod, so they will say currently no pod is there. If I'll check for kubectl get deployment, they will say there is no deployment is there, right? Everything they are able to say. Okay. Now the thing is, currently they are saying that only one node is there. What about this two worker node? Why we created this, right? So in the Ansible also, if you remember, there are multiple worker node where you are giving some IP address, then only that particular worker node was connecting to the master machines, right? So similarly here also you have to join. So for that, when you run that script kubedia minute, they said that if you want to join any of your worker node to this master machine, then what you can do is you can run this particular command. So you can just copy this command and paste it in your worker node machine. Like I'm pasting it in worker one. As soon as I will paste it here, okay, so they will try to join to the master machine using this particular IP address. What is this IP address? This IP address is of my master machine. And now they joined it. So they are saying you can run this command again in your master machine, that is control plane, and you will be able to see that this particular machine is joined. Now if I'll see one more machine came. Currently it is not ready. In some time it will become ready. 6.194, and this is actually our worker one. Okay. Similarly, I will run this command in the worker 2 also. This will be also be joined. So like this way, if there are 10 worker nodes, you have to run this command, then only that worker node will be joined. Okay. Now if I'll again do get nodes, see, one become ready, one is still in not ready. That will become ready in few seconds. Okay. But this is the worker 2. So is it fine up to here? That one master, two worker node setup we done. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay. It's good.
Once this setup is ready, now whatever command you learned in the Minikube, you done the practice, right? Exactly same thing you can do it here also. Okay, like I run a command here, right? If you remember kubectl, you have to create a deployment, and deployment name I was saying that you have to create a deployment with the name called mighty, and image you have to take is Roy Kishan 8 slash web server cloud 27, right? This was the command we were using. As soon as I will press enter, they will create the deployment. Again, we can do the exactly same way. Qctl get deploy, a deployment with the name called mighty got created. This deployment is going to create a pod. Okay, this is pod. Currently it is in container creating state, right? So let this created in some time. It will first try to pull that image, then they will create it. Okay, so now pod is running. Now you know that if you want to expose this, what you have to do, you have to simply write kubectl. I want to expose the deployment. Okay, deployment name is mighty, that is running on the port 80, and hyphen type is equal to node port that we were doing, right? Node port. If you press enter, what will happen is service is created. kubectl get service. Okay, a service is created with the name called mighty, and it is saying your website is can be accessible on 32252. Okay, so in our current previously we are doing everything was in the Minikube, right? So you cannot connect to this particular port 3001 because this is the private IP address of my laptop, so you cannot reach it, right? But since we are running it in on cloud, so now anybody can come to this 32252. How? So what you have to do is you have to copy my public IP. This is the public IP. Okay, let's see. Copy this public IP and then go to 32252. Press enter, able to see this website, right? This is the exactly website we deployed. Okay, so even I can copy this and I can keep the screen in the chat here. Okay, and all of you will be able to see. Just open this. So this website I hosted, right? And now you all of you are given the URL. Now all of you will be able to see this website, and this website is actually running inside the Kubernetes cluster. Make sense?
Yes.
So just try like whether you are able to see that or not. Okay, and not only in the master IP, even if I'll try to copy the worker one IP also, and here also if I'll try to go to the 32252, here also I will be able to see the exactly same website. So all the public IP that is associated to your Kubernetes cluster, either the worker one, worker two, or the master machine, you can copy the public IP of any of the machine and you'll go to the exactly same port 32252, you'll be able to see the exactly same website. And currently all of them will be seeing the exactly same website that is coming from 10.244.2.2. Why? Because since our pod is running, so only one pod is running, right? So currently this pod IP address is 2.2. If you use the -o option and then white, then it will give you a little bit more detail. And they are saying currently this pod is running in worker node. Which worker node? 6.246. You'll see one of our worker node is running on 6.246. That means whatever this pod is created, currently this is running on the worker node 2. If you want to increase the number of pod, so what I can do, I can simply say kubectl, can you scale the deployment? Deployment name is mighty and replicas is equal to 5. As soon as I will do 5 pod is going to create, right? Now you'll see some of the pod is scheduled it on 6.194, some of the pod got scheduled on 6.246. So basically they distributed it. Some of the pods are running in worker node 1, some of them are running in worker node 2, right? And as soon as this all will be running, currently only 2 are running. As soon as all this 5 will be running, okay, now all the 5s are running. Now you will try to refresh this page. You are not only going to see 2.2 only, you'll see some different IP address also like 2.3. Okay, why 2.3? Because one of the pod is running with 2.3 IP also. So you can just refresh this. You can see that any of one of the IP will be visible in any of this. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a thing, and similarly, you can create the file also here also. You can use the command kubectl apply -f. So everything, whatever you done there, everything you can do it here. Okay. But whatever the dashboard we were accessing here now, this type of the dashboard, this dashboard is coming from the Minikube. Okay. This dashboard you cannot get it in this Kubernetes cluster. Okay, this is not giving you any UI or something. This is the features of the Minikube. This is not the feature of the Kubernetes. That's why you are getting this particular UI or something that you will be not able to get it. So here you have to do everything with the commands only. Okay. Similarly, if you want to delete all the things, exactly this command we are running every time, all hyphen hyphen all, right? So you can just delete it. Now take an example, your work is done for today, right? So what you will do, you will simply close all the three machines, okay? And then you will simply come and you can shut down your instances. It is not like you can terminate or something. Terminate, that means you have to do all the setup again. You can simply shut down this. So stopping this machine, that means you are not going to get any further charges in your account. Whenever you want to use it again, you can simply start the machine and in few seconds, all the Kubernetes cluster will automatically set up. You don't have to worry about it. You can just go there and you can run all the commands. And whatever the commands you are running, you'll be running it in the master machine only. Once the setup will be done, you will be not doing anything in the worker machine. You'll be just doing all the things in the master machine. Like in the Ansible also, we were doing the exactly same. Fine. So just do this. Okay, over this we can try to set it up using this document, everything. Okay, and if somebody is facing any difficulty during the setup over this weekend, we can try to take it on Monday. Okay.
Yes.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. Just try to complete this, at least this Kubernetes setup part on the cloud. This is a little bit complex, but if you'll follow the document and watch the videos, which line we have to combine, which line there should be proper spacing should be there. If you'll create like this, all the script, everything will be fine. So yeah, thanks all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi all of you. Your sound is audible. Can you confirm? Your sound is audible. Okay. So now we are going to start with the Jenkins side. So before Jenkins, we have to discuss some theoretical part of the CI/CD pipeline. Okay. So today we'll be going to mostly discuss about the theoretical parts of the Jenkins. Okay. That how what is CI/CD pipeline, how it works, everything. Okay. And from tomorrow we'll be seeing the installation of Jenkins, everything. Okay. So setup part, everything will be taken care of tomorrow. Today we are going to see theoretical part of the CI/CD pipeline. Everything. So this document I already uploaded. Okay. So if you understand like what is CI/CD pipeline, why it is popular, what is Jenkins, right? This is the normal discussion whenever we discuss as a DevOps engineer, they are definitely going to ask you about the CI/CD pipeline and everything. Okay. So word CI meaning is continuous integration, okay, and CD meaning is continuous delivery or continuous deployment. Sometimes some people say it as a continuous delivery, sometimes it is known as a continuous deployment. When it will be known as a continuous delivery and when it will be known as a continuous deployment, that I will tell you in the later part, okay. So CI and CD, we understood that continuous integration, continuous deployment, right? Now the thing is pipeline. What is the pipeline here? So pipeline is just a process, right? Like take an example, if you want to prepare a food, right? So there will be some fixed process that you will be buying the vegetables, then washing it, cutting it, right? And then you will be putting it on the while, like you'll be putting it on the gas stoves like that way, right? So this is a process. You cannot say that if first I will cut the vegetable and cook, then I will go in the market and buy the vegetable. That doesn't make sense, right? Until and unless you are not buying it, you cannot jump to the next process. Okay. And without chopping, you cannot just put it on the gas stove like that way. So basically there is a process. Once the first step will be completed, then only you can jump to the second will be completed, then only you can jump to the third step. Exactly same things happens in the pipeline also. Okay. So in the pipeline, what is the thing here is, take an example, this is a pipeline. Okay. And if somebody is going to ask you which cube is going to come out first, there are four different color cubes there, right? If all the cubes are entering from this side, so from this particular side, which cube is going to come out first, right? So definitely the yellow one, because until and unless this yellow one is not going to come out, how this three color is going to come out, right? So this will come out, then only this second will come out, then only this is going to come out. If this will be stuck, all the three are stuck, right? So exactly same thing in the CI/CD pipeline as well. If there are 5 steps to do the work, okay, until and unless first step is not completed, it is not successful, you cannot jump to the second step. Second step is not completed, you cannot jump to the third step, and this process will keep continuing. Now the thing is why we are using this CI/CD, right? What is the benefit of this? Okay. So first we have to understand if there was no CI/CD was involved, then what was the problem, right? When there was no continuous integration was there was no Jenkins, nothing like that, right? So that time how that thing were working, okay? So we all know that from the first day of the lecture, we are talking about whenever you want to create a software or something, there are some steps here to follow like plan, code, build, test, right? Deploy, monitor, operate. So these all are the part of the software development lifecycle. So when there was no continuous integration, no CI/CD was there. So what was the thing was all the developers were writing the code and they were pushing it in some repository like GitHub or something. Okay. Now take an example, they took 3 to 4 days time to take or upload all the code to the repository. Once the code is uploaded, everything in the repository, then only there will be a person who will integrate all this code. Okay. Integrate all the codes means they will collect all the code from all the repositories that is pushed by the developers. They will try to merge everything together, right? And take an example, this merging and collecting all the code. Again, it took 2 days time, right? To do all the collect all the codes across the different repositories. Once the collection is done, then they are going to move this particular code, all the collected code to the testing team that you have to test the code. Now, since there are so many codes are there, so testing team is going to take their time. Second example, 3 days, 4 days time, this testing team also took to test the entire code, everything. So total how many days completed? So here 2 to 3 days came, 2 to 3 days here, right? And 2 to 3 days here, let's say, right? So after 7 to 8 days, okay, if this testing team is saying that after 8 days, 10 days like that, whatever the code you pushed 8 days back or 10 days back, right? That is having some error. Now, once you got that, after 10 days, this testing team is notifying a message to this developer that whatever the code you written 10 days back, that is having some error. So it is not like these all 10 days when this work were going on, this developer were keep sitting. Maybe this developer were assigned to some different tasks. They are working on some different projects. They started to write some different code, right? And to that particular person, if you are saying 10 days, 15 days after that, that whatever the code you written 10 days back, 15 days back, that is having error. So for them, again, they will forget everything, right? What are the things they done 10 days back, 15 days back? Again, they have to go to the entire code. What are the changes they done during that time? They will try to find the error. They will try to solve it, right? Again, they will upload the latest code. Again, this process will continue. Again, the testing team will test it and take an example. Again, some error is there, right? So again, after 10 to 15 days, this developer are going to get to know that some error is there. So this doesn't make sense that if you are doing some error, you should notify it soon, right? As soon as possible that you done that error. Because take an example, if I'm writing the code and just after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, somebody is saying me that whatever the code you written that is wrong, then I can easily understand, okay, this was the logic that time, so now I can change the code, right? But after 15 days, 20 days, somebody is coming and there are 2000 line of the code, 5000 line of the code, then again I have to go through all the code to get the idea average, right? Then only I can do the changes. So this type of the problem were there, okay? So that's what I written here. That testing guy notified to the developer that some error is coming in the code. Now developer will again sit and check the entire code to find the error, then update the code and again push the code to the GitHub. And this was the time taking process. And hence the delivery on time was frequently not possible. Okay, so when there was no continuous integration, this type of the problem was coming. Okay, and that's why delivery on time cannot be possible because just fixing a bugs you are taking 10 to 15 days of time. So when you are creating an application and if 10 to 15 bugs are coming, so just see now 10 to 10 into 10, right? Total 100 days of time just you are taking to fix the bugs only, right? So that doesn't make sense. Now, once the continuous integration comes in the picture, then how the things changed. Now, still developer is going to upload the code to the GitHub, okay? But now here continuous integration comes in the picture, okay? And as soon as this developer is going to upload the code, there will be a tool like Jenkins who is going to take the code from this repository. They will pass it to the build team. Build team will build the code. So whatever the integration team previously, they were taking 2 to 3 days time manually integrating everything, right? Now the build team is doing it in a single go, right? A software is there who will build entire application, combine everything in less than 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, maybe maximum 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's it. Once the build team is created the build file, then as soon as the build file will be created, Jenkins is going to give that code to the testing team. Now testing team will test the code, they will test everything, right? And once the testing is done, then they will deploy that code. That means now this application is running and developer can test it, that yes, client can test it, customer can test it, that yes, application is working perfectly. Again, they will update something, a new thing, right? Again, they will do the changes, and this time this testing team got some error, right? As soon as they will get the error, because see, this build process completed in less than 5 minutes. Testing team tested the entire code in less than 10 minutes, 15 minutes using the tools like Selenium, JUnit, Cypress, right? And once, as soon as they will get the error, they will notify to the developer that your code is failed. And since the code is failed, so they will get the idea that, okay, this code is failed at this particular line, so let's do the changes. Again, they will update it. Again, this process will continue. And as soon as the deploy will happen, they will provide a message that your code was successfully deployed. So they will get to know that, okay, whatever the code I written, that was successful, right? So now we are saving the time. Whatever the things you are doing in the 10 days, now you are doing in 10 to 20 minutes, right? So now we can release the application faster in the market. And also here it is not like this continuous integration will be keep waiting until and unless all the code are going to be added, right? As soon as one developer also uploaded the code, they will test that particular code only. Take an example, you are designing a Flipkart application, right? If the first developer written the code of the login page, so they will test it login page only, that is the login page is working perfectly fine, well and good, fine. Now, second time when second developer upload the sign up page code, and then we are getting some error, then we know that error is not from the login page, because login page we already tested in the previous cycle, right? So definitely the new error, whatever it is coming from the sign up page only. So now when the developer will get the message, they will understand that I don't have to go to the entire code. I have to go to the code of sign up page only, because login page was already successful. It was working perfectly. So now the problem is solved. Previously, everybody have to do all the code files if some error is coming. Now they know that because they are doing the part-wise deploying. So, okay, if error is coming, so this error is from sign up page. If error is coming, this is from payment page on. So they will get to know. So that's what here I written. Here developer is not pushing the entire application code at a time. They divided the code in the part-wise, like first day they will just push the login code, second day they will push the payment code, like that. So in that case, what is the benefit? Benefit is as developer are pushing the code part-wise, okay, and also due to this continuous integration, testing team is keep testing this code everything part-wise, right? Then they will also keep notifying also if some error is there. So if error is coming, then the developer have to just go through that particular part of the code, not the entire code. And hence it will save the time and it will help to deliver the project quickly. So now after understanding this logic, what this continuous integration is doing. So now if somebody is going to ask you what is continuous integration, so you can just tell them that continuous build plus continuous testing is known as the continuous integration, right? Because what we are doing in the continuous integration, nothing, just continuous build and continuous testing. As soon as developer is uploading the code, we are building it, we are testing it, we are building it, we are testing it. So these things comes under the continuous integration part. Make sense? Is it clear? Now CI/CD pipeline. So this is the actually CI/CD pipeline look like something, okay, where version control is the place where you are going to upload the code, then build cycle will continue. So see here, just try to understand that as soon as developer will upload the code, then only you can jump to the build, right? Without uploading the code, you cannot come here. Similarly, once the build will happen, then only unit testing will happen. Unit testing means testing the part wise. Once testing part-wise is done, then only you can deploy the code. Then only some auto testing will also happen before deploying to the production, right? Then you will deploy to the production, and then at last also monitoring will keep happening. And at any stage, take an example at build stage, some error is coming. So they will give the feedback at this stage only that your code is not working, and this all entire cycle is not going to continue because build is failed. Now again developer is going to upload the latest code. Again they will try to build it. Once the successful turn at build stage, then only the code will come to the unit test. Again some error is coming. They will provide the feedback, and all other steps is not going to happen. Once the unit test will successful, then only they can jump to the deploy. So like this way cycle will keep continuing. And if unit test is failing, that doesn't mean next time your pipeline is running, you are not going to check at this position, this position. Maybe second time you are running at build stage only it is failing. Then again you have to run it, right? All the process should successful, then only you can come to reach at the last. And once at the last you will come, everything is working fine, then they will provide the feedback that okay, everything is working perfectly. That's what the thing is. This feedback is coming from every level of pipeline. If at any level some error is going to come, developer will get the feedback. If code passes till the last level, then developer will notify that code is successfully deployed. Okay. And this was the basically image that we discussed in the starting also, if you remember. Okay, this was the image basically. Plan, code, build, test, deploy, operate, monitor. Okay. Exactly same thing. Plan, code, build, test, deploy, operate, monitor. Okay. So basically this was the place where I said you that first planning will done, then coding is going to happen, then Jenkins will take the code, then pass it to the build team. Build team is going to create the build file. Then Jenkins will pass it to the testing team. From testing team, it is going to the deploy team, then operate team, monitor team. So this entire thing is known as the DevOps cycle. Okay. And the between this, who is taking care of all these things is the Jenkins. Jenkins is the integration tool who is integrating all these steps together. Okay. And that's why the Jenkins logo looks like something just Jenkins logo. Okay. This is similar to a restaurant waiter. Okay. Whatever the work restaurant waiter is doing, exactly same thing Jenkins also do. Okay. Like restaurant waiter, what they do, they come to your table, take the order, pass it to the chef. Chef will prepare the food. They will take the food. They will deliver it to your table. So exactly same thing. Jenkins is also taking the code, passing it to the build team, taking the build file, passing it to the test team. Then after getting the test report, they are passing that build file to the deployment team. Then they are passing that information to the operate team, then monitor team. If some error is coming, they will quickly notify to the planning team. So this is the work done by the Jenkins. Now Jenkins is a open source project. Open source project meaning is it is freely available. Nobody have to pay any charges or something. Second thing, it is written in Java programming language, and it can run on any operating system. Okay, so Jenkins is not dependent on any things like you can run it only on the Windows or Linux or something. You can run it on any operating system, and it is written in Java programming language. And Jenkins by default works on the port 8080. Okay, and since it is open source, so there are so many community support will be there, so many plugins are available. So whatever the use cases you can find of, you are getting some error or something, you can get community support. There are so many people who are contributing to the Jenkins on daily basis. Okay, Jenkins will help you to automate the entire software development life cycle because it is helping you to automate the entire CI/CD pipeline, right? Now, if we'll try to see the entire thing together, whatever the things we discussed from the starting, that whenever developer is writing the code, we integrate all that code of all developers at that point of time and we build it, then test it, then deliver this. So basically our process is, we'll be taking all the code, we are combining the code, we are building it, we are testing it, and we are deploying it. That's it. And this entire process, whatever you are doing of this software development lifecycle, this is known as a CI/CD. Okay. And because of this continuous integration, because we are doing the keep continuous building and continuous testing, now the bugs or whatever the error is going to come, we don't have to wait for 10 days, 15 days. It can be reported fast. It can be rectified fast. And that's why delivery becomes faster. Okay. Now, what is the workflow of Jenkins? How the Jenkins is working? So if you'll see here, developer is going to upload the code to the Git. From the GitHub, the code is going to taken by the Jenkins. Then Jenkins will pass that code to the build team. Build team will use the software like Maven to build the file. Once the build file is created, then Jenkins is going to send it to the testing team. Testing team is going to use the software like Selenium to create a report everything. They will pass it to the quality assurance team. Quality assurance team is the person who is taking care of the graphical user interface part, whether your application UI is working perfectly fine or not. Once this all report will be clear, right? Everything works perfectly fine. Then only Jenkins will pass that application to the deployment team or the delivery team, okay, to deploy that application or to run that application in the delivery side. So whatever the part you are doing in the top, right? Taking the code, passing it to the gate, continuous building, continuous testing, these all things comes under the continuous integration. And whatever the things you are doing downside, this all things known as a continuous deploy or delivery. Okay. What is the difference between the deployment and delivery? Okay. So just try to understand for this, like take an example, you are buying two mobile phones. Okay. One for your grandparents and one for your brother. So when you are buying a two smartphone, for one for brother, one for grandparents. So when whatever the mobile phone you are going to give to your grandparents, right? In that mobile phone, you have to do the unboxing, right? You have to configure everything. You have to put the SIM box, right? You have to put the email account. You have to configure everything. You have to give the Wi-Fi password. Everything you have to manually configure it, right? Because your grandparents will be not able to do by themselves about this all latest technology, everything. But exactly same mobile phone when you are giving to your brother, you don't have to worry about anything. He know how to create the Gmail account, how to set up the password, everything like that, right? He can configure everything. So that's where the logic comes between delivery and deploy. Delivery is client is already a technical person. They don't know how to run that application, how to use it. So if I will just share that application to them, they know how to deploy it, how to make it running, everything. Now, in the deploy case, client does not know anything about this. Client is a non-technical person. Then what we have to do? We have to go to the client side. We'll install the application. We'll configure the application. We'll make sure that application is running successful. And this is known as an on-site opportunity. In some company, you'll see that people are saying that, okay, I'm going on-site. Okay. That means they are going to the client location. They will be training their employees, okay, to be comfortable with this application, this software, everything, right? So this type of the thing is known as the deploy. And when you are directly delivering the application without thinking of if and but, right? In that case, delivery is happening. And for every work in the Jenkins side, there is a word called plugin. Okay. So anybody here aware about the extensions in the browser? Anybody know about extensions in the browser? No? You don't know these all things, these all extensions like this type of the thing? No, right? So like in the browsers, if you want to do something, right? So we can download the extensions for that particular thing. Like if I want to use the VPN, right? So I can just you enable this extension here and this will create a VPN, right? Similarly, if you want to see something in the PDF edit or something, then we can give that extension, right? We can write something, then we can do some, right? If you want to download some videos or something, then we have the IDM module like that. For all the work, there are different extensions are there. Similarly, in Jenkins also, if you want to have some plugin or something, right? So this plugin is basically defined for different use cases. Like take an example, if somebody want to integrate their Jenkins in the GitHub, then you have to download the GitHub plugin. If you want to integrate Jenkins with the Maven, then you have to download the Maven plugin. If you want to integrate the Jenkins with some multi-branch pipeline, you have to download the multi-branch pipeline. If you want to do the auto scan, for that you'll be again downloading another plugin. If you want to do the SSH to any machine, you'll be doing the SSH plugin. You want to connect to the Docker, Kubernetes, for everything there are different plugins available. Okay. So whatever the work you want to do, whatever the integration you want to do in the Jenkins, you have to download that proper plugin. Then only it is going to happen. Okay. So these all things will be seen one by one. Okay. Once will be start the installation, everything. Okay. And till now, if you'll see what are the workflow we discussed. So workflow is something like that. Developer is going to put the code on the GitHub. Jenkins will pull the code and send it to the for build. Okay. Once the build is done, Jenkins is pulling that code and they will send it to the software like Selenium for doing the testing. Once the testing is done, then Jenkins will pull that code and it will send to some location where they will store that build file, everything. Then at last that Jenkins will take the decision and deploy that particular code. Okay. And Jenkins, other than that, can also is useful for doing the scheduling the task. Like take an example, if somebody want to schedule a task on 8 a.m. morning on every day, so you can schedule with the Jenkins that Jenkins you have to run this particular task on morning 8 a.m. You can say that Jenkins, I want to run this particular task on every Monday morning. That also Jenkins will take care on every Monday they will run it. So you can schedule like that also. You can say to the Jenkins that every 2 hours or 5 hours also you can run this code. So Jenkins will take care of all these things. Okay. So scheduling everything you can take care with the help of the Jenkins. So is it clear up to here? Any confusion, anything? Okay. And Kubernetes practical, have you ever completed all of them or also? Have you started with Kubernetes? Nobody has started till now with Kubernetes. Okay, try to complete it and try to revise this entire theoretical part. This will be important for you for your theoretical discussion in your interviews whenever they will ask you something question related to CI/CD. If you will able to read all these documents, you'll be easily able to explain it. Okay. And tomorrow comes with fresh mind, remember everything is all concept. Then we'll start with the installation. Okay, and once the installation will complete, we'll start the practical of the Jenkins from tomorrow itself. Okay. So mostly 1.5 week your entire syllabus is going to be completed. Okay. So most probably by end of the next week, we'll be completing the entire thing. Okay. So just try to complete this and then we'll start with the Jenkins and most probably by end of this week, we'll be completing the Jenkins too. Okay. Any question, anything? Okay then. Try to revise this documentation. Okay. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Anybody can confirm? Are you able to hear me? Anybody? Can you tell that are you able to hear me? Just keep it in chat now, yes or no, so I can start. Okay, fine. So today we are going to see the Jenkins setup. Okay, so for this Jenkins setup, what we have to do is we'll be launching a EC2 instance with the Amazon Linux machine only. Okay, and for now, I don't want to confuse you, so we'll be opening the multiple security group. So we'll be opening all the traffic currently. So you have to launch a EC2 instance with the Amazon Linux image, and then you have to open all the security group. That is the thing you have to do. So you'll be launching the instance here. You can give the name of the machine like this, Jenkins Cloud 27. Okay, and you can select Amazon Linux second AMI. Instance type, let it be t2.micro only. Key pair, you can select one. Okay, and in the network setting, just make sure that you are editing it and you are coming to the add security group rule. Here you are adding all traffic, and here you are making it anywhere. That's the only change you have to do, and you have to launch the instance. Okay. So this is the first thing you have to do, that you have to launch EC2 instance with all the security group open. Okay. And now let me just filter out the running instances. Okay. Once the instance will come, it's become running. Okay. Then you can again proceed with the next step. Okay. So after the second step will be, you'll be connecting to this particular EC2 instance using the PuTTY or something. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just connecting to this machine. Okay. So I am copying the public IP of this, opening the PuTTY. And SSH auth credentials. Put in. Okay, once we connected to this machine, then you can start. After connecting, the first thing what you have to do, you have to become the root user, sudo switch user root. Okay, once after becoming the root user, you can follow this official documentation to follow. Okay, so just open this particular official documentation. Okay, and try to follow the things. Okay, so in this documentation they are telling you how to launch the EC2 instance, how to create it, how to select the key pair, everything they are telling, how to connect using the PuTTY. So these all things you already know. Okay, the thing is, now we are going to download and install the Jenkins everything. So for that particular things we'll be just doing. Okay, I think here one thing is missing. Okay, in this documentation, I don't know why they removed it, but there is one thing missing. And okay, I will tell you what is the missing here. Okay, so first let's start with this download and installing Jenkins. So the first command, they are asking us to run the sudo yum update -y. So I'll just press enter. So once the first command is run, then they are saying you have to add the Jenkins repos. Again, you'll be just copying this command. Again, this all things you can just follow the official documentation. You don't have to worry about. Okay. So this is also done. Now in the third step, they are saying you have to import a key file. So again, I'm just going to copy this command. After they are saying that you have to run a upgrade command, upgrade, so it will upgrade everything. Okay, and if they are showing here Jenkins everything, that means it is done. Okay, now in this fourth step they are saying I am installing the Java in the Amazon Linux 2023. If you are using Amazon Linux 2023, then you can simply copy paste this command, your Java will be installed, right? But we are using the Amazon Linux too, so this command is not going to work in our case. Okay, so you have to come to this documentation. Here you'll see that there is an option called this one, install Java. Up to here we already done these all things. Okay, this install Java. So this command you have to just copy it to install the Java, because Jenkins is written in Java programming language. So if your Java programming language is not installed, so you cannot run it. So I will just copy this command. It will install the Java. Then again we can follow the official documentation. Okay, so this is the only extra thing you have to do, that you have to install the Java. Once the Java is installed, okay, then they are asking to install the Jenkins. So for that they are saying you have to use the command called yum install Jenkins. So I'll just press this command. It will install the Jenkins now. After the Jenkins is installed, they are saying that you have to enable the Jenkins. So even if you restart the machine, Jenkins will be in the start state itself like that. Okay. And after enabling, they are saying to start the Jenkins, you have to use the command called systemctl start Jenkins. These all are the things we already doing. Okay. And to check whether Jenkins is running or not, you have to run the command called sudo systemctl status Jenkins. This command will check, tell whether Jenkins is running or not. So let it first start it. It will take around half a minute to start the Jenkins. Now see, Jenkins is running. If this is coming that Jenkins is running, that means you have successfully installed everything well and good. You can clear the screen. Okay. And since Jenkins is running, to check whether where the Jenkins is running, so they are saying your Jenkins will be running on the port 8080. And to run that, you have to copy the public IP and then you have to open the port 8080. So what we'll do is we'll come to our machine, we'll copy this public IP, open a browser, hit this public IP, go to the port 8080. If you press enter, you'll able to see the Jenkins page here. Okay. And currently it is saying as unlock Jenkins. That means Jenkins is currently locked. Okay. So there is some password here that you have to write it. So they are saying to read this password, you have to go to this particular path. So simply just copy this path /var/lib, come to your machine, do the cat, and then paste that particular path, press enter. They are going to show some token. So just copy this token, make sure you are not copying any extra space or something, and then just paste it here and click on continue. If password will correct, then it is going to come here. Now here they will say that you are going to install the Jenkins. So basically sometimes what happens whenever you are installing some software, that software requires some basic things, right? So you can just do install suggested plugins. Automatically some plugins will be installed by default in the Jenkins. Okay. Or you can manually select also. So we'll just go for install suggested plugin. Automatically they will try to install. So see, these all are the plugins they are going to install one by one. So we'll just wait once until and unless these all plugins are getting installed. Once all the plugin will be installed, you will be automatically redirected to a new page. Okay. And in this page, they have to follow the username. So you can just select a username and selecting admin, whatever the password you are setting, just remember that password. This is going to be useful for you. Okay. So I'm just selecting that password. Then you have to give some name here, whatever the full name. Okay. If you want to give your email address, you can just give it here, email address here. Okay, so these all are the configuration that you have to do. Once you do these all things, simply click on save and continue. So username is created with this password and they are saying you are going to access the Jenkins on this URL at time, and just save and finish it and click on start using Jenkins and your Jenkins will be started. Okay, so it will look like something like this. Okay, so from the next time, whenever you log into the Jenkins, so basically what you have to do is something like this. You will be copying the public IP. You will be pasting here. Then you will be going to the port 8080. So automatically they will land us to this page here. Whatever the username I selected and whatever the password I give it, that I have to just type it. Then I will do the sign in. I will be logged into the Jenkins. Okay. So up to here, is that clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Installation. Okay.
Yeah, clear.
Okay. Once the installation is done, so these all are the steps basically we have to follow to unlock, install the suggested plugin, creating the user's name. Once it will be done, this is the page that we are currently present. Okay, now we are going to give a first simple job to the Jenkins. We want to give a job to the Jenkins that you have to do this particular work. Okay, so how to do that? Either you can create a job by directly clicking on this, or you can click on new item. Okay, and here you can just give your job name. So I'm just giving job name something like first simple job, something like this, because I'm just giving a simple job and I'm selecting here freestyle project and click on OK. So I'm just created a simple job to the Jenkins, first simple job. Now Jenkins will say that what are the description you want to give, any type of the descriptions. I'm saying that this job will run basic Linux command. Something like this. I said that you have to run some basic Linux command, come down, and we are not have to worry about all these things. And I'm saying that what you have to do is you have to execute sail. Sail is that Linux terminal, right? So you have to run some commands. So what command? So I will just select here execute sail. How? In the build step, click on add build step, click on execute sail, and here write all the commands. Like take an example, I'm saying that you have to run the date command. Then you have to run the cal command, you have to run the pwd command, you have to run echo hello command, like this way. So basically I said that you have to run these 4 commands, okay, and simply click on apply and click on save. Once we done this, so now what happened if I'll again go to the dashboard? So this is the page. Now there is a job is coming here, first simple job that we just created, okay, and currently there is no build happen. That means this job never ran. Okay, here the description is coming. If you want to run, think that whatever the job I given to this should run it. So I will just click on build now button here. As soon as I will do the build now, what is going to happen is here #1 is coming. That means it's become success. And since it becomes success, if I'll do the console output here, so see what are they done? They run the date command, right? They run the calendar command, right? They run the pwd command, okay, and they run the echo hello command. So whatever the command I asked them, they run it. And currently they run the date command. That output is coming as 34821. 34821. Again, as soon as I will run this second time, like see, one time it is already run it. If I want to see the console output, click on down arrow, click on console output, you will see this output 34821. Again, if I will do build now, what is going to happen? Again, they will run the entire thing one more time. Okay, #2 build. This time #2, what is the console output? So see, this time 349.5 output is coming. That means this time again they run the entire command. So whenever you will click on this build now, whatever the command you are going to type it, they will run everything. Okay. And if you want to do some changes here, if you want to add some if you'll come down, right, and you want to add some extra commands, everything like that, that also you can do. Just here edit that. Okay, take an example, I want to run date plus percentage capital income. So one more command I just written. I will click on apply, I will click on save. So from now on again I'm click on build now. So the third time this build is going to happen, so they will show one more output now. So if I'll do the console out, So this time they are showing after echo hello, they are printing date plus percentage E also, that is Tuesday, today is Tuesday. So they are printing it like that way. Okay. So this makes sense how this is working. Okay. So whatever the job you want to create, you can just create it. You can give some task to them. They are going to perform it, right? So that particular thing only I just documented here. Okay. How to do it, everything. And if you'll see here, one more thing during this console output, there's a command called pwd. Okay, what this pwd command is saying, that they are saying currently you are present inside this location at this particular location. First simple job. So basically what is happening here is, let me connect to this machine. So whatever the things you are going to do, right? Whatever the things you will be going to do, they are going to do it in some specific location. Okay, and that particular location is /var/lib/jenkins/workspace. This is the location. And see, till now currently I created only one job, so this is showing only one directory, right? And whatever the file you are going to create or something, that will be created inside this only. What is the meaning of this? Take an example. I am configuring this again, this job, and inside this job I am saying that whatever the date command you are going to run, just save that particular file output in a file called date.txt. Okay, so they previously they were printing it. Now I'm saying whatever the date command output will come, just save it in the date.txt file, and I am applying it and save it. Now currently if you'll see in the workspace, nothing is there. That means you are present inside the first simple job directory. Nothing is there. But as soon as I'm going to click on build now, so they will run the entire build, and here one more file will be created with the name called date.txt. Okay, so wait, I run 2 times, so sorry for that. Okay, so see, date.txt file is there, and since we run this 4 and 5 2 times, basically in the date.txt file, if I click on this view symbol, right, so 2 times output will be visible because we run the command 2 times. So first time they run at 351, second time they run at 352. That's why 2 time this time is visible. That you can verify it from here also. If I'll go in the cd first simple job, we'll see that a date.txt file is created. If I'll try to read it from here, I will get the exactly same output. As soon as I will do build now, one more time this entire command is going to run. They will save the output in the file. If I'll run cat date.txt, see, now the 3 output is there. That you can view it from here also. If I'll view it, so see, 3 output is there. So like this way we can easily see. Okay, so make sure that whatever the things you are going to do, it will be done inside this particular location workspace, and inside this workspace, for every job there will be separate directory will be created. Okay,
How do we know that, sir? It is in that var/work directory.
no, you have to remember this.
Oh, remember. Okay.
And that also I shown you also, right? When I run
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
pwd command, right? That time they are telling us that currently we are going to do all the work inside
Oh,
this. Okay,
okay, okay. Mhm.
that's why I printed the pwd.
Okay.
Or whenever you will click on this workspace here, also you are getting that you are doing everything in the first simple job / right? So you are
Mhm.
present at that particular location. Up to here, you have to always remember /var/lib/jenkins/workspace. Anybody can ask you that what is the default folder where Jenkins will be saving everything.
Okay.
Okay, now what we have to do is we want to create a GitHub integrated web server job. Okay, so again, this is a complex thing that we are going to do. Okay, so I don't know that entire thing will be completed or not, but let's just start. I will give you the brief here today, like what is our goal, how we'll be proceeding ahead, everything. Okay, so the thing is, there is a GitHub repo. Okay, this is the GitHub repo which we'll be going to talk about. Okay, so let me just open it. So this is a GitHub repo, take an example, right? Inside this GitHub repo, I written a file, index.html. Inside this, I written some content. Okay. Now, what is my goal is, okay, that I want to launch a web server EC2 instance. If you remember, in our load balancer classes, we created a custom web server image, right?
Yeah.
We created a custom web server image, right? So with that custom web server image, if I am going to launch a EC2 instance, okay, I want to launch a EC2 instance from the custom web server image and we'll open the port 80. So I'm coming here and I'm coming to the instance. I'm launching one more instance, and this time the instance name I'm going to give it as Jenkins web server 27. And we are not going to use these images. We'll be going in the my AMI section and we'll be using the cloud 27, that one image we created. Okay, instance type will be t2.micro only. In the traffic, we'll be allowing it allow HTTP traffic. Key pair will be selecting cloud 27 one, and that's it. Make sure allow HTTP traffic is there, and we are going to launch instance. Okay, so what is going to happen? A EC2 instance is going to launch. And if you remember why we created that custom image, so there was only one particular reason that if we'll create EC2 instance from that particular, so you don't have to worry about setting up the installing the HTTP website, installing the Apache web server, installing the PHP, nothing you have to worry about. All the things were already done it, right? So see, this is the instance created. Since this instance got created, so if you remember, if somebody is going to copy the public IP of this instance and they will directly paste it in the browser, they will see a website here, okay? And that website we designed, if you remember. All of you remember this?
Yes. Yes, we remember, sir.
Okay. So this was the thing happening. But what is my goal is, I want that this Jenkins, okay, this Jenkins should take the code from this particular GitHub repo. Whatever the code is present here, that background color should be yellow, and these are the things that it should print on that website, right? So they will take this code, Jenkins will take this code, okay, and then Jenkins should log into this EC2 instance machine. Jenkins should log into this EC2 instance machine. Okay, the second EC2 instance, which one I just created. And inside this particular EC2 instance machine, let me connect to this using browser. So this is the EC2 instance machine that web server was. Okay. Inside this, there was a location called /var/www/html, right? And whatever the file you are seeing it currently in that particular website, so that is coming from this location, index.php, right? This website. So I want that at this particular location, they should paste this index.html file, so our website will be visible at this particular location. Is this making sense?
Do we need to write that program in Git first?
Program
This
for what?
website program, the color
Yes.
background yellow and all.
Yeah, we have to write it, this type of the things, right?
First, okay,
So basically it is something like a developer will be writing it. Okay.
okay.
Now developer written the code and they upload it in the GitHub. I want to deploy this website. So I will be taking this code and I will be pasting inside this EC2 instance at this location. Then only it will be visible here, right?
Yeah.
Now the thing is, a developer can upload this particular code at any point of the time. It is not like they are uploading in now only. Maybe they can update in the midnight also, right? So as soon as they are doing the changes, again, every time manually, I am not going to copy this entire code and then again I will log in manually in the EC2 instance. I will change the file, right? And again, I will say that it is deployed. What I want is, as soon as developer is uploading the code in the GitHub, automatically it's the Jenkins duty that they should paste the latest code here inside this particular machine. Make sense?
Yes.
So to achieve this, what are the requirement you have to do? First, you have to make sure that you created a web server from the custom image, then you become the root user there. Now the thing is, Jenkins is going to log in, right? Jenkins is the one who is going to log into this EC2 instance machine, right? So how they are going to log in? I cannot provide the root credential to them. Make sense? To connect to that particular machine. So I will create a user, like in the Ansible classes also we created some users, then we given some permission, if you remember, right? So that type of the things we are going to do exactly same as the Ansible classes. So what we want to do is, let me close this. We are creating a user with the name called Jenkins Web. Okay, so I'm just creating a user with the name called Jenkins Web, and we are creating where? We are creating in the Jenkins Web Server Cloud 27 machine, in which this website is running. I'm creating a user, then we have to set the password. So we'll be just copying this command and they will ask to set the password. So whatever the password you are setting to this Jenkins web, just remember that password, because this password you have to tell to the Jenkins. So I'm just setting a password here, and this password I have to tell to the Jenkins, then only they will be able to log in. Now, once the Jenkins will get this username and password, now the thing is whether this username can do everything inside this. Currently, this is a normal user, right? They don't have any root power or something. So if you remember in the Ansible classes, when we created the Ansible user, you cannot install some software or something using that user, right? Then we given some privilege access using the vi sudo command, then only they were able to do so. So exactly same way here also you have to open the vi sudo file. It is exactly same thing we already done in the Ansible classes. That's why I'm called root here. There was a line called root, this one, and here we are pasting something. If you remember, we are pasting like Jenkins web all is equal to all. Okay, so there we are pasted Ansible, if you remember. So I'm just creating a user with the name called Jenkins web, and I am giving all is equal to all. We have to make it as capital, and here all. So once we given this, simply save this file. Okay, and once this sudo file is updated, what we have to do, we have to go to this particular file sshd config. Okay, and we have to uncomment 2 line and we have to comment 1 line, if you remember that. Okay, so this was the file in which we have to find for the line called permit root login. This line we have to uncomment it. Then there was a line called password authentication, right? This line we have to uncomment it. Then password authentication, no, this line we have to comment it. Simply save this file, and then we had to restart systemctl restart as a system. So this is the exactly same thing what we were doing in the Ansible classes. So it's got restarted. Once it's got restarted, these all things, okay. Now there is one more thing is there. Like currently, if we'll see, we have to paste this file to which location? /bat/www/html location. Okay. Now the thing is, who can paste the file to the HTML directory? Who is the owner of this? Root. Who is the group? Root. Right. Others user, are they having any permission to write?
No.
No. Jenkins web will be treated as a other user. That makes sense for this HTML directory. So they don't have the right permission. So now what we have to do is, let's change the owner of this directory. I am changing the ownership of this HTML directory from root to the Jenkins web. How? So command I already taught you, chown. So this command will change the owner, and as soon as I will paste this command, what will happen is, now the owner becomes Jenkins web, and since the owner becomes Jenkins web, now they have the permission of read, write, execute inside this directory. So now if somebody is going to log into this machine to the as a Jenkins web user and they will try to paste something in the HTML directory, they can easily do it. Okay, once this is done and you've done this, now your setup of from this side work is completed. Okay, from this side your work is completed. Okay, once this is done, now only my goal is we have to keep checking that in this HTML directory, okay, currently index.php file is there, but here Jenkins should paste that particular file. So now we'll come to the Jenkins side. Okay, and to the Jenkins we are going to say that I have to do some SSH to some machine, right? We have to do some SSH login to one of the EC2 instance. So for that, Jenkins will say you have to download some plugins. So I will just go to the plugin section. Okay, and in this plugins, what you have to do is you have to download a plugin called Publish over SSH, because my goal is that Jenkins will take the code from this GitHub and they will publish this code to one of the EC2 instance. Okay, so for that they will require a plugin, and whenever you want to download any plugin, you have to always go to the Manage Jenkins, go to the plugin section, go to the available plugins and search here any plugin available. I want to search a plugin with the name called Publish over SSH. So there is a plugin here called Publish over SSH. Just click on this, click on install. This plugin is the one which is going to help you to install. Okay, so just wait for that. Once it will become success, then we can again proceed ahead. Once the plugin is going to be installed, right? Now you can again come to the Manage Jenkins. Okay, and then you can go to the configure system. So now the configure system name changed to the system only. So just go to the system, and just now we downloaded a plugin called publish over SSH, right? So now we have to configure that plugin, right? It is something like this. You downloaded something, then you have to configure that. So here you will find that somewhere publish over SSH will be written somewhere. If you'll keep coming down in this manage system one, you'll see publish over SSH is there. Okay. Now in this publish over SSH, if you come here, they are saying that if you want to add a SSH server means I am giving the credential, username, password. See how Jenkins is going to log into that particular EC2 instance. Until and unless I will not tell them the username, password, this public IP, they cannot log into this machine, right? So that all information I have to tell. So I will just click on SSH server add. What is the name of the SSH server you want to give? You can give whatever the name you want to give it. I can just give the name something like web server. Okay. If I given the name called like web server test, whatever the name I'm giving, make sure that you are remembering this. Okay. Now host name is basically the IP address. Okay. So I'm saying let's connect to this particular machine. I'm not giving the public IP. Let's give the private IP because both are running on the AWS cloud. So this can log into this machine using the private IP also. So I will just write the private IP. So even if our instance is going to be restarted, we don't have to worry about username. We created a user with the name called Jenkins Web. If you remember, remote directory, you have to give it /. Okay. So I provided the IP address. I provided the username. One thing is missing, that is password, right? Click on advanced, click on use password authentication and mention the password. Whatever the password you set to this particular user Jenkins Web, that you have to write it. Okay. Once you written the password, come down, click on test configuration. If it is giving us success, that means whatever the credential you written, password, username, IP address, everything is correct. If I'll try to hit some wrong password here, and now if I'll try to test configuration, this is going to fail, right? It is failed because Jenkins is not able to connect. But again, as soon as I will give the correct password, now if I'll try to test configuration, so see it's working, success. Once it's becoming success, click on apply and save. So this work is also done. Now I know that how Jenkins can reach there. So just I have to create a job for the Jenkins or create a task. Click on new item. I am saying that web server job, something like this, and click on OK. Click on pre-style project and then click on OK. And here just you can write the description like this is a web server job. Okay. Now they are saying, okay, fine. Are you going to take some code to some particular location or something? So I'm saying that yes, I want to take the code from the GitHub. So I will just select here Git. What is the repository URL they are talking about? So they are saying that what is my repository URL? So I can come to this my particular repository and I can code it. What you will be doing is you will be forking this repository to your account. Then whatever the URL is generating here, that you will be copying, and then you will be pasting it here. If I'll paste it, this is going to give some error. Why? Because Git is not installed, right? So they don't know anything about the Git currently. So how to do this? So you have to go to the Jenkins machine. This is the Jenkins machine, right? So this machine you have to go, and here you have to install the Git software. Because Jenkins does not know anything about Git because we never installed the Git software inside this machine, right? So what you have to do is become the root user and just hit this command yum install git-y. If you'll install this command git-y, so Git is going to install in the Jenkins machine, okay? Then Git will be able to understand this repository URL, because who is going to take the code from this repository URL? Jenkins EC2 instance, right? So Jenkins EC2 instance does not know about the Git, then how they will reach to this particular repository URL? So now if I'll again close this and I will click on add repository again and I will paste this, this time that error is gone because now Jenkins know how to reach that. I installed the software there. So I given the URL, now the code, you have to take it from which branch? So in my case, the branch is main, not master, it is main branch. So I will type it here, */main. So I'm saying that you have to take the code from this repository URL from the main branch, okay? Then after taking the code, what you have to do? You have to log in, right? So click on add build steps. There is a command here in the build step, send files over SSH, right? That was the plugin publish over SSH. So just click on send files. which file I want to save, pass it, and in which location. So what was the server name I created, if you remember? Web server test. Inside this server name only, I given the username, credential, password, everything, right? So they are taking that SSH server automatically. Now they are saying which file you want to move it, transfer that. So I'm saying my file name is index.html. So I will just write it here. My file name is index.html. Now they will say that that particular file you want to paste it to which location. I am saying that you have to paste it to the /var/www/html directory. This is the directory where we have to paste it. Okay. Once I will do this, click on apply and click on save. So now it's the Jenkins duty that they will take the code from this particular GitHub repo and it will paste it to this particular location, right? /var/www/html. Currently, we are not seeing that file. But as soon as I'm clicking on build now, it's the Jenkins duty that they are going to take the code. If I do the console output, what they are doing is they take the code from this GitHub repo and they connect it to this particular machine and they pasted that. And if that is true, because it is saying as success, I already done it, whatever the work you said, it is coming as green color. So if I will refresh this page or doing the ls here, are we able to see index.html page? Yes. And since the file is copied here, so now the customer is going to refresh this page, we are able to see this page. Make sense?
Yes.
Not only this, take an example. I'm taking this URL. Let me open it from my Brave browser because I want to do some changes. So now in this GitHub repo, take an example, somebody want to do some changes. Okay, from this yellow color, they want to make this color as a orange. And as soon as developer committed this change, okay, they done the changes, developer done the changes, but my website will be still visible yellow color only. Why? Because currently Jenkins does not done this job again, right? If I will click manually here, build now, so it's the Jenkins duty that they will copy the latest code and they will paste it inside that EC2 instance. And once the Jenkins will copy the latest code in the hashtag to build, now you'll refresh this page, orange color is required. How easy it is. Developer is just changing the code here. We have to just click on build now and this is going, entire process is automated. Make sense? And even if you'll see here, cat index.html page, currently they have orange color because they pasted the latest code. So every time you have to just click on build now, Jenkins will take care of all the things. Jenkins will go here, take the code, everything. Fine. So try to do the installation, okay, and try to run some basics jobs. Tomorrow I will show you how to automate this process. Currently we are changing the code and we are manually coming here and clicking on build now, then only this website is getting updated. Okay. Tomorrow what I will show you is if somebody is doing the changes here, like take an example, I want to make this color again to the powder blue. So my goal is as soon as somebody will upload this code, okay, somebody committed. So we don't have to come here manually click on build now. As soon as I will refresh this page automatically, it should become powder blue color. But currently I have to manually trigger this using the clicking on build now. #3 build will happen, then only it is changed. But I don't want to achieve this. I want it should automated. So that I will show you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, then try to do the setup of the Jenkins, all of you. Thanks. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi, all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. So yesterday, if you remember, that I created this two machine for you. Getting this to stop this. Okay, so this was the Jenkins machine that we created. If I want to see my Jenkins, so I have to go to the port 8080. And since we already enabled the Jenkins, so as soon as this machine will start it, automatically this Jenkins will automatically start and we'll be able to see the logins. Second thing, if I'll see about this one, okay. So this was the web server which we deployed yesterday, if you remember, which was taking the code directly from the GitHub repo, okay. And this was the GitHub repo, right? And from here it was taking the code like we had the powder blue, so here the powder blue was visual, okay. That was the flow we were basically doing yesterday. Okay. And if somebody want to do some changes here, like from powder blue color, they want to go with red or something like that. So what we had to do was we had to just commit this change. Okay. And after committing this particular change, we have to notify to the Jenkins team, and Jenkins team will come to this web server job particular to this, right? And here they will click on build now. So again, a new build is going to happen. Basically, a new code will be deployed. And at the November 1, this code is getting deployed. And once it will be deployed, if I change the color, it becomes red. Well and good. But we want to automate this entire process, that as soon as we should do some changes in this particular GitHub repo, we should not have to come here manually click on build now. Automatically this should be deployed or something. That type of the goal we want to do. Okay. So to achieve that particular thing, what you can do is in this Jenkins side, if you'll come to the configure option, okay. In this configure option, basically we want to do the build, right? So if you'll come down here, there is an option called build trigger. That means you can trigger this build with some type of the things, right? And there is a thing here that you can build this trigger. Basically, you can trigger this build using this GitHub trigger. If I'll select this, then I can trigger this. That means now this particular job can be triggered by the GitHub. That is the meaning here. Okay. So let's just select that and click on apply and save. That is the extra changes I done, right? Now the thing is, this job now know that some whenever GitHub is going to send me a message that some changes happen, I have to again click on this build now and automatically hashtag scripted build will happen. Okay, now the thing is how this Jenkins will be able to sending a message to this GitHub will send this message to Jenkins, right? That is the main thing, because now Jenkins is ready to accept the message that as soon as GitHub will say that I got some changes, I will just click on build now. That part of the things we just done it here by using this build trigger. We just selected that GitHub trigger, but we have to send that message to this particular Jenkins machine, right? From the GitHub side. So how to do this? So in the GitHub, there is an option called settings here to this particular repository. When you fork this repository, so after coming to this repository, you can go to the settings here. In this setting, there is an option called webhook. Click on this. In your case, there will be nothing will be there. So just let me delete this. And what you have to do is you'll be seeing like this. Click on add webhook. Okay. And then here they are asking for the URL. You have to give the URL of your Jenkins. Take an example. My URL of Jenkins is this one, up to port 8080. I will just copy this. I'll paste it here. Then I will write /github-webhook/. If I'll write this, then what is going to happen is at any point of the time, anybody is going to push some changes to this particular GitHub repo. Okay, they will send a message to this particular URL. And as soon as this Jenkins will receive some message on that GitHub webhook trigger, so they will automatically create a new build. So now just click on add webhook. Okay, currently it will be in the dot color, but if you refresh this page and if it is coming as a green tick, that means this GitHub is now able to communicate with this Jenkins machine. Okay. Now, since this communication is happening, everything is good. Okay, so now the benefit is previously we are manually coming here and we are manually clicking on build now, then only the latest code was deployed here, right? Now let's do again some changes. And this time we'll see that everything will happen automatically. So I'm just changing the color from red to yellow. Okay. And currently you'll see here build number is #4. But as soon as I'm going to commit this change, that means I push some code to this particular GitHub repo, automatically a #5 build is going to start it like this. because they sent a message to the Jenkins that you have to start the hashtag build and say this build is success. And since this build is success, so now if somebody will refresh this page from the customer side, they will be able to see the background color as well, right? Now the problem is solved. At any point of the time, if somebody is going to do some changes in this color, right? So developer just have to commit this change, okay? And as a customer perspective, we'll be keep seeing currently it is yellow color. In some fraction of second, it will start to load the orange color automatically. We don't have to see any breakage or something. See, automatically it's came to the orange color like that way. Why? Because if we'll refresh this page here, we'll see hashtag 6 build happen. That's why. So is this thing is clear that how it is working?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we automated the entire process. There is one another way also to create this build, right? I said you about the cron time that you can set some timing to do that particular work. So if you remember the first job we created, first simple job, right? What this job was doing, as soon as I was clicking on build now, like hashtag 7 build will happen, and this particular build was basically printing some console output, right? That they were running the date command, they were running the cal command, they were running the pwd command like this. Okay, now, if I want that this particular job should not run only when I'm clicking on build now, it should run every day in the morning 8 a.m., right? Or I want to run it every 2 minutes, something like this. So what you can do is you can just click on configure. Okay, and if you'll come down, there is option called build trigger. Okay, currently I shown you this part. Now the build periodically. There is option called build periodically here. If I'll click on this, now here you can write the schedule. Okay, how to write the schedule? Just click on question mark, they will tell you. Okay, so take an example. If you want to schedule some code at the 0 minute, okay, of 8 a.m., like 8 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so that's why this is the minute, this is the hour. Okay, now day of month. Day of month means like if you want to run it on some specific date, so I want to run it in all the day, then I will do a star. Okay, now if I want to run it in some specific month only, like on April, May, June, like that, I want to run it on all the month like that way. Okay, now do you want to run it on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or you want to run every week, every day like that way? Then you can just do a start. If I'll do it and if I'll click outside this, what they are saying? They are saying that your code is going to, last time it will run on Tuesday, October 31 at 8 a.m. in the morning. After that, this code is going to run again the next day, that is Wednesday on November 1st on 8 a.m. in the morning. Is this making sense? What this schedule is doing? Yesterday it will run on 8 a.m. Today it will run on 8 a.m. Again tomorrow it will run on 8 a.m. Like that way it is saying, right? If I will change the time to 9, so what will happen? Now they will say that okay, the meaning is that you can run it on 9 a.m. yesterday and today is 9 a.m. like that way. If I want to run something like this, that it should run on the 9 a.m. on Monday morning itself. That's it. Okay, on every Monday morning. So for Monday morning, that is last one day of week. Okay, that is 0 to 7, where 0 is Sunday, 7 is Sunday. That means 1 will be the Monday, right? So I will just type it here 1. As soon as I will do 1 here, so they are clearly saying last time your code will run on 30th October. Why 30th October? Because that was Monday. Okay, and next time this code is going to run on the 6th November, that is again Monday. Make sense?
It did not run on 30th, right? So why is it saying October 30th?
No, it is giving you a idea here, na? Like what type of the schedule you are writing, how it is behaving, how you'll be able to know.
Okay, the schedule. Okay.
You are writing the schedule here, right? They are giving you the idea what is the meaning of this schedule. So that's why they are writing. Read this statement. Na? Would last have run. It is not saying they'd run it or something. If you will be going with this, that means it should run on like October 30th, and it will be running on November 6th like that way. So you can get the idea that what this schedule is doing, right? If similarly, if somebody want to run on some specific month, okay, so I can just write it here month, like take an example 7, right? So now what they will say, last time this code run on the July 31st, because the last Monday of the July month was the July 31. Okay, and next time it will run on the July 1, 2024. Why? Because at the 1st July itself the Monday is there, and since we said that you have to run it on Monday only specific, then they are finding like that, and it is like 1 year duration, right? Because I said on particular Monday on that particular week, like that way you have to run it. So now July is already over, so like that way they are saying. Okay, Similarly, if I'll do here 11th, then it will make more sense. 11 November. So see, they are clearly saying currently, okay, okay. So see, November 28th, that was the last 2022. That is Monday. Now the first Monday of 2023 is November 6th. So it will run on November 6. Then after that, it will run again 6 plus 7, right? After on 13th, like that way, it will be keep running like that. So this is the flow will be there. So similarly, if I want to run something every 2 minutes, right? To just show you that I want to run it every 2 minutes. So we have to write like this actually. Let me just check. Okay, so actually, yeah, this type of the things will not work, but I think the concept is okay. Wait, let me verify. I think I written correct only. For every 5 minutes, h/5, right? So yes, I written the correct only h/2. Even if you'll come here down, these examples they are written here downside. If somebody want to schedule every 15 minutes, right? So I just done every 2 minutes. That's why I written h/2. That's the only difference I done here. Okay, and just I am clicking on apply, and this 2 minute, 3 minute duration they did not give that much correct explanation. That's why they were not writing anything there. But let's click on apply and save it, and we can quickly verify that whether that is happening or not. So currently it is #7. What is my computer time? 9:15. Okay, so as soon as it is going to be the 9:17, you will see the #8 build is going to happen. Okay, so let's wait for 9:17. Okay, see at build happened, okay, at 3:46. Okay, so that means at 3:48 the another build should happen, right? So we'll just wait for another 2 minutes. We'll see it should happen at 3:48. Then it will happen like that, right? So let's check that. See, exactly after 2 minutes, 3:46 or 3:48, that particular build happened, right? That means after every 2 minutes, this code is going to run. So like this way, you can schedule it. Okay. So I'm just stopping that schedule because it will be keep running and it will be consuming the resource. So I'm just unticking that. But whenever you want to do schedule it periodically, something like that, that also you can do. okay, for any of the job. And if you want to trigger at a specific point when some changes will happen, that also is shown. So this is clear, and this is the part that clearly I explained you currently. To trigger a job, so all the explanation that where you have to go, you have to click on webhook, right? How to add that. So these all things I already saw. Okay, so you can just click on that. Now coming to create a simple pipeline type of the things. Okay, how to create a pipeline. So we already explained you the pipeline in the CI/CD's theoretical class. Now let's see how to create a pipeline. Okay. So to create a pipeline, first you have to go to the new item, then you have to create a pipeline with the name, and here you have to select the pipeline. Till now we are selecting the freestyle project. Now we have to select the pipeline, and then this type of the page is going to create. So let's first do that. Click on new item, uh, pipeline example, something like this. You have to select pipeline, come down, click on OK. So in this pipeline, you can write some description like this is a test pipeline, something like this. Okay. And in the pipeline, anybody remember what was the pipeline was doing?
CI/CD.
Yeah, in the CSS, like what was the part was the pipeline? I said you some examples there, right? There was some features of the pipeline, right? If you remember. That until and unless one part of the code is not completed, you cannot jump to the another part, right? If you remember.
Yeah.
So pipeline is something until and unless first work is not completed, you cannot go to the another work. I given you the example of the box,
Yeah.
everything, right?
Yeah.
Red box,
Testing,
orange
QA,
box.
and deployment, right? Those ones.
Yes. So until and unless the first box is not going to come out, second box is not going to come out, right? So that type of the
Yeah.
example is there. So this is the one. So here in the pipeline, whenever you want to create, you have to create using the script or something. So either you can write manually all the script one by one, or let's first start with the basic script. So we'll just select here hello world. So they will give automatically a syntax here. Okay. In this syntax only you can do the changes. The first stage they are saying is okay. We are not doing currently like build, test, deploy, something like that. Okay. My goal is right like this. That if somebody will come to my machine, first set them to the hello with their particular name, something like this. Okay. So take an example. I'm just printing hello. Okay. Once you're done with the hello greetings, everything is done, right? Then what you have to do is stage. Now so tell him, okay, something I written like you have to tell him the day, and here I am writing the steps how you can say him the day. Okay, and for saying him the day, that you have to run a command called date plus percentage capital A. If you remember the command, this was the command. It will take print Wednesday or something like that. Okay, so I'm saying that first you have to greet him allocation like that, then you have to tell him the day, something like this. Okay, then you have to do one more task like a stage, and after doing this, after telling the day everything, show him calendar like this way, something like this. And how to show the calendar, again the steps, and you have to run the command as such for sale. Okay, and I want to run the command called cal, so I'll just type it. So basically 3 stages I given currently. Okay, and if you want to give another stage, so you can just write one more stage like that. Okay, after showing the calendar, take an example, I want to say mm, what to do. Okay, let's print normal date here. Okay, so print here write again steps, and here write as such date, something like this. So basically 4 tasks I given to him. Okay, this particular pipeline, and I'm just saving this, apply, and I will save it. Okay, so there is some error is coming. Fine. There is some error is coming at this particular time. Okay, they are not able to run that entire thing because it is coming with some symbol. Okay. Let me just put it in the code. Let that error will come. No, that's the error. That error is gone, but again, let me check that whether they will able to run it in the code or not. Apply save. Okay, fine. So if I'll click on build now, okay, what is going to happen? They will create a pipeline view here. Okay, you'll see a pipeline view here is going to come. And they started to run that particular pipeline. Some error is going to come definitely in that calendar one. But see, they are saying that first you asked me to do the hello. Okay. So what I done is you asked me to print hello Kisan. I printed that in this pipeline. After that, you asked me to print him the day. Okay, date plus percentage a command worked actually. That's why they given the Wednesday. Okay, then error is some other part. We'll see that. And after this, during showing the calendar, they face some error here. Let's check what the error they are getting. So they're not showing any logs or something here. So to get a little bit detailed output, you can go here in the console output. And if I check, they are saying, okay, in the show him calendar, okay, this is the stage they are basically they are failing something. So what we can do is we can just come here in the pipeline example, click on configure. We know that show him calendar is giving some issue. Up to here, everything was perfectly fine. So here we retain this one as such. Cal, done it. Now why that error is coming? Not have to check. Okay, fine. Let me just keep it this one also as a code, and this one also just give me as a single code. Okay, and else there is no any problem. Let me just save it, apply and save, and let's try to run it again. See, this time the success is there. Okay, so that single code was missing. That's it. So, but you see here, at this stage, this was having error. So basically they skipped this part. If I'll just try to understand that what happened to this particular print date in the first side, if I'll click here console output, so you'll see they are saying that I did not printed the date or something because I skipped it. Why skip it? Because in the previous stage only I got some failure. And since I got the failure in the previous stage, I cannot jump to the next part. Okay. But here what happened? Everything is clear. So first log, they are printing hello Kisan, well and good. Tell him day. So they are saying that today is Wednesday, right? Then show him calendar. So they are showing the calendar also, well and good. Then they are printing the date. So yes, they are printing the date command output. So they are doing all the things. Now, if I will do purposely some error here, okay, like take an example, I'm coming here and in place of this cal, or let me just do the error at this only. I'm just writing dates. Dates is not a correct command. Date was the correct command, right? So if I'm going to apply and save it, okay, and if I'll try to run it again, so now you'll see an interesting thing. First code, I did not done any changes, so it will still print hello Kisan. But this was the wrong command, right? Tell him day. So if I'll do the logs here, so see, command not found. Did because this was not the correct command. They are clearly saying also. And since this second step itself failed, so it doesn't matter that whether you written the correct command or not here, right? They are going to basically just neglect that particular part. They will not show anything. They skipped it. Even if you'll see here from the console output, they will clearly say that we skip all this part. Okay. Why? Because previously we got some error like that. So is it clear what is happening in this pipeline? And you'll be able to see all the view at what time, what type of the error you are doing. Again, you will make it everything correct, right? Like take an example, I'm just removing this. Like this way you can write multiple stages, multiple tasks. I'm just running a command. You can create a directory. You can run some another Linux command. You can run some script, right? Everything you can do it. Just you have to write like this. Make sure as such is in the starting you are doing, and you can just write Linux command. You can write multiple Linux command also. It is not like a single command only you can run at one stage. And see this time it is going to run successfully, right? And everything is success. If it will be success, it will be in the green color. If it is not success, it will be in the red color. So is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the pipeline view basically. Okay, where you are seeing all the things. They are telling what is the time they took to run this command, like that one. So this is the thing, and this type of things you can just write it. Okay. like this where I given the example. Make sure you are just writing in the single quote like that way, so it will work. And after that, we have to understand that multi-branch pipeline. So have you started to do with the Jenkins? Anybody here, like who installed the Jenkins and started to do the work?
Yeah, I installed it.
So, and you done any task there?
The first task, actually, the first example you showed, right? I tried that one. That one worked actually, but yeah, still I have to practice yesterday's class, the second part of the yesterday's class.
Okay. And what about others? Like, have you tried to install or still to do? Today is Wednesday, right? So, no class in this week. So, let me just check whether we'll be able to complete or not. Bunch pipeline will take half of the class. After that, we have to create the Maven. And so tomorrow we can complete both multi-branch and Maven. Then one more specific class will require for the time. Yeah, so over this week we can complete easily. No issue. 1 week, one class will be dedicated. That will be Friday. That will be for the Tomcat server. Okay. And tomorrow we'll be covering the two part. Basically the Maven and the multi-branch pipeline. Okay, easy only. We will try to complete it. This one. So before that, like you have to be sure, like up to here, you are able to do all these things. And even if you're not able to do, or you're not getting that much time or something, at least try to spend some time on this docs. Okay, that try to read that what is the statement. See, because I written this, right? I'm just referring some screenshots here and there because I always keep doing, right? But for you, I just retain everything. So if you try to just give some time here, even if you're not doing the practical like that way, but if you know that what we are doing, I'm underlining it. That means we are clicking on this. Whenever I take some underline like this, that means we are clicking on this. As soon as we'll click, we'll see this page. If I'm clicking on configure here, red line, that means we have to click on this. So this type detailed screenshot is there. It is not like just I kept the screenshot. Now you have to think that on which box I have to click. I underline that, right? So even if you just take this screenshots, everything you are just seeing it, that also will help you, right? That we are seeing that, okay, here we tick that, here we are clicking on settings, here see I clicking on webhooks. It is not like blindly these screenshots are there that you have to watch the video only to do, right? Even if somebody is just referring to this talk, they will be able to do the practicals. Even if you try to spend some time with this talk, 10 to 15 minutes after the class, whatever the things we done, like take an example, we done the webhook, right? So even if you are seeing the screenshot, you are just reading all these things that, okay, we have to write the URL. After that, at the last, we have to write github-webhook. And that's exactly same thing. If you zoom it, you'll see that we given the URL of the Jenkins and then we given this. So if we'll give this, it will send the message. And if we'll send the message here, see, to verify, you have to make sure it is green tick. That also I just written, right? So it is not like you have to watch the videos only to do the practice. So you'll have to spend 1 hour, 2 hours, something like this. Okay. If you attended the class and you're just seeing this talk, that also can help you. Okay. So just try to see it even if you are not able to do it. Okay. Then only you'll be able to understand. Fine. See here this hello world we selected, right? So these all things just go through it, like whatever the changes we done, how we clicked on apply and save, how this is working, right? And from this multi-branch pipeline, I will take it tomorrow. So meanwhile, you should be sufficient with this all, right? Whatever the things we are doing with this pipeline, everything. Because in the multi-branch example, you'll see that currently we are just running one pipeline, right? In the multi-branch, actually, three parallel pipeline will be running, one from the dev branch, one from the master branch, one from the stage branch, like that. You'll click any of the branch, this type of the application will run, where they have to install some software, then they will test the code, then they will deploy the application, right? So this type of the entire pipeline will be there. So that will be seeing. Similarly in the Maven also will be seeing. So this all process is going to continue, just you have to complete this all. Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay then. So just practice up to here. Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi, all of you. Sunday is audible.
Yes, audible, sir.
Okay.
Sir, actually, I have an issue with the download the Jenkins.
Download of Jenkins, like setting it up.
Yeah, that Java, actually, the command which you shared in the document, it's not working, sir. I don't know whether
No,
it is.
document command will not work now. Document command will not work because I said to you, right, that you have to go
Yeah,
to
yeah,
this
yeah.
particular link. This one. This is the doc you
Oh,
have to follow, not this one. This is the old one, right?
yeah, yeah.
Every
Yeah, for
year
the,
they upload it here.
yeah,
Only
yeah.
one line is missing in this doc. Okay, they did not install the Java. So you have to manually install the Java using this command. That's the only command you have to use it. Fourth step.
Okay. The issue with this command only, the fourth
This one, na? So
install.
this one you have to copy it from here.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
file.
I did. I did.
Are you using the Amazon Linux 2 machine only?
Yes, two. Amazon Linux 2 only. And can I show you my screen if you,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, you
So
can see.
can you see it?
No, share it again.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Okay. Hmm.
So all the steps worked actually.
No, but
See,
Jenkins is not installed, right?
yeah, because actually, see this command it's saying it's not found. But then actually, so even then actually I
No, no,
installed.
no. That doesn't matter now. Until and unless Java is not going to install, Jenkins will not
Okay.
run. Okay.
Okay.
Amazon Linux installs. Can you do cat/etc/os-release? Cat
Can slash.
cat
Oh,
cat command.
okay. Oh my, I think my session got. Just let me connect again. I think it's got.
Just refresh the page. No? It will work.
Refresh.
See, it is Amazon Linux 2023. It is clearly visible.
Okay. So this
We are
is not the
using.
one. Uh-huh.
No, we are doing the entire practical on Amazon Linux 2. We are not using the Amazon Linux 2023. Right?
Okay.
This
So
particular EC2 instance, even if you want to
uh,
use this also, then open that particular link. Open that particular link.
this one only, right?
No, in that PDF, I given a link to follow that document.
Okay. 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 I will try it and then tomorrow I will get back
So
to you.
see, in this machine, okay, let me stop your screen. I will tell you.
Okay.
First thing, you done the mistake. You used the Amazon Linux 2023. You have to use Amazon Linux 2. Okay, that I clearly said. Okay.
Okay.
Second thing, this particular command will only work in the Amazon Linux 2. It will not work in the Amazon Linux 2023. Okay.
Okay.
And this particular documentation, whatever this documentation they are referring to the Amazon Linux 2023. That is the latest version of the Amazon Linux. Okay. And they
Okay.
clearly said it here also that we are, see here the screenshot, everything is Amazon Linux 2. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But if we'll come here in this step where they are installing the Java,
Yeah.
right? In the Amazon Linux 23, what is the command they are using? This command, right?
Yeah.
So you have to use this command to install the Java. Then you have to start the Jenkins, everything, then it will work. So if you
Okay.
want to use this machine only, then copy this command to install the Java. Okay.
Okay.
And if not, if you are using the Amazon Linux 2, all the commands will be same. Only this command will be replaced because here it is clearly mentioned. This command is only for 2023. Okay.
Okay.
If you want to do it, then you have to come to this command that I written. Fine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 I will try tomorrow again today and then I'll get back to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to see the practical of the multi-branch pipeline now. Okay, So we are going to take a repository, and that repository URL is test.node.js app. So let me just show you what this repository looks like. This is a repository. Okay. In this repository, you will be seeing that basically there are 3 branches are there. What happened to this? Why it is not open? Okay, so here you will be seeing total 3 branches are there. Okay, and all the 3 branches have the code. Okay, now if somebody want to build some code, everything like that way. Okay, so they have to manually copy the code from one branch, right? So if there are 3 branches and if I want to create a job, then I have to create 3 separate jobs, right? One job will pull the code from the master branch, another will pull it the dev branch, like a stage branch. But there is a concept called multi-branch pipeline, in which no matter how many branches will be there, they can be maintained using a single job itself. Okay, and that type of the project is known as a multi-branch project. Okay, now inside this multi-branch project, we are having the Node.js application, everything. Okay, so in this Node.js application, if you'll see, if we talk about uh, the code, everything. Okay, so this is a Node.js application, so there are some dependencies is there. Okay, and this is the pipeline script. It is something similar to yesterday's class only. Okay, there is something you are seeing it here, the tools Node.js, something like that I will tell you what is the thing. But up to here all the steps were same only. Like there was a stage, then we are running some command, right? Then there was second stage, then we are running some command, like that way. So it is exactly same thing like this. So now in this, if you want to do the multi-branch pipeline, and since this project is of Node.js, okay, then definitely we have to install a plugin. Okay, which plugin we have to install? We have to install a plugin called Node.js. How to install that particular plugin Node.js? Will we come to the manage Jenkins? Go to the plugins, go for the available plugins, search for the Node.js, select what happened? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Actually, but my microphone, everything got disconnected, and my mouse is also disconnected. So actually device got stuck. Okay. I'm not able to see my Bluetooth options, everything. I don't know like whether my sound is audible like that. It is default microphone. Okay. And even my mouse is not working. Maybe I have to update the laptop first. Right. So we are canceling the today's class. Okay. We'll continue tomorrow because I don't think that it will work even unless I'm going to do a proper restart.
Okay, sir.
Fine.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Okay then. Tomorrow we'll meet. Hi, Aloka. Is my sound is audible? Are you able to hear me? Can you confirm at least? Are you able to hear me? At least just type in chat na. Are you able to hear me? Yes or no? Okay. So today we are going to see about the multi-branch pipeline one. Okay. Explanation I given you that there are multiple branch, and if you want to create a single pipeline for all the branches of that particular GitHub repository, then you should go with the multi-branch pipeline. Okay. And I said you that whatever the repository we are going to use it, that particular repository took the code, everything written in the Node.js. Okay, basically this particular app. So for that particular reason, we have to download a plugin for Node.js also, because we are going to use this particular repository. Let me just go to the your repository section, and this is the Node.js app that we are going to refer. So since this code is written for the Node.js, so we have to install that particular Node.js plugin also. Okay, and this Jenkins files, whatever the Jenkins file script we are talking about, this is already written there, right? So this type of things we are going to do. So for doing this, the first thing what you have to do is you have to go to your plugin manager, and then you have to search for the Node.js plugin, and then you have to install it. Okay, so I'm coming here, going to the manage Jenkins. You have to go for the plugins, and you have to click on available plugins, and here you have to search for the Node.js, and you select this, click on install. Once this particular plugin will be installed, this Node.js, then we'll go to the global tool configuration. Okay, after doing this, and whatever the name we are going to provide this Node.js, right? Well, like see, okay, let's just wait for this. So once this is installed, then you have to go to the manage Jenkins again, go to this global system configuration, global system, or we have to go to the global tools. Let me just take it. Okay, we have to go for the tools actually. Okay, not for the system. Let's come back. Here are the tools. Okay, click on these tools, and in these tools, if you'll come down, you'll see somewhere Node.js is written that we just installed. Click on add Node.js, and they are asking for to give the name. We cannot give any randomly name or something. Whatever the name you written in this particular script file, like in this Jenkins file, what is the name I given? I given the Node.js name as Node.js only. At this particular point here, the name will be written as Kishan, then I have to type it here Kishan. Okay, if here it is written as Node.js, then we have to type it here as a Node.js. I'm just typing as Node.js. Now which version? So all the Node.js dependent on some particular version like that. Okay, so we'll follow the exactly same version what we mentioned in the document. Developer will tell you. So we are going with 16.15.0 version. So I will just come down, we'll select this one, 16.15.0. That's it. So give the name, click on install automatically, make sure it is ticked, select the version 16.15.0, come down, and simply click on apply and save. That's it. Okay, so you added this tool configuration. You basically make sure these two things is exactly same. Click on apply and save. After this, you have to click on new item. Okay, so basically I have to go to the dashboard, then I have to click on new item. Here I'm going to create a new project, so I can just write it here like test multi-branch pipeline, something like this. And here we will be selecting this multi-branch pipeline option. We are not selecting this freestyle project, we'll be selecting this multi-branch pipeline. Click on OK. After this, they are asking for the display name, so you can just write anything here. I'm just trying to write test multi-branch. Description, so I can just write here first multi-branch project. Okay, so basically the thing is, in this particular GitHub repository, there are three branches. Master branch, dev branch, STS branch. I want to take the code from all the three branch parallelly to by a single job. previously we are giving the branch name, but this time we are not going to give the branch name. So I'm just saying, where is this branch? So I'm saying this branch is present in the Git. So add source Git. What happened to this? Why that Git path is not coming? It's not coming. Wait, let me refresh this page. Single repository and branch is coming. GitHub is still not coming. Only the third option is coming. This option is not coming. Please return to our URL. Let me select again. But still it's not working. That particular page itself is not coming for Git and GitHub. Okay, wait, let me just open it in some other browser. I think that's happening to the network or something. Let me just switch to network. Yes, that was due to network issue actually. Okay, now started to came. Fine, let's come back. Okay, this is happening due to some network issue. So if you'll see here again, if I'll come here, okay, and I'll click on this configure. So yeah, let's just start with it again. Test multi branch. First, click on branch source. Click on get. Okay. Now see it's just started to come. So we have to give the project repository URL. So well, you have to fork this repository. Then you have to copy this that particular URL. Just paste it. And automatically they will discover the branch, so we don't have to worry about, we don't have to mention master branch, dev branch, stage branch. Automatically they will find all the branches. Okay, come down, they have to read the Jenkins file. Okay, and this Jenkins file name is Jenkins file itself, so they will read this particular file, and inside this Jenkins file there is some script is written, right, that you have to use a tool called needs.js. Then you have to run some command for installing the dependencies, then you have to test the code, then you have to deploy the application. So whatever the things we written, just they are going to follow that, and simply come down, click on apply, click on save. As soon as we'll do the save, okay, what is going to happen, automatically they started the scan here. Okay, they automatically they found that there is 3 branches: master branch, stage branch, dev branch. They automatically started to build the branches also. Okay, and all the process is going to continue now. Now see, they are going to do the tool install, then they are going to proceed ahead, all the things. So you have to just wait for that. Okay, and since everything is done now, so if we'll again come back here and we'll go to this test multi-branch pipeline, we are clearly seeing that all the 3 branches is coming: dev branch, master branch, stage branch. In the master branch, what are the things they done? So they will say the pipeline things, right? That they done the tool install, then they install the dependencies, they done the test, they deploy the application, like whatever the things you are going to do, they will do it. The benefit here is we are doing all the things here. Like if I want to check that what is the dev branch is doing, so here also everything is successful, right? I want to build this for this particular branch also, that also I can do, I can just build now, but I don't have to create 3 different jobs. I just created a single job. That job is automatically finding that there are 3 branches. Okay, now the thing is, if somebody is going to create here one more branch, okay, like if somebody is coming to this particular GitHub repo and they are saying that I want to create a new branch with the name called test1, okay, create branch. So now total how many branches will happen? 4 branches, right? There are 4 branches. But in this git side, what is happening? They are not triggering anything. They are still 3 branches. But if I will do the scan multi-branch pipeline now, so again they will do the entire scanning everything, and they will quickly find that okay, one more new branch got added, test1 branch. Again they will take the code of that particular branch. Again they will try to build, deploy, test, everything they will do. Right? See, they started the process. And once that is done, so if I'll try to refresh this page, now here we are seeing the 4 branches, test one. And in the test one also, they run all the cycles. Okay. So like this way, this process is continuing. But my goal is as soon as somebody will add here branch or somebody delete the branch, automatically it should find here, right? We don't have to click every time scan multi-branch pipeline. So for doing this, again, we have to set up some trigger here. Okay. And for doing the setup of trigger here, what you have to do is you have to search for a new plugin. Okay. You have to search for a new plugin. That plugin name is multi-branch scan webhook trigger, because by default that particular plugin does not available here. So you have to just go to the manage Jenkins, go for the plugin, go for available plugin and search for multi-branch. And this is the multi-branch. Okay, multi-branch scan webhook trigger. Okay, just select this, click on install. So plugin is going to be installed. Once this plugin is installed, then again if you'll come to this particular job test multi-branch, and again you'll click on this configure button. So if you come down, there is a new option will come here. a scan multi-branch pipeline trigger. Previously it was not there. Okay, now I'm saying that you have to scan by webhook. Okay, now they are saying that you have to mention some token, right? Like here, after installing, I clicked on configure, I went to the scan my webhook. Then they are asking me to give some token. Token is just like a password. Whatever the password you want to write, you can just give it. Like I want to write my password as password only. Okay, so that also you can do. And if I'll do the question mark, so they are saying that, okay, this is your token password. So if somebody want that, they should automatically scan this particular Jenkins entire trigger, everything, then you have to give this particular URL to everybody, this particular URL. So just copy this URL, open a notepad. Okay, and in this notepad, they are the first thing they're asking for the Jenkins URL. So for me, the Jenkins URL is up to port 8080. So just copy this and change this Jenkins URL to this particular thing. Okay, and now they are saying multi-branch webhook trigger related we as thing. Now the trigger token. Okay, so just close this square bracket. So remove this and just here write your token. What is the token here? Password. So basically, whatever the thing you are saving it here, that you have to just write it, click on apply and save. Okay, now this got that if anybody is coming from this particular token having the password called password, right, automatically I have to scan it. Now this git have to transfer that message, right, that somebody created a branch or something. So I'll just click on settings. Okay, and come to the webhook again, the exactly same way. Okay, and then let me delete this particular previous one. Okay, and after deleting this, click on add webhook. Okay, and here I am just writing this payload URL, whatever the URL just we created by changing this IP address, everything. Just save it here, make sure token you updated as it is. Okay, and click on add webhook. Now since we added this webhook and it is coming as green tick, right, now what is the benefit? Benefit is currently 4 branches is there. If I'll refresh this, still 4 branches is there. Okay, but as soon as, okay, as soon as somebody is going to create one more branch with the name called test2. Okay, so I created a branch with the name called test2 here, right? Previously we had to manually click on this, but now see, automatically they will get to know that a test2 branch got created, because now git is sending a message with that particular token, everything authentication is happening. And since the test2 branch came here, so automatically they will start to build everything and automatically will be able to see that, okay, one more branch came. Okay, refresh this, you'll see now test2 is also visible. Similarly, let me just create one more, test3. As soon as I will create a new branch, again it is going to trigger automatically. You'll see here test3 will come. See, so we don't have to manually click here, automatically they will come, automatically they will restart everything, they will do all the steps, right, all the pipelines, everything they are running. Again, we don't have to worry about. Similarly, test3 also came, right, and in the test3 also they run everything. Not only this, currently these many branches are there. If somebody is deleting the branch, how to delete the branch? Click on view all branches. Okay, and here take an example, I want to delete the test3 branch. As soon as I will delete it, automatically they will find that test3 got deleted. Okay, so from then on you will be not able to see the test3 here. Okay, so let me just refresh this. See, test3 gone. Similarly, if I want to delete the test2, I want to delete the test1. So I deleted again all these things, right? Test2 and test1. If I'll refresh this, that will be removed. Now only 3 branches is available. So this is about the scanning the multi-branch. Is it fine? Is it fine? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Fine.
Okay. Now we are going to see the Maven project. Okay, so for to create the Maven project, again, first you have to download a Maven plugin. Plugin name is Maven integration plugin. Okay, so what you have to do is come to the manage Jenkins, search for the plugins, and since we are going with the Maven now, so you have to search for the Maven integration plugin. Select this, click on install. So basically now our goal is developer written in Java code. Okay, Java code they written in this particular GitHub repository, Java Hello World with Maven. Okay, so meanwhile they are installing the plugin. Let me just go to that particular GitHub repo, Java Hello World with Maven. Okay, so this is the particular GitHub repo. In this, developer written some code, Java code they written here, they created this entire repository. Okay, my take is that I have to take this code, I have to pass it to the build team will create a build file. Okay, and that particular build file will try to run in our laptop that our code is running or not. That's the only code. Okay, we have to create a build file that how many files developer get in. So see, developers written some code here, right? They written Java file, hello world Java file. They written some code here, what hello world.java will do, right? So what this Java will do. So I will just combine all these files together, right? And then I will create a build file. Okay, so Maven is the one who is going to create the build file. So once this plugin is installed, okay, once this plugin is installed, then again you have to go to the global tool configuration as we done in the Node.js one. And this time you don't have to find for the Node.js, you have to find for the Maven. So this is the Maven, click on add Maven. Again, the name, we have to give the exactly same name what is written in this Jenkins file. So here the name is Maven only. So we'll be just writing here Maven only like this. Automatically install which version. So let's go with the same version 3.8.6. Okay, so 3.8.6, right? That's it. Simply click on apply and save. So that is also done. Now come here and create a Maven project. So you'll be clicking on new item. And see, previously this Maven project option was not coming, but now it's coming since we downloaded the plugin. So I will just say Maven test project, something like this. And we'll select the Maven project this time. Click on OK. Now they will ask us that what are the things you want to do. So I will just say this is my first Maven project. Okay, come down. Now the code. So I will just say git. Now what is the repository URL? So you have to fork this particular repository. Okay, and you have to just copy this code, paste it here. So they will automatically find which branch our code is present in the master branch. So just keep it master only, no need to change anything. So make sure you just given the repository URL, make sure one branch is master only, and come down. They are going to read a pom.xml file. Here you'll see pom.xml file is already written by the Java developer. This is the file by which Maven is going to understand that what are the dependencies they have to install, how they will combine all the files, how they will create a new code files like that way. So make sure this pom.xml file is there. Now in this golden option, they are saying that you can write either cleaner, install or deploy. So currently I don't want to deploy my code or something. So I will just copy this clean and install part and I will just paste it here. Okay. So basically what you've done is you given this particular GitHub repository URL. Then in this golden option, you just written clean and install. Okay. Then just click on apply and save. Now, since we've done this, now see the problem is solved. Previously, what was happening was here you are not seeing any build file or something, right? Now, as soon as I will click on build now, okay, now it's the Jenkins duty that Jenkins will take the code, okay? It's the Jenkins duty that Jenkins will take the code from the GitHub, okay? And they will pass it to the Maven plugin, okay, to create the build file. And see, they are in the process. If I'll do the console output here, so they are doing all the processes here, right? See, our Maven is started to run. They are downloading some plugins. They are trying to create all the things. And at last, if they will able to create all the files, everything, so they will generate a file. And they are clearly saying that my job is success and they created a build file. And since this code was written in the Java programming language, so build file format will be either .jar or .var. Okay. So in our case, our build file format is .jar. So that's why they are seeing it as a .jar format. Okay. Where this .jar file will be visible. So rather than sending this entire code to customer, I will just sending a single file to the customer. You can just click on the workspace. Okay, you can go to the target directory. Here you will be able to see this jar file gb-hello world maven.0.2.0.jar. You know, if you will just send this single file to your customer, the person anywhere in the world who is having the Java in their laptop, they can run your entire code. Okay, they don't have to download it. either you can download this entire file in a zip format, okay, or you can just send this particular jar file also, okay. So first what I'm going to do is I'm just downloading the entire files in a zip. So I'll just click on all files in zip, okay. Now they are saying which location you want to download. So I'm just coming here, let me just close all this. I want to download this in a new folder with the name called cloud27. Okay, at this particular location, I'm just saving this target file. Just start down. Now, if you'll come here and you'll go to the cloud27. So you'll see this target folder is there. Simply you have to extract this file. Okay, so how to extract it? So simply just click on extract all. So a new folder will be extracted. Okay. Once this target folder will come down and you will be able to see this jar file. This is the file that we have to run it, right? Once we got this file, now you have to make sure that Java is installed in your laptop. Okay, you have to make sure that Java is installed in your laptop. So for that, you can just type the command called java-version. If this is installed, then only you'll be able to run this code. How to install the Java? Okay, so if somebody does not aware about this, so let me just check whether I provided the link or something. Yeah, this is the blog that you can just follow to install the Java. Okay, and make sure after following this particular blog, once the Java is installed, proper screenshot is there. Just follow this. Java will be installed. Once the Java is installed, so you'll be able to type this command java-version, like my case. And once you are getting this type of the output like this, right? That means Java is successfully installed. Once the Java is installed, then to run this particular thing, you have to go to the location where you downloaded the file. In my case, where I downloaded this file, this jar file at this particular location. This is the path, right? So what you can do is you can just open here, do backspace, okay, like this, okay, and then just type it here command prompt. So automatically a command prompt will open to that particular location, okay. Now here, if we'll try to do the dir, because this is the Windows, so we'll be able to see this jar file, right? You're able to see this jar file. This is the jar file that you have to run. So just copy this, then you have to just type the command called java-cp, okay? And then you have to give some path. And again, these all things you don't have to remember. The person who written the code now, they clearly is saying that what you have to do is you have to just write java-cp, then you have to write your jar file, then you have to write this hello.hello world. They will only guide you, that the particular person who written this code, that how you can run this build file. So I just written java-cp. This is my jar file 0.2.0, and after the space, then just keep the hello.hello world, press it. And see, they are clearly saying the current local time is this one and DevOps project from Kissenroy for Cloud 26 training. Why they are saying like this? Because the person who written this code, they written two files here inside this code. The first code was the hello world.java. And if somebody is knowing the Java programming language, so you can clearly understand that here what they are doing is they are printing the local time. They are saying that the current local time is, in my laptop, the current local time is 9:31, so they will print 9:31. That's why when we run this particular code, they are printing the current local time is 9:30, because that time 9:30 was the time. Once after printing this current local time, they will be printing the greeter.sayhello. This is a different file, greeter.java. In this file, I written that you have to print DevOps project from Kishan Roy for Cloud 26 training. And that's why they are printing this, right? So I did not send any code or something to anybody. I'm just running a single jar file, that basically a build file. I will press enter. We are getting the output 9:31:50 because current time is 9:30. Okay, so this is the thing that you can do. Now take an example, if somebody want to do some changes, right? So I am coming here, in place of this Cloud 26 training, I want to change it as a Cloud 27 training. So I will just update this. Developer updated the code. Now the latest version of the code is coming in the market like this, right? So again, what you have to do is, again you have to click on build now. Again you have to click on build now, second build. So again, this time they will take the latest code. Again they will try to generate a build file, okay, and again a new jar file will be created. So let it be created, everything. Once it will be success, then only will be going to the workspace to see that whether the new file got downloaded. Since it is success, go to the workspace, go to the target and see a new file came here, .jar file now. Now either you can again download the entire zip file, or let me just download this time a single file only. So I'm just coming here and I'm going to the cloud 27, and at this particular location only I'm just downloading this, and I'm just removing this number 1 like that one. So I downloaded that file. Now if we'll see here, this time we downloaded this file in this particular location. This is the jar file that we just downloaded. Actually this did not got saved well, so let me just delete it and let me just download it again. Save it. This time I think it will work. So yeah, see, now this is the jar file test. So this is a jar file that we created, right? Just now downloaded. Previous jar file was present inside this target directory, right? This time I'm talking about this jar file only. So I will just open the command prompt at this location by typing the CMD. Okay. And again, I will type the command java-cp, then jv-hello world, then hello dot hello world. Press enter and see they are printing current local time 9:33, and this time they are printing cloud 27 tray because I changed the code. This is the new jar file, right? Previous jar file you will still run, it will print cloud 26 only because this is the previous jar file we are running. This is the latest jar file that we downloaded. This is the cloud 27 tray. So that means whatever the developer is writing the code, we don't have to worry about that entire structure, everything. I'll just giving a jar file. And who is helping us to create this jar file after combining all these code files together? Maven is the software. Is it making sense?
Yes, sir.
So you'll see that entire structure is same, only this extra target file got created, target directory, because Maven always keep the build file inside this only. And this is the single jar file. Like see, there is an Amazon website or Flipkart website. So developers written 100 lines of code there, 1,000 line of code there. But they're not sending you the code. They are just giving you a .apk format that you directly install in your mobile phone and you run it. Similarly, I am also giving you that just this jar file. You will install the Java in your laptop and you'll just run it, and that particular output will come. So now from whenever if somebody is running some command like java-cp like this, they will just get this output only 9:35 and cloud 27. So this is about the Maven. So Maven can create two types of the build. One is the .jar, okay, and that I shown you. This .jar is basically the normal application, okay. So when you access the Amazon website, right? So there are two types of the Amazon application. One that you directly run on your mobile phone or laptop. Second, you are using any Chrome browser or Firefox browser to go to the Amazon website. So similarly, when your Java application that you can run directly on your laptop, then Maven will create a .jar format. Tomorrow I will show you that if our Java application is created in such a way that it should run in the browser only, that means we'll be able to run our website, Java written website from this browser. Then in that case, we have to create a var file. So Maven is so intelligent, they will automatically understand. Okay. So tomorrow our flow will be the Tomcat server. Okay, this setting up the Tomcat server, and this will be the last class for the Jenkins. Okay, and it will generate a .var file, and that will try to host. Okay, and basically at the last we'll be hosting a website like this Tomcat web server, and whatever the content you will be going to see something like this. Okay, this is basically deployed from a Java project, Java code. These all codes are written in the Java programming language. So these things I will show you tomorrow. Okay. So till then, just practice up to here. Okay. And tomorrow we'll
Okay,
be
sir.
completing this. And after that, I will show you also some steps to install the Terraform. And day after tomorrow's class, we are going to start the Terraform. Okay then. Thanks all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Your sound is audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go. So today we are going to see the Tomcat web server. So basically now the goal will be Jenkins is going to take the code from the GitHub, then they will move it to the Maven. Maven is going to create a var file, okay, and that particular var file will try to deploy on a web server. Okay, that is the Tomcat. Previously, what we were doing was our Jenkins was taking the code, then that particular code we are pasting it inside a EC2 instance in which we already installed the HTTP web server, and as soon as website is deployed, we are able to see the website. But when you are running the Java code, okay, and like Java based web browser or something, in that case, Tomcat is a server which will help you to deploy the website. HTTP server cannot help you, okay. So that's why we are going to see the entire flow of taking the code from the GitHub to building the code, right, to deploying the code. This entire process we are going to see today. So for this, first I am logging to the Jenkins to the port 8080. And the process will be like this. First we'll be launching the EC2 instance, and in which we'll open all the traffic for now. Okay, once that particular machine will launch, since inside this particular machine we have to install the Tomcat everything. Why? Because Tomcat is the one which will help us to run the Java based web server. So for that reason we'll be installing some Java, then some software we'll be installing, right?
Yes.
So these all things we'll be seeing one by one. Okay. The only difference is like HTTP web server can help you to display the HTML website, okay, or PHP website. But if you want to run a web server that is written in entirely Java programming language, so Tomcat is the one which will help us. Okay. That's the final thing. So first let's launch a EC2 instance which all security group open for now. Okay. So for doing that particular reason, let me first log into this Jenkins one. Okay. Meanwhile, let's come here, launch a EC2 instance, and we'll giving the name as Tomcat server, something like this. And we'll be using Amazon Linux second AMI. Make sure you're selecting that. T2.micro key pair. We'll be selecting one of the key pair that we are using. And in the security group, just you have to do one change, that you have to come here, add security group rule, make sure here all traffic is there and custom is anywhere, that's it. Okay. And simply just click on launch instance. So a instance is going to be launched now. Once this instance is launched, then the next thing what we have to do is we have to go inside that particular machine. Okay, we have to go inside that particular machine. So again, I'm just sorting it out. One machine is visible currently. Let's wait. Okay, second machine also came. Now we have to go inside this particular machine and we'll make sure that Tomcat server everything is running. Then only we'll go in the Jenkins and we'll create a job. First, we have to make sure that this Tomcat server will be running like that way. Exactly same way that we are configuring the Jenkins web server in our second class when we implemented the entire thing, that as soon as developer will change the code from the GitHub, that website was deployed. Exactly same way only we have to do. So we'll be logging inside this machine Tomcat server. And after logging to this machine, first we have to install the Java, then we have to install the Apache web server like this. We'll be following this particular blog for the reference. Okay, this is the blog link that you can just follow it. So the first thing what we have to do is we have to install Java. Okay, so for that they are written here that to install the Tomcat, this is the prerequisite that you have to install the Java JDK like this way. Okay, so they did not write any command or something to install that, but you can just come here and you can take this command sudo yum install this one, and make sure you are become the root user before doing this all. Okay. So process will be something like this. This is our machine, Tomcat server. Become the root user, and then let's install the Java. Once Java will be installed, then other process will continue. Okay, once Java is installed, the next thing what is it? The next thing they are saying is you have to download some Apache Tomcat version, right? But when I created this document, that time Apache 9.0.65 version was there. But currently, definitely there will be some different version will be there, right? So how to do that? If you see in this blog, they are also saying that time they are downloading 9.0.41 version. So this version will be keep changing, right? So what you have to do is you have to go to this particular install Tomcat website like this, tomcatapache.org.download like this page, right? And here you will be seeing that current version is 9.0.82 and we have to download the tar.gz file. Or let me just go back, and from here see they are highlighting tar.gz file. We can just open this particular link in a new tab, right? And from here we can go, this is the tar file. If I'll click here, so they will start a download here, but I don't have to download at this particular location, right? I have to download it in my Linux machine. So what I will do is I will just do right click on this tar.gz file. I will copy this particular link, okay, and I will come here and here I will just type wget and this particular link and press enter. Download it, do ls, this Apache Tomcat 9.0.82.tar.gz file got downloaded. Either you can keep proceeding from here, okay, or you can keep proceeding from here. So once this particular file is downloaded, 9.0.82 version, right? The next thing what you have to do, you have to extract this file. Again, you cannot blindly copy this particular entire thing because our file name is 9.0.82, not 65, right? So we'll be coming here, we'll be writing the command tar-xbf. I have to extract this Apache Tomcat, that's one. So it will be extracted. Once this is going to be extracted, then what we have to do is we have to move this particular file. Okay, currently this particular file is extracted. We have to move this file to which location? We are moving to a specific location called /usr/local/tomcat9. Why we are moving to exactly this particular location, that I will tell you. Okay, but before that let me just move it. Okay, so for moving I'm simply saying move Apache Tomcat to the /usr/local/tomcat. Okay, like this one. So it is moved. After moving this file, you can go to that particular location and you can say that whether it is moved or not, like this cd/usr/local. And if I'll do ls, so tomcat9 directory is there. If I'll go inside this tomcat9 directory, if I'll do ls -l, so see we are able to see all the files, everything. That means it's got moved, well and good. Okay, once this is moved, okay, and you are able to see all these files are present, everything, then you have to create some user everything, because see when your Jenkins is going to log in this machine, see what will be the flow will be Jenkins is the one who will be taking the code from the GitHub repo and then they will be pasting it inside this machine, right? Now the thing is where they will be pasting, so in case of the web server, they were pasting in the directory called /var/www/html directory, right? Similarly, here they will be pasting it inside this directory called web apps. If you'll keep your file inside this web apps directory, okay, like currently these many things are there, but you have to keep your file .var file at this particular location only, okay? But currently, who can paste the file inside this particular web apps directory? Who have the owner root only, right? Group also root only, and they only have the permission to read write. Only the owner is having the read write permission, right? So they can only keep the file. But Jenkins is not going to log into this machine as a owner or something. They will be logging to some different person, right? So for that particular reason, we'll be creating some users. I'm creating a user with the name called Tomcat, and then we'll be adding some permission to that. Okay, so just you have to copy this command and you have to paste it here like this. So a user will be created, and then what we have to do is we are just changing the ownership and we'll be giving this particular directory owner to this Tomcat user like this. And now if I'll do ls-l, you see ownership got changed. Now the ownership got changed to the Tomcat, and since the ownership got changed to the Tomcat, so now if Jenkins will log into this machine as a Tomcat user, so they will be able to do the read write execute, and that was the thing only we want to do. Okay, once this is done, then this is a script that we have to write it. Okay, this is the script. This script again we are taking it from this documentation only, that this is the script. And since we are taking this script, in this script, see everywhere it was written /usr/local/tomcat9. This is the path where our Tomcat software is downloaded, right? That's why we moved this particular file to this location. Here we moved this particular file to the /usr/local/tomcat9 due to that particular reason only, because our entire config is this one. So once you change the ownership everything, simply you have to copy this command from here to here. Either you can copy it from here or that particular PDF file, and you have to just come inside this machine and paste it as it is. Okay. Once you'll paste this script, okay, to start the Tomcat server like this entire script you pasted, okay. Then you have to enable the Tomcat since you pasted the new script. So first you have to reload the service. So for that you will be typing the command called systemctl daemon reload. And then the process will be exactly same, that you have to start the Tomcat, enable the Tomcat, and status the Tomcat, right? So we'll just copy this command one by one. This will start the Tomcat service. Then we'll enable the Tomcat. And then we'll make it a status to check whether Tomcat is started or not. So Tomcat is running well and good. And if the Tomcat is running, so how will we able to access the Tomcat? So if I'll type a command called netstat -tunlp. So let's check if anything is running. So here we'll see that on port called 8080, there is something related to Java is running. Right, that means Tomcat also runs on the port 8080 only, because we are talking about the Java, so it is 8080. So if somebody is going to copy the public IP of this Tomcat server, okay, Tomcat server, and they will go to the port 8080. Similarly, we access port 8080 for Jenkins also. Similarly, Tomcat also access on the port 8080 only. And since, see, this Apache page is coming, like previously, if you remember, by default Apache web server page was coming. So exactly same way this Apache Tomcat page is coming 9.0.82. That means whatever the installation we done, whatever the starting of the Tomcat we done, that is working perfectly fine. If this page is coming, that means your Tomcat setup is completed. Is it fine?
Yes.
This is exactly similar to there only, just the way of setting up is different, but this is there. Now this is the default page. I don't want to show this particular page. I want to show some custom pages here, right? Whatever page I want to deploy, that I want to deploy it or something like that. So for that particular reason only, now we'll be creating the job, everything, right? And our goal will be to keep the file inside which directory? Called web apps directory. Because we know that if I'll keep the file in the web apps directory, then only it will be visible. So this is the first thing. Once you got the idea, everything, and this page is coming, and you know that you have to keep the file inside the web apps directory, all the war files what the Maven will create, okay? Then to deploy this entire thing, first thing what you will do is you have to download a plugin called SSH agent plugin. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to the Jenkins. Okay. Go for the manage Jenkins. Go for the plugins and search for available plugins. And here just write SSH agent and check that is there any plugin for that. So in SSH agent plugin is basically help us that if I'll provide the SSH credential to anybody, they'll be able to do the login and they will be able to do all the work, everything. So I'm just doing the SSH agent plugin installation. Once this particular plugin will install, then again we'll proceed ahead. Okay. Now we have to create a pipeline job. We'll be creating an entire pipeline, and in that pipeline we'll be assigning multiple tasks that to take the code, to build the code, to deploy the code like this. So we'll be just creating a new item, and we are just writing like Tomcat pipeline, something like this. And we'll be selecting here pipeline, come down, click on OK. Okay. Once this thing is done, then you can just write that this is Tomcat web server deployment, something like this. Okay. And now we have to write some pipeline script, right? After writing this description, we have to write some pipeline script. Now the thing is, previously we are writing directly manually hello world pipeline or something like that. But now which type of the pipeline script we have to write? Okay, so that will come to later. First, let's do the one thing that we have to generate, because see, in this pipeline, what we have to do? First, we have to take the code from the GitHub. There is no problem in that. Anybody can take the code from GitHub. we have to build the code. So for that particular, we already created a tool called Maven and we downloaded some plugin yesterday. So that will help us. Now the third thing is how we have to deploy this inside this particular web server, Tomcat server, right? So for doing that, they will be logging using the SSH agent plugin. Okay, so how to use that particular plugin? So I can simply come to this pipeline syntax here. Automatically a new page will come open. Okay, and here you'll see that somewhere SSH agent will be written. This one, SSH agent, the plugin that we downloaded. Just click on this. Okay. Now see here, there is nothing is written in this SSH agent. Nothing is written. So I will just click on add, click on Jenkins. Okay. Now they are saying you are going to add a global credential. So do you know any username and password, something like this? Okay. So you know that I created the user Tomcat, but I did not set the password for the user Tomcat or something like this. Right? That type of the things we done. So what we want to do is basically we'll be creating some configuration. So I am saying to this Jenkins now that, okay, let's do one thing. I created the Tomcat user, but I did not give in any password or something for that. So you should try to connect to that particular EC2 instance using the username and private key. Why they will use the username and private key? Because if I want to connect to this Tomcat server using the PuTTY, we can connect using the EC2 user, right? We can write EC2-user, then we'll write private key, then we can go inside this one. So that type of the setup we want to do it here. So I will say that ID. So ID you can just write like as it is because we are using the same code. If you want to change this, then you have to update in the code also. Okay. I will tell you if you are changing something different here, then where you have to update it, that I will tell you later. But for now, I will just write it here as a deploy underscore user itself. Description also I'm just writing same only, deploy underscore user. This name you can give it anything. It is not like that, but currently we are following exactly as the code. Username, they have to log in using the username called ec2-user. Okay, that I'm just trying to mention. And then they have to use the private key. So I'm just saying that I am going to write the private key directly. Okay, click on add. From where I will get the private key. So when I was launching this Tomcat web server, that time I used a private key. Okay, Mumbai one. So this was the Mumbai PEM file. So you have to just open the PEM file of that particular key pair. Just copy this entire content and come here and in this private key enter directly, just paste it like this. Okay. And just click on add. So basically now we created a user like this. It will be coming ec2-user deploy underscore user, something like this. Just click on this generate pipeline script. A pipeline block is generated. Just copy this, open a notepad. Okay, open a notepad and just try to paste it here. Okay, we'll use it later part. And then if we'll do the question mark here also, not here in this question mark. So they are saying something like this, just copy this part also and just try to paste it. We'll take the reference of these all blocks. Okay. So once this is done, this pipeline script is generated and you copied that pipeline script, well and good. Okay, so now basically our Jenkins is going to log into this particular Tomcat server or this particular Tomcat server machine as a EC2 user. Now the thing is, if somebody is logging as a EC2 user, will they able to test anything inside this web apps directory? Anybody? If somebody is logging inside as a EC2 user, will they able to write any content inside the web apps directory by seeing this?
No,
No. Why?
because it's a different instance, right?
Different instance?
Yeah, please ask the question once again, sir. What is the
I am
question?
asking if somebody is logging to this machine as a EC2 user,
Uh-huh.
okay, will they able to write anything inside the web apps directory?
No, no.
Why?
I think there are no right permissions are there, right?
Yeah, EC2 user will be treated as a others, right?
Yeah,
And for
yeah,
others, there is no permission. So they will be not
yeah,
able to do anything, right?
yeah,
Who can write it currently? Only the owner can write it. Okay.
yeah.
So to make this possible, what we can do? If I will add EC2 user in the Tomcat group, there is a Tomcat group, right? if I will add EC2 user in the Tomcat group, and for this Tomcat group, if I will add the right permission, then EC2 user will be able to write here, yes or no? Like there is a group called name called DevOps. Inside that 2 person I am adding, and for this particular DevOps group, I am giving the right permission. So other 2 person who added in this group will also get the exactly same permission, right?
Yes.
So that's what I am doing is EC2 user, they will be able to log in, and that EC2 user I am adding it in this group, right? So if somebody will log in as a EC2 user, since they are added in the group, so they will have the right permission if I will give here the right permission, right? So once doing this, understanding this thing, what you have to do is you have to just add a user EC2 user in the Tomcat group. This is the command. This will help you to add the EC2 user in the Tomcat group. And after adding this, we have to just change the permission. Okay, for the web apps directory, I'm just giving the right permission for the group. So for that also, I'm just writing. And since now, okay, there is a spelling mistake is here when you will try to copy it, it is USR. Okay. Now if we'll do ls-l. So since this web apps directory have the right permission for the group also, and in the group we already added the EC2 user, so now there will be no any problem. Okay. So this is done. What, somebody is saying something?
No.
Okay. So now currently inside this web apps directory, you are not seeing any var file or something. Now let's start. So once this is done, this pipeline syntax is done, and we change the user permission, everything, that group, everything they will be able to do. Now we can start the practice. Okay. So we have to write the pipeline script. So we created a pipeline script here, but again, there are some mistakes here. So I will just try to change it. So first let's copy it and I will try to explain you what this pipeline is basically doing. So this is the script. Okay, there is some issues here. Okay, so let's first try to understand this pipeline script one by one. So the first line will be pipeline only. Agent will be any these things we are already writing. Okay, tools, which tools they have to use? Maven. And yesterday, if you remember, when we downloaded the Maven plugin, that time I given the name as Maven only, right? So first thing I'm saying to this pipeline is you have to use the Maven tool. Why? Because Maven is the one who is going to build the code. Okay, so that's the thing. So this is the exactly same like yesterday when we were doing it from the GitHub side, if you remember. This was the Jenkins file we were talking, and here we given you the reference here that tools we have to use the Maven like this, right? So exactly same way. Now after using the tools called Maven, now we are dividing our code in the multiple stages. Okay, we are dividing our code in the multiple stages. What will be the first stage of the Jenkins? That Jenkins will clone the code from the GitHub repo, right? That is the first stage. So I'm writing your first stage is cloning the code. Now the thing is from where they will clone the code. So I'm saying that I'm going to provide you a Git URL. Okay, and what is the Git URL? DevOps /hello world.git. So we are basically referring to this particular repository now. I'm saying here that you have to come to this hello world repository, hello-world, okay? And inside this, there is a code for web app. Seeing this, there is a code for web app. So they will come to this particular GitHub repo, they will copy this entire thing. And inside this, we written this particular Java servlet program. This should be deployed. That is my code. This should be deployed. So we know that what Jenkins is doing now. So Jenkins will take the code, but see, this URL is not correct, because it is in two different lines. URL should be in a single line, right? Like what is the URL here? If we try to see in this particular repository, if I'll click here, this is the URL hello-world.git. Once we'll fork this repository, whatever the URL will come, that you have to just copy it. So I will just do one backspace. Now it is correct, right? We are saying that Jenkins, you have to clone the code from this particular GitHub repo. Is this a stage is clear? The first one, this one, that they have to clone the code. Once cloning the code is done, now what we have to do? We have to build the code, right? Who is going to build the code? Maven, right? So that's why the command is mdn. And if you remember yesterday when we were doing it, then we given the goal as a clean and install, right? So I'm saying that Maven, you have to clean everything and then you have to try to install everything, all the packages, whatever you require, because you have to create a build file. Once the Maven will generate a build file, what we have to do? We have to deploy this code, right? We have to keep that build file. So once Maven will create a var file, then our goal is that particular var file should be copied inside this particular EC2 instance inside a directory called web apps. That is my goal. Okay. So how they will be able to do so? So I'm saying that to deploy the code, I know that you have to do the login or something. So for that, you can use the SSH agent. Why I written SSH agent, close bracket, then square bracket, then deploy underscore user like this? Because when we written this, see, this is the block we generated when we given the credential. So when we given the credential of the EC2 user and private key, so they said that if you want to use that credential, you have to use this block. Whenever you will call this block, I will automatically get the username and password private key, and I will help you to log in. That's why we written this code block here, SSH agent, and bracket deploy underscore user. If you will be changing the ID name with something different, this code will be changed. So that's why you have to replace it here. That's the goal here. Okay. Once this is done, now how they will be doing the login. So for that, there is a command like this SSH -o strict host checking no, then they are giving some username, then they are giving some IP address, right? They are mentioning something. So that type of the things only we are doing it here. Okay. So we are saying that sh, okay, you have to write some command, you have to copy a file, okay, you don't have to do for any strict host checking or something, okay, and then you have to take the file, which file you have to copy. So I'm saying that I know that as soon as Maven will run, right, so Maven will create a var file inside which directory, inside the web app. Maven will create a target folder, inside the target folder they will keep the var file. If you remember yesterday also, Maven was creating everything inside a target directory. So that's why we are saying that Maven, you have to take the code from this web app /target/web app.var file. This will be the var file that Maven will generate. That you have to take it, and again, see, this will be not in two different lines. So just do one backspace. Now it looks perfectly fine. That you have to take the code or basically the var file from this location, and then you have to log into machine EC2-user as a username called EC2-user, and then we'll mention the public IP of our instance, because it is something like we are doing the PuTTY connectivity like that way. So what is the IP address of this Tomcat server? This is the IP address. I will just copy this and I will just replace this. So I'm saying to the Jenkins that Jenkins, you have to copy this file to this particular machine, EC2-user this one. And how you will get the private key or password like that you can just take it from this one, because here I already saved the credential, private key, everything. If you remember, PEM file we copied here. And at which location you have to copy inside this machine. So I'm saying that inside this machine, you have to go to the /usr/local/tomcat9/webapps directory, because this is the location /usr/local/tomcat9/webapps. Here when I will do the ls, here var file should be visible. Then only website will be visible here. So once this script is done, simply just click on apply and save. That's it. So now, whenever somebody will say that, can you deploy this particular web server on the Tomcat web server? So I will just simply say that, okay, do one thing, just click on build now. As soon as I will do the build now, the entire process is going to start. Okay, they will first try to clone the code, then they Maven will try to see. They are trying to install the tool. Now they are trying to clone the code from the GitHub repo. Now they are started to build the code. So all the process will be keep continuing one by one. So now Maven is taking time to build the code. It will take time around like 20 seconds, 25 seconds, like that way. Once building is done, now they will copy this var file to that particular machine. And once the deploy code is done, then see, we are getting a message of success that it is got deployed. Okay. And if it is deployed, everything is green, right? It's deployed. So that means at this particular location, we'll be seeing this webapp.var file. Okay. That means Jenkins copied it. And if Jenkins copied this var file at this particular location, so if somebody will refresh this page and they will go it here as a /webapp directory, so they will be able to see this website. And this website is deployed by whom? Jenkins. Now, if somebody want to do some changes, so they will just come to this web app. And they will go to this source file, index.jsp, and take an example. I'm just editing this file and I'm making this Jenkins project to the cloud 27, taking example. So I'm just updating the code. I will do the commit changes. Again, you can just enable the webhook trigger type of the thing, like we already seen all this thing. But here, that is not our goal. Our goal is to just deploy it. So we done the changes, right? But our website is not going to deploy again. It is still cloud 26. But if you want to do so, again, I have to come here and I have to click on build now. Again, Jenkins will start the second time the process. Again, they will try to configure the tool install. Again, they will try to clone the latest code. Again, the Maven is going to start the build code. Latest code will be built this time. And again, they will paste the latest code to the deployment machine. And once the latest code will be deployed, then if somebody will refresh this, they will be able to see the Cloud 27. Right, and we are able to see all the things as success. Any steps, if there will be some error will be there, we'll be able to see it in the red color, and further steps will be not permitted. So is it clear how this Tomcat is working, the entire flow, taking the code to building the code to deploying the code?
Yes.
So this is about the Tomcat server, and we completed the Jenkins. You can just see this. Make sure that you are doing some changes, because this should not be present in two different lines, right? Similarly, this should present in a single line. So this type of thing just we have to keep in mind, okay? Else everything will be fine, okay? And one more thing, if I will want to see that little bit more details, you can just go in the console output, okay? And you can see what are the things they've done, that they are doing the clean install, then Maven is trying to write anything, right? And at last they created everything, they copied the webapp.war file. And why we are mentioning that /target/webapp.war? Because we know if somebody is good with the Maven everything, they should always know, like if I click here workspace. So in this workspace, we are clearly saying that everything they will store it inside the web directory. Inside they will create a target folder, and inside that only they are going to this war file. So this war file only we copied it from here and we try to paste it to this directory. That's the only thing we did. So yeah, that's all for today. Okay. And from the next class, we are going to start with the Terraform. Okay. So that is the thing. Fine.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Can you confirm? Is my sound is audible? Anybody please confirm? Am I audible to you? Can you type it in chat? Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yeah. We
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay, so today we are going to start with the Terraform. So there are some things that you have to do in the Terraform installation sites. Like you'll be following this document. This document I uploaded in the lab folder, okay, of your drive. So you have to just go there, and here you'll see that this is the link that you have to click on this. It will help you to download the Terraform. Okay, so to start with the Terraform, you have to download the Terraform. For downloading it in the Windows, you'll be coming here, this 3861. Just click on this download button. That's it. Okay. Once this Terraform will be downloaded, so basically it will be downloaded it in the GIF format. Okay, so once it will be downloaded in the GIF format, what you have to do is you have to extract it. So after extracting, it will look like something this. Okay, then you will go inside this directory. This will be the software available, right? This will be the Terraform software will be available. Once you are able to see that, okay, this is the Terraform software. Like take an example. In my case, it is present in the D drive. Terraform training, and inside this is the file that we extracted, right? So here this Terraform software is present. So once you are getting this software available here, then what you have to do is you have to copy this entire path. Okay, you have to copy this entire path, and after copying this particular path, you will be coming here in the environment variable. You will be searching for the environment variable like this, and you'll be going to this environment variable, and then downside here you'll be coming to this particular path, then edit. So this is the path, then click on edit, and here you have to write this particular path. Like you'll see that here I pasted this part, so you'll be just clicking on new, and here you'll be pasting the path, like whatever you are copying it from here. Okay, so if you're copying this entire path like this, then you'll be just coming here new, and you'll be pasting like this entire path you have to just paste it. Then you have to click on OK, OK, OK. Once you do this and you added this particular path, then if we'll open the command prompt, okay, if we'll open the command prompt, and if we'll try to type the command called Terraform, and if it is providing some output something like this, that means Terraform is successfully installed. Okay, once this first installation of the Terraform is completed, then you have to install a VS Code editor. Okay, so the second software, you will be just opening this particular link. Okay, this is just a code editor. So once you open this, you can download it for the Windows. Other people also can download it. Okay, once this software will be downloaded and install it, just like a normal Chrome installation. Okay, then this VS Code editor will look like something this. If you'll open this VS Code editor, it will look like something this. If I'll click on new window, so you'll see this step of the page is going to open. Okay, this step of the page is going to open in the VS Code editor. Okay, now once this VS Code editor is open, then inside this VS Code editor here, this symbol is coming for extension that you have to just click on this. This is a symbol called extension. Just click on this, and here you have to search for two extensions. Okay, one extension, simply you will first search here Terraform. Okay, so when you search for the Terraform here, so there will be two extensions will be seen. One is this HashiCorp Terraform, and one is the Terraform. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to come here both, and you have to install. Okay, like this Terraform you have to install. In my case, both are already installed, but take an example, if new one is will do, you'll see this install button. Just you have to click on this. So this two extension you have to install it. Okay, these two both should be installed. Here it is mentioned, this one and this one you have to install it by clicking on this install button. Once this part is also done, this VS Code editor is also ready, then you can just close this. Okay, the last thing is this AWS CLI. This thing I think already all of you already done it. Okay, installation of AWS CLI in our AWS class lecture when I was writing the commands, everything. Okay, but again, if somebody missed that, so you can just come to this particular link. Again, you can download the AWS CLI software for the Windows, right? And after installing this AWS CLI software to check whether it is installed or not, you can open the command prompt, and here you can type the command called AWS-version. And if you are able to get some output here like this, that means AWS is successfully installed, AWS CLI is installed. So once you'll do up to here, then your installation part prerequisite is completed for the Terraform. Okay. Now, what is the goal of the Terraform? Why we are learning the Terraform, that you have to understand. So Terraform is the one basically who can launch the infrastructure, everything. Okay. If we'll see here that what is the Terraform. Okay. So Terraform help us to do the infrastructure provisioning. Okay, they help us to do the infrastructure provisioning. If you want to launch one EC2 instance here, if you want to launch a EBS volume here, if you want to create something in this AWS cloud, right? If you want to create a IAM user, you want to attach some policy, if you want to change the instance type of this machine, right? Everything you can do using the Terraform. Okay, so Terraform is just helping us to automate the infrastructure provisioning. And rather than coming here and launching the instance, we can launch a new instance using the Terraform. That's the benefit. Exactly same thing we can do with the AWS CLI also. Okay, but in the AWS CLI, we'll be writing the commands one by one, right? And then it will be doing. Terraform can help us to automate the process in many ways. I will show you once we'll start the practice everything. Okay. So before that, once you understand that Terraform is the one who is going to install the code, do all these things here, right? So how Terraform is going to log into this machine? They will require some credential and password, right? Then only they can log in. If you remember this AWS CLI class, right? Here we created the access key and secret key. Anybody remember AWS CLI class?
Yes, I remember, sir.
Right. So we created the access key secret key like this, right? So exactly same way we have to create something. Then only that particular Terraform will be able to log into this AWS account because there are so many AWS account is available, right? So now to create that, first what you have to do, you have to go for the IAM user. Okay. And make sure you are logged in as a root user in your account. Okay. So I'm going to log in again and so in my case, there is already a user with the name called Terraform is there. These all things I don't require. So let me just delete it. Okay. So let's create a user. So we can simply click on create user. I'm creating a user with the name called Terraform just for understanding purpose, but you can create with any name. Okay. I don't want to provide any console access or something because Terraform is not a human being that they will be able to open the Google Chrome and then they will be hitting some browser URL like that. No, we don't require console access. That's why I'm just creating a user with the name called Terraform and what type of the policy I want to give. So currently I am giving all the permissions, everything. So you know that to give that we have to give the power user access. Okay. So I'm just giving the power user access so they will have all the permission, everything. So they can create anything here and simply clicking on create user. So now a user got created. Okay. A user got created with the name called Terraform. Now this user is currently having what permission? Power user access. But did we got any access key or secret key till now? No. So what I am going to do is, okay, I am creating a security credentials. I will just come to this security credential part, click on access key, click on create access key, okay, and click on command line interface, click on I understand and click on next. This is exactly same thing what we already done in the AWS class. This access key and secret key got generated, okay. Once this access key and secret key is generated, we can just copy it to some place, okay, as per our use case, okay. Now, once this step is also done and you created the IAM user, you created the access key, secret key like this, right? Now, what we have to do, okay? So till now, what we were doing was, if how we were providing the credential access to this command prompt. So we are using the command like this, AWS configure. Then they were asking us to type the access key. Then they were asking us to type the secret key. Then they were asking for type for the default region name, and then output format something like this, right? But there can be something like I can have 5 different AWS account, right? One account I'm using it for the Terraform purpose. One account I'm using it for some different purpose, or maybe I have some 5 different credential. One is having power user access permission. One is having some limited permission like this, right? So if I am doing everything on the AWS configure, then how other person will be using it, right? Because every time they have to write their access key, secret key like this. And we know that this access key and secret key generated only one time. After that, again, you have to write everything, right? So that's why what I'm going to do is I'm creating a profile here. Okay, I'm creating a profile here, something like this. AWS, you have to configure, okay, and whatever the credential I am going to give you, that you have to save it but in a profile. Okay, what is the profile name? Terraform. That's what I'm saying. that AWS you have to configure everything with the profile name called the Terraform. Now again the process will same only. They will ask us for the access key, they will ask us for the secret key, everything will be same only, right? Like whatever the access key is there, I will just copy it and I will paste it here like this, right? And then they will ask us for the secret key. So again, I will just copy my secret key and I will paste it here. Default reason, let it be. So that's it. So once we created this access key, secret key, we everything written, so we can verify also AWS configure. And then there is a command called list profiles, list-profiles. It will show whether that profile got created or not. So basically, whatever the credential I am going to provide to the Terraform, that is stored in a profile itself with the name called Terraform. Okay, so basically we just save the credential here, that's it. It is not like we are writing something or we configure something. No, we just save the credential in a profile called Terraform, this access key and secret key, that's it. Once this is done, then your entire setup part is completed. Now you're ready to do the practical. Okay, so our first practical will be to launch the EC2 instance using Terraform. Okay, what we want to do, we will be launching a EC2 instance using Terraform. So to start with the Terraform, anything what you can do is you can come to any of your directory, okay, whichever directory you want to work on. Okay, so take an example, I'm going to work on in this directory, Cloud 27. Okay, inside this I am creating a directory with the name called Terraform workspace. Okay, Terraform workspace. Go inside this directory and write the command prompt CMD. So automatically a CMD will open inside this directory, and then from here just type the command called code space dot. So our VS Code editor is going to automatically open inside this particular directory, Terraform WS. Because whatever the code I am going to write, I will store everything inside this Terraform workspace. So as soon as you will type the code space dot, automatically VS Code editor will open inside this directory, Terraform WS. Okay. Once this is open, now we can start with the practical. So inside this Terraform workspace directory, I am creating another folder with the name called, this is a folder symbol, just click on plus, a folder will be created. Just give the name of the folder EC2-instance. This folder will help us to launch the EC2 instance. Even you can verify from here also, see EC2 instance folder got created. Now whatever the file I want to create, right, to create the folder, everything that we have to write it inside the EC2 instance directory. So I will just click on this down arrow and then I will click on file. What is the file I want to create? The first file we want to create is a provider.tf file. The first file we'll be creating is the provider.tf file in the Terraform. What is the use case of these all files, everything? So first let me just give the provider.tf file. So if you'll try to see it here, this is the documentation URL I given you. Okay, this is the official documentation URL of the Terraform. So this Terraform can connect with so many clouds, right? Now, how you will tell to your Terraform that Terraform I want to connect to the AWS cloud only, right? And if you are telling to them that I want to connect to the AWS cloud, then you have to mention somewhere, right? Similarly, in the AWS cloud, there are so many different AWS account is there. Then how you can tell them that I have to use this particular account only, I have to use this particular region only. So they say this type of the things you can write it in a provider.tf file in which you have to mention which provider you are using, in which region you are using, some other information also you can write, like they are saying you can specify your access key also, secret key also. Now tell me, take an example. This is the code they are saying us to write, okay, to connect with the AWS cloud. If I'm copying this, okay, and I'm pasting it here. So what do you think? Do you think any thing we are doing wrong here? Like take an example, I want to create our EC2 instance in the region called AP-South-1. If anybody remember, this is our region name, right? AP-South-1 for the Mumbai. Where is that? Yeah, this one, AP-South-1. So reason I given, right? Now, is it good that I write my access key and secret key directly hard coded here? Will it be secure? What is your call? Anybody?
Actually, we already defined these two in the configuration file.
Yeah, that we define, but the thing is, if they are asking us to write the access key directly here and secret key
Yeah,
directly,
it's not safe.
it's not secure, right? So
Oh.
that's what they are saying here in this documentation also, that then whatever you are doing, this is the warning they are giving. Okay, because hard coding the credential, it is not recommended. Okay, but they are saying, but still you want to do so, you can do it. It's your call. Okay, but Terraform say that we suggest you should go any of this method. And which method we are currently just configured? Profile method.
Okay.
Right? We created the profile there with the name called Terraform. So if somebody is using the profile method, so they are saying what? You can simply just create a profile and then you can just give your profile name. What will be our profile name? Terraform. Because we created a profile with the name called Terraform here. Make sense?
Yeah.
Right? So I will just copy this block profile, copy this and come here in the VS Code, remove this access key secret key. We don't want to give it like this. And I will just write profile is equal to this one and just delete this extra backspace. And just profile name, I will say that you have to go to the AWS cloud, use the region called Mumbai region and use the profile, basically credential. You can read it from a profile called Terra. That's it. Simply we have to save this file. How to save it? Do the Control+S. After doing the changes, you have to simply do Control+S. Your file will be saved. You can verify also in the provider.tf file. I said you to write only 2 lines: region and profile. Why this profile only? Because we created this one. Okay. Once this is done, then we have to launch the EC2 instance, right? We have to launch the EC2 instance. For launching the EC2 instance, we'll be creating another file. So I will be creating another file with the name called instance.tf. I want to launch a EC2 instance, and file extension will be always be .tf only. So first file, I just mentioned that how to connect with the AWS cloud. Second file, I will mention here how to launch the EC2 instance. Again, come to this particular documentation and see is anything they are guiding us for the EC2 instance. Something will come down here. See here there is a service called EC2, right? Elastic Compute Cloud. If we'll click on this, so if I'll try to find that is anything they are teaching us how to launch the EC2 instance, everything like this. So if we'll come here, AWS instance is there, right? They will teach us here. So if I click on this, so they are giving us the code here something. They are saying if you want to create the EC2 instance, I have this type of the code written here in which you have to mention the image ID, you have to mention the instance type, and you have to mention the name. And this type of the things we already done it, right? T2.micro will be mentioning our image ID. If you remember our AWS CLI lecture, right? If you want to give some name, then we have to give it in the name block. So if I want to launch the instance, I will just copy this block. That's it. And I will just paste it here. And then we'll do the changes as per our side. I don't want to launch T2 3.micro. I want to launch T2.micro. I will just mention here. Image ID. I don't want to use Ubuntu or something. Take an example. I want to use some different machine. So I will come to this AWS cloud. Now I don't require this access key and secret key. So I can go back. And if I want to launch any EC2 instance, right? So I can just copy the AMI ID from here or any of other machine also. So most probably we use the Amazon Linux 2 only. Okay. And for that Amazon Linux 2, usually the AMI ID is this one. So I can just copy this AMI ID and I can just paste it here like this way. So now I given them the AMI ID also. Okay, like this. So now I'm saying here that you have to create a resource AWS instance, okay, with the name called web. They given some name here, okay. This is name of the resource. This is not the name of the EC2 instance. This is the naming convention from the Terraform. And whatever the naming convention here I'm giving, this will be for the AWS EC2 instance naming convention, okay. And I'm saying that you have to use this particular image and you have to use this instance type. These two things only I mentioned. I did not mention any other thing. In this documentation, they will say you if you come down that if somebody want to give some spot instance, some values they want to assign, everything they can do. If you want to set some VPC, if you want to set availability zone, everything you can set it just by coming down here. You can configure it. They are saying you can just write availability zone. Other things also they are telling us how to write it: instance type, key pair, monitoring, key name, right? So these things they are telling us. But currently, what is our goal is we'll be just giving a AMI ID, we'll be giving the instance type, and I will be launching the instance. That's it. That's the only my goal for now. So I'm coming to this particular code. Take an example. I want to give the name of my EC2 instance as my Terraform instance, something like this. Okay, and now again, see, this file is currently not saved. That's why this is the white dot color here, white circle. Okay, if I'll save this file, I have to press Control plus S, and then white circle will be gone from here. Okay, so now we created the provider.tf file, we created the instance.tf file, well and good. Okay, now we have to launch the instance on the AWS cloud, right? So after saving both the file, what you have to do is you have to open the terminal, click on this terminal, click on new terminal. Okay, and the first thing what you have to do is currently you are present in the Terraform workspace in this directory, but where your file is created inside the EC2 instance directory. So I will go inside this cd ec2-instance directory, and here our files are present, instance.tf, provider.tf file. So first thing what you have to do is we have to make this directory as a Terraform initialized directory. This is just a normal directory. So if I want to make it as a Terraform initialized directory, we'll be hitting the command called Terraform init. It is something like git init command. If I'll press Terraform init, automatically they will initialize everything. They will download AWS provider plugin, everything, how they will connect to the AWS cloud, all this information they will try to download it. Once the Terraform initialization is done, then you can simply write a command called Terraform. Can you plan the code? Plan means they will check the code. What are the things they are going to do on the AWS cloud? They will give us a proper planning of that. So if I do the Terraform plan, so they are saying that after reading your entire code, what we understood is you are going to create a EC2 instance, okay, in which you mention the image ID, okay, and you mention the instance type. All other things you did not mention. You did not mention availability zone. You did not mention key name like that, right? So these all things I will apply something randomly, okay, and whatever the data I will get it, that I will tell you like this way. And you said me to give the instance name as my TF instance, like that way they are saying. So this is just the apply here they done, okay, basically plan. Now if I want to apply this entire plan, I found that everything is looks good. Now I can apply this. I can simply say Terraform, can you apply this code? Okay, if I'll press enter, again they will ask us that what are the things they shown in the planning. Again they will show it, okay, like this. And if I want to apply it, I will simply press here yes. As soon as I will press yes, it's the Terraform duty that they will log into the AWS cloud, okay, and they will launch the EC2 instance. And once the EC2 instance will be launched in there, they will try to tell us also. So let's wait for that. Currently they are still in the creating state. So Terraform is connecting, okay, and this all connecting through your personal laptop. So make sure your laptop is connected with the proper internet. Then only Terraform will be communicating with the AWS cloud. Once this is done, so see they are saying apply complete. And if this is true, then if I'll refresh this page, we'll see one more instance here. And see, a instance with the name called myTF instance is created, and that is currently in the running mode. This is getting clear. This instance just got launched, right?
It's clear, sir.
Now, do you know how to change the instance type? Currently, this machine is running with 1 GB RAM, T2.micro, right? If I want to change it to T2.medium, do you know how to do it from this side? Anybody?
Actions,
Actions.
networking. No, instance settings.
Yes. This one, right?
Yeah.
But it is not clickable, right?
Highlighted. Yeah.
Do you know why so?
We can do from here, I think.
We can do it. If I'll select this one, I will be able to do so. See?
Oh, okay.
It can happen only in the stopped machine. It cannot happen in the running machine. Okay, if you want to change the instance type, so first you have to stop the machine, power it off, then only you can increase the resource. Okay, so as a human being, if somebody will tell me that you have to change the T2.micro, so what I have to do first I will stop this machine, right? Then again I will select this machine and I will click on instance setting, and then I will click on change instance type, and then again I will change the instance type everything, right? By clicking on this, they will ask us to change to which machine like this, right? But if this many things is there, now take an example, if there are 5 machines, right? So I have to stop it, I have to take care of all these things. But if we are using the Terraform, so how simple it is, let me show you. In the Terraform, we mentioned t2.micro, right? My goal is to do the t2.medium, right? So I will just mention it here. Simply save this file. This is a white circle. I have to save this file after doing the changing. Create a terminal. In this terminal, simply say Terraform. Can you apply this change? Oh, okay, first we have to go to that particular directory, EC2 instance. Okay. And then if we'll do Terraform, you can do the plan also, or you can do the apply also directly. So they will also show you the plan. So that time only I will show you. So if I'll type the Terraform apply, so first they will tell us that what are the changes they are going to perform. Okay, so they will say that I saw that your instance is already running, but only one thing you want to do is currently your instance type is t2.micro, that you want to change it to the t2.medium. That is the only one thing you want to do. If that is true, then you can simply press here, yes, I will take care of all. I will simply press yes. Now it's the Terraform duty that they will modify the resource. Currently they are modifying. And if I'll try to refresh it from here, currently this machine is getting a stop. Automatically they are stopping it. And it is t2.micro. Once this machine will stop, automatically this will change to t2.medium, and then again they will start the machine. So let's wait for it. We'll keep seeing these all things.
So before this is automatically we are doing it, sir, right, sir? So do we need to stop the instance first?
No, it's Terraform is stopping the machine now. No?
Okay.
We are not stopping it. See, Terraform now stopped it. Now they will change this t2.micro to t2.medium. I'm just refreshing this page just to show you. Okay. See, it's got t2.medium. Now automatically they are starting it also pending. In some time it will become running, right? And backend Terraform is still saying us that we are trying to modify. Currently it is not completed. 50 seconds is elapsed, right? Until and unless this machine will not again running, Terraform cannot inform us that this machine is running. Now it's done, right? So they are in the waiting period. Once it will be running, then Terraform will update it. Okay. So let's wait for this. So now the thing is easy, right? Even I don't know how to change the instance type, right? Still will be able to do it from the Terraform side, right? It is exactly like the Ansible type of the concept. In the Ansible, if you don't know how to delete the user or something, still if you know the module, then we can use it, right? So exactly same. And until and unless this is not going to running, it will be not visible yet. It will be saying like that, okay, we are still in the process of doing that. Okay, it will take few more seconds. This is bigger machine actually, that's why. See, now it's machine become running. Since the machine become running, so they will tell us here now that your machine is running successful, apply is completed. Okay, so whatever the changes I want to do, I will just do it from here. If I want to change the name, I can do it from here itself. I will just change the name, they will try to update the name. We don't have to go there and update it. Okay, not only this, whatever the resources I created with the Terraform, okay, I can destroy also using here. If I want to terminate the machine, I don't have to come here and terminate or something. I can simply say Terraform, can you destroy whatever the resources you have? So again they will confirm us that since you are asking me to destroy, so I am going to destroy these resources. Are you ready with that? Like that way? Okay, so you will see here they are going to show us a plan here, and they are saying since you are destroying, so everything is going to become null. Are you ready for that? So if I'll press yes, then only they will do. And they are clearly saying there is no undo. So if you will yes, then everything will be deleted like this. And now it is destroying. Destroying means this instance will be in the terminating state, right? And see, it is shutting down, and then they will terminate this machine. So everything will be taken care by the Terraform. And since code is written here, so from the next time again somebody will tell me, can you launch a EC2 instance quickly? So what I have to do, I have to just write the command called Terraform apply. That's it. Because I don't have to change the code or something. Code is already there. Okay. Understood the concept that how Terraform is getting used here?
Yeah. So can is it going to start if we run that file apply?
No, we've done the Terraform destroy now, so they will destroy the
Oh,
resource. It is not applied.
forever actually. We can't restore that.
No, you cannot
This
restore. No, they are clearly saying, you know, there is no
okay.
undo.
So what
Even
if
in the
we
real world
want to,
also. See, even in the real world also, if you terminate the instance, how it is going to come back?
okay. So actually, sir, if we want to stop only one, if we want to destroy only one instance, how do we do that?
No, it is not like you are destroying one instance or something.
Okay.
Whatever this Terraform code will create, they can destroy only that only, right? You cannot control this particular instance or this instance, right?
Oh,
This code instance was launched by the Terraform, so they have the control on this only,
okay. Not all
right?
of them. Okay.
Yeah, it is not like, you know, we are not using it. We are using it just to launch and manage the infrastructure, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
whatever the infrastructure this Terraform will provision, that only they have the power to destroy or everything, access everything, right?
Mhm.
So that's the thing. So till now, if you'll see what is the flow we done, we try to create the provider.tf file, instance.tf file. We talked about the init and plan command. Then we talked about the apply command, right? Then we saw that an instance got launched. If I want to change the instance type from t2.micro to t2.small, manually we have to stop the instance. Then we'll able to do the change instance type. Okay, but here just we have to update the code here, and then we'll do the Terraform plan and apply. They will automatically say that we are changing from micro to a small. And if we'll apply it, so we'll be able to see this instance is going to change to t2.small like this. Similarly, if you want to destroy the resource, I will simply say Terraform destroy, and then resource will be destroyed like this. Okay. So this is the flow basically what we are seeing here. Okay. Now there is a concept of variable here. So this is just a simple concept, 2 more minutes. So for doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm closing this EC2 instance, come out of this. Okay. Create another folder with the name called variable directory. Okay. Inside this variable directory, I'm just creating a file. Let me just close this for cells. I don't require. Close all this. So inside this variable directory, I'm just creating a file with the name called variable.tf, and I'm just showing you how to assign some variable. If I want to store some value in that for the Terraform to use it in the later classes, everything. So how to do that? Okay. So in the Terraform, if somebody want to create a variable, so this type of the concept is there. So let me just first copy up to here. Then we'll see. So this is a variable we are creating with the name called X. Okay, I'm creating a variable with the name called X, in which I am storing a value with the type called a string, and the value of the X is Linux DevOps. So that means if somebody will say you that what is the value of X, what it should print Linux DevOps, right? So now if I'm going to give the output screen, output is basically to show anything display in the terminal. Okay, so I'm saying that you have to display some output value of a word called my variable. And what is the value you will be showing inside this output my variable screen? You'll be showing the value of X. You'll be showing the value of X. So what do you think? What it will print? Will it print X or it will print Linux DevOps? Anybody? Will it print X or will it print Linux DevOps? That's your question.
It's going to print a Linux DevOps.
But from where this value they are taking? From this X, right?
Yeah.
This X is in dual quote. Remember Linux bash scripting class. If anything you are keeping it in the double quote, it will be printed as it is. They will not treat it as a variable, right? How they can differentiate that this is a variable or this is a normal word only? I can write it here XYZ also, right? So in that case, this would print XYZ only, right? So here, if you are writing the X, so this is going to print X only. So if I will, even if I'll try to do Terraform terminal, okay, and if I'll click on new terminal, and first I have to go inside the variable directory, and then first command you have to do is the Terraform init, then only it will work. And then I'm simply saying Terraform apply. If I'll do apply, so they are clearly saying that what they are printing the output, right? Output value, they are printing my variable. And what is the value they are printing in the my variable? X only. They are printing as it is. Okay. But my goal is they should print my variable is equal to Linux DevOps, right? That means we have to tell them that this is a variable. So for doing that, you have to write the variable like this: dollar, then curly bracket, then var for variable and whatever the variable name. Then only it will print. Like if I'll copy this and I will replace this X. If you type X directly, it will print as it is. But if you type like this dollar var dot X, then they are going to call this variable X. And what is the value of variable X? Linux DevOps, then they are going to print it. So if I'll save this file and I'll close this, clear it all. If I'll again say Terraform apply, so this time they are printing that, just print here, okay. So see, they are printing my variable is Linux DevOps, okay, Linux DevOps. Why? Because this time they are rating it from var.x. So like this way, we can call any variable. We have to just write dollar. Dollar we are already using, if you remember, in the Linux scripting class to call any variable. Just the extra thing coming here is the curly bracket. That's all. Is it clear? This one, how to call the variable?
Yes.
So just make sure whenever we'll be printing any variable value or something, we'll be using this type of the concept var.x. Var is for variable and whatever the variable name x. If the variable name is x, then we'll write var.x. If variable name is dev team, then we'll write var.team, right? So like this way, they will be calling the var. So just try to do the setup of the Terraform. Okay, that installation of all the three software, whatever the requires everything. Then in the next class, we are going to see how to launch the Apache web server, everything, right? Like we'll be launching the EC2 instance, we'll be launching the EBS volume, we'll be attaching the EBS volume, we'll be doing the partition of the EBS volume, we'll be formatting the EBS volume, we'll be mounting the volume. Okay, then we'll be hosting some website there, we'll be copying the code from the GitHub, and we'll try to deploy it. Everything we'll do it using the Terraform. Okay, it will take entire class, but yeah, you'll be get a good learning there. Okay. So yeah, that's all for today. Thanks all of you.
Thank you.
Hi all of you.
Nice.
Is my sound is audible?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday we started with the Terraform. In that only we'll be going to continue. Again, I'm going to open the VS Code editor. And yesterday we saw how to launch the EC2 instance, everything using the Terraform. Today our goal will be to do little bit more in that. So basically, today's our goal will be to launch the Apache web server on AWS instance using Terraform. So these 5 steps are there that we'll be trying to do one by one. Okay, VS Code is opening. It is taking a little bit time. Okay. So if we'll follow this document, so basically what is our goal is we'll be launching a EC2 instance, okay? And when we'll be launching the EC2 instance, that time we have to make sure that HTTP port is enabled, okay? Once that EC2 instance will be launched, then we'll be launching an EBS volume, okay? Why after launching the EC2 instance, we have to launch the EBS volume? Because EBS volume should be in the same availability zone, right? If our EC2 instance is running in 1A, our EBS volume should also present in 1A, then only it can be connected, okay? So we'll connect this EBS volume to this one. And after connecting the EBS volume, you know that you have to create a partition, you have to create the format, these all things we already talked in the AWS session. So I'm not going to take it again. So our goal will be to attach the EBS volume, then create the partition and format it. Once this is done, we'll attach this, mount this volume to the directory called /var/www/html location, because that was the location where we want to keep all our directory, everything, all the website code, everything. Okay. Then we'll be installing the PHP and HTTPD software inside this EC2 instance machine. Okay. And whatever the code I will write it in the GitHub, that will copy it inside this directory /var/www/html location. Once the file will be copied, this website content will be copied to this location. Okay, now we can copy the public IP of the machine and we'll write it in the browser. Our website will be visible. So basically these 5 steps we have to do. Okay, but doing these 5 steps, the first requirement is we have to allow the HTTP port or something, right? So for that particular reason, we'll be creating a security group. So what we'll be doing is we'll be creating a security group manually with the exactly same name webport-allow. Why? Because in my later part of the code I use this name only. Okay, if you are changing the name here, then you have to change the name in the code also. Similarly, we'll be creating a key pair with the name called Terraform underscore key. So basically these two are the prerequisite that we have to complete, then only we'll go with this all 5 steps. Okay, so let's start with the creating the security group with the name called webport-allow. So I will come to the EC2 instance. Here we'll see in the networking there will be option called security group. Okay, in my case, I think the security group is already created with the name called webport-allow. So what I'm going to do is first I'm deleting this security group. Deleted. Fine. So what you have to do is when you will be coming to this security group, so you have to click on create security group. Okay. Then you have to give the name. What name you have to give? Webport-allow. So just give it here webport-allow. And in this security group, basically we'll be giving the 2 access. One is the allow SSH and HTTP. Okay, and how to give these 2 access? So in the inbound rule, first you have to allow the SSH to anybody, and then you have to do one more rule and you have to allow the HTTP to anybody. So basically we open this 2 port here. Once you've done this, you don't have to do anything in the outbound rule, simply do the create security group. Once this security group is attached, basically created webport-allow, then we can use it in the later part. Okay, other than this, there is one more prerequisite is there that we have to create a key pair with the name called Terraform underscore key. So again, key pair also with the exactly same name I already have. So let me just delete that key pair Terraform underscore key, and then again I will create it. So you have to come to the create key pair section. Here you have to give the name exactly same Terraform underscore key, and make sure you are downloading the PEM file only, not the PPK. Okay, download the PEM file and simply click on create key pair. So they will ask you that we have to download this. So where you will download it? You will download it in the Terraform workspace. Okay, inside the Terraform workspace, just download it. Okay, that PEM file. If I'll save this, then we can visualize it from here that Terraform underscore key.pem file is visible. It is inside this Terraform workspace. Okay. Once this PEM file also came in the picture, then our this 2 prerequisite is completed. Proper screenshot is there how to create this everything. Okay. Now we'll start to write the code everything. Okay. So for writing this entire code, what we'll do is we'll be creating a directory with the name called Apache Web Server. Take an example. I'm creating a new folder here for the name called Apache Web Server, something like this. And inside this folder only we'll be creating multiple files. So first file we will always create is the provider.tf file, in which we'll specify how to communicate with the AWS cloud. Okay. So what were the things we are writing in the provider.tf file? We are writing the provider is AWS, reason we are writing, and then profile name we are writing. So exactly same thing, we can just copy paste it. Once this is done, so you'll see it is in the white color. That means currently this file is not saved. Okay, white circle. So simply save this using Ctrl+S. Once this provider.tf file is created, and once we know that how to communicate with this, then the first step, what was the first step there? We have to launch a EC2 instance with the HTTP port enabled, right? So we'll be launching an EC2 instance. So for doing that, we'll be just creating a file called ec2.tf. So I'm creating another file inside the Apache web server only. File name will be ec2.tf. This particular file is going to launch the EC2 instance. Okay, so again, if you remember this documentation, where is the documentation? If I'll go in the docs and okay, or let me just do like this, simply search Terraform AWS docs like this, and come to this provider one, and here to launch the EC2 instance, we already know the code, but just I am referencing you that you have to find it from this particular point. So if we'll find it here, something related to the EC2, and in the EC2, if you'll find something related to AWS instance, so here they are telling that to launch the EC2 instance, you have to provide the image, then you have to provide the instance type, then you have to provide the name, these three things, right? So we already given here image, we already given here instance type, right? And here we given the name. These two things coming new in the picture, right? One is the security group, one is the key name. From where we got, so since we are launching the EC2 instance, right? So we can attach some security group here also. Then only HTTP port, everything will be enabled. And just now we created a security group with the name called webport-allow. That only we have to attach. So if we'll come down inside this page only, and we'll see that any example they are giving us that how to attach the security group or something like that. So if we'll keep coming down, here they are talking about the security groups, and they are saying security group, you can provide a list. Okay, you can provide the list of the security group name here. So that's why I written the name called security underscore groups. Okay, here we are writing the name called security under groups. Okay, and why this is a square bracket? Because they are mentioning here that this is the list. Whenever list will come in the picture, then what you have to do, you have to write the square bracket. Inside this, what name I have to specify, what is the security group I just created, webport-allow. That's what I written. If there will be multiple security group you have to attach, just give comma, then give the second name, then give the comma, then give the third name, like this. Now the thing is, when we are launching the EC2 instance, that time we have to select the key pair also, right? So here they are saying something related to key underscore name. They are not saying anything called key pair, but they have a concept called key underscore name. Key underscore name. And in this, they are saying it is optional in nature, but you can give your key pair name, whatever you want to attach it to the this EC2 instance. That's why we given the key underscore name here. And what was my key pair name? Terraform underscore key. Just now we create. So basically, this file is going to launch a EC2 instance with the name called web server by Terraform t2.micro. Security group, they will attach this one, and key pair, they will attach this one. So just keep this file here. So now this is going to launch the EC2 instance with this image ID, instance type, security group, key pair, name, everything is written. Okay. Once the EC2 instance is launched, then we have to launch the EBS volume, right? The next step was to launch the EBS volume of size 1 GB. Okay. And we have to launch this EBS volume of size 1 GB in the same availability zone as of EC2 instance. Okay. That means where this EC2 instance is going to be launched, in whichever availability zone, either in 1A, 1B, 1C, there only we have to launch. Currently, I did not specify that key in this particular availability zone only this EC2 instance should launch. It can launch in randomly in any one of them. Okay. You can specify that also after giving the name called availability underscore zone. Okay. If you'll see somewhere, they will be writing your availability underscore zone. You can just mention it here AP-south-1A, then they will launch it in that one only. But if you did not specify it, so they will randomly allocate something. Okay. But we know that there is a variable called availability underscore zone. So if some information you are not providing, right? If you are not providing some information of availability zone, then what will happen is as soon as this EC2 instance will launch, they will get the some value for the availability zone. Maybe it launched in 1B. So they will get the value as 1B, right? So that value will be automatically updated inside this variable called availability underscore zone, right? You cannot launch a EC2 instance without specifying availability zone. There will be definitely a availability zone will be there when EC2 instance will be run. So they will automatically update this value. Now we have to launch the EBS volume. So for the EBS volume, there is a page here called EBS. If you come here, how to write AWS EBS volume. So they are saying to create any EBS volume, you have to write this code in which you have to mention the size, you have to mention the availability zone. Now the problem is I don't know what is my availability zone, right? So how to write this? So that's where this particular code comes in the picture. Second code you'll be creating with the file called blockstorage.tf. something like this. You'll be creating a new file now, block storage. And inside this file, we'll be writing the code for the EBS volume, and the code is this one. And I will say what is the difference here. So this is exactly same code what we are seeing it here: resource, availability zone, size, tags, name. Resource, availability zone, size, tags, name. But in the availability zone section, you are seeing here they written directly in this documentation, they directly written US West -2. I can also hard code the value, but I don't know when the second time I will run the code, maybe they will select some different availability zone or something, right? So that's why I written here that do one thing. I know that you have to get the availability zone. So you have to find the resource AWS underscore instance. Where is this AWS underscore instance? This is the AWS underscore instance. So I'm saying AWS underscore instance. Okay, so there is a EC2 instance is there with the name called WebOS1, with the name called WebOS1. Once that will be launched, you will get a availability zone value here, because I shown you there is a variable called availability underscore zone. So that value you will get it there, and whatever the value you will be getting it there, that particular value you have to store it in this availability zone. So if here it will get it 1A, then they will automatically update it here 1A, and then your ABS volume will be launched in that particular location. So that's the only thing you have to do. Is everything will be exactly same. So they will launch the EBS volume in the same availability zone as of your EC2 instance. Once that part is also done, then we have to attach the volume, because once you created the EBS volume, you have to attach the EBS volume also, right? So to do the attachment, there is a code here, AWS volume attachment. And in this, they are saying to attach any EBS volume, you have to provide the device name. Like if you remember /dev/xbda, xbdb, right? This type of the name we are giving it in the AWS cloud. Other than that, you have to provide the volume ID, and then you have to provide the EC2 instance ID where you want to launch it. Okay. So currently, I don't know what is my EC2 instance ID, because currently it is not launched. Similarly, EBS volume also, it doesn't launch. How I can get the ID, everything, right? But as you know that already, that whenever this EC2 instance will launch, automatically a ID will come here in this variable, right? Similarly, whenever this EBS volume will launch, a ID will come here. So we don't have to worry about, just we'll create one more file with the name called attach block.tf. Okay. And inside this, whatever the code is there in this file, either you can just copy paste this code, or you can just copy paste this code. It is exactly same. Only the device name I made it difference. We given the name as /dev/xbdc. This should be in that particular format only. That's why we are doing this. Okay, and these things are coming from the picture from here. Even from here, if you want to attach any EBS volume, right? If there is some EBS volume, whenever we want to attach the EBS volume, like this pen drive 3 GB or something, so we are writing something like this, right? We are writing the availability zone, we are writing the instance ID. Basically, we are selecting this ID, then we are selecting the volume ID, right? And then we are writing some device name /dev/xpd, something like this. So whatever the information we are writing here, that only we are trying to write it here, that I am giving you volume ID, instance ID, device name, like this one. Okay. And there is one extra thing is the force detach. Okay. Force detach is sometimes what we have to do is we have to detach this volume forcefully, right? So for that, they are saying here, you can just make this force detach as true. So even if sometimes your EC2 instance is there, they can forcefully detach it. Okay. So that's why I just made it true. So when we'll delete the instance or something like that, so it can be easily be deleted. That's it. Simply save this file also. So till now, what we done? We launched the EC2 instance. We created the EBS volume in the same availability zone. Then whatever the EBS volume is getting created, that I am attaching it to this particular EC2 instance using this file. So up to here, is it clear? What this 3 code is doing?
Yes.
Okay. Once this is done, then the last file you have to create is the apache.tf file. Okay, so this is the main file which will be going to do all the things. Okay, so now the thing is, just try to understand here the just a basic thing, that once this part is done, launch the EC2 instance. When you launch the EBS volume, when you attach the EBS volume, right? Now you have to install the PHP software, HTTPD software. You have to copy some content. So how you will be able to do it? Anybody? You have to do login inside your machine, right? Then only you can do all these steps. Is this making sense? So now we have to do the login. So apache.tf file will help us to do that only. Now the thing is, can we log into this particular machine without creating these three things? If this three step is not completed, can we log into this full machine to do this all work?
No.
No, right? So that means we have to keep wait until and unless this three code will complete. Once this three code will complete, then only we can jump to this apache.tf file. Okay. That's why there is a concept here in the Terraform, and that concept is known as the null resource. In the null resource, basically, we can specify that this particular resource have to depend on something. So first, let me just copy this entire code, then I will explain you one by one. There is some error is also there, that also I will try to rectify in this. Okay, so this is the code. Definitely some error is here. That's why this is coming as red color 3 lines. That means 3 error are there. Okay, that I will tell you where is it is. Okay, but the first block, okay, the first block you are seeing here is a null resource. In the null resource, basically it is saying that you can just assign some task or something like this, okay, and it will be keep waiting until and unless that particular work is not completed. So I am saying that this particular null resource will be keep waiting until and unless this AWS volume attachment is not going to complete, right? First they will launch the EC2 instance, then they will launch the EBS volume, then this EBS volume will attach. Until and unless this particular task, AWS underscore volume underscore attachment dot EBS underscore attach, okay, this particular task will not complete, you cannot start with this all work. You cannot log in inside the machine, right? Once your EC2 instance will launch, once your EBS volume will be created, once it is attached, then only you can perform SSH and do the login anything, right? Until and unless our EC2 instance is not running here, okay, we cannot come here and we can start to do login using putty or some other software. We have to wait. So that's why this code block here is you have to depends on. Once this particular work is done, then what you have to do? Then you have to do the connection. How you will be doing the connection? We'll be doing the connection using the SSH protocol. Okay, again, this is just a block of the Terraform only. If you'll search here Terraform connection. Okay, and if we'll go here, so they will tell you that you can provide the connection like this, type is equal to SSH, then you have to provide the username, then you have to provide the password, then you have to provide the IP address. So this type of the things they have to do. So exactly same type of the things we are writing. Type is equal to SSH, username is EC2-user. In place of password, we are writing the private key. Okay, and in the host, we are writing the public IP like this. Okay, from where we got the private key example. So somewhere in the downside, they will be written here. If somebody does not know the password, then they can take the private underscore key also. So now private key we already download, right? This is the Terraform underscore key.pem file they have to do, right? So just do one back express, this will be the entire file. But this is not the location where I downloaded this Terraform underscore key.pem file. Okay, in my case, that location is different. I downloaded it at this particular position. So I will copy this entire path here. Why that? Okay, let me just go again and let me copy. See, this is the entire path where we have copied this Terraform underscore key. So I will just copy this, come here, and this particular D drive to this particular thing, I will replace it with this. Okay. And last one will be Terraform underscore key.pem file only. And just this backward slash will be changed to the forward slash. Okay. In Windows, whenever you are writing, it should be the forward slash. So you can just write not on Windows. Basically, we are doing the connection using SSH, so it will basically treat it as a Linux. So it should be like this way. Okay, forward slash in place of backward slash. So now this thing is completed, right? I'm saying now that you have to connect to this machine using the SSH protocol. Username you have to take as EC2 user. Private key I am providing you at this location it is present. And public IP, how you will get it. So I'm saying that there is a resource I am creating with the name called AWS instance WebOS 1, AWS instance WebOS 1. As soon as this machine will launch, they will get a public IP, public underscore IP. Okay. Again, from where I got the variable called public underscore IP. So again, that is coming from this particular file only. If you'll see here, AWS instance. So they will tell you here that as soon as instance will launch, we'll get the public IP. This is the private IP. Similarly, you'll see somewhere the value of public underscore IP will be also there, or you can simply search it that anything related to public underscore IP is there or not. So see here they are saying public IP address will assign. Okay, so from there only we are reading. So I'm saying that you can take the public IP from this variable. Okay, and once this is done, so your connection is done. Once the connection is done, then you have to remotely execute some commands. What are the commands you have to install? So the first command I am saying is that you have to install the httpd software. This is the first command, sudo yum install httpd. Then you will install the php command. Okay, then you will start the httpd package. Okay, after starting the httpd package, in the second line it should be enable. I written 2 times start, that is wrong. Okay, then I have to format the drive name. Why this /dev/xbdc? Because we are attaching it with the name called /dev/xbdc. So they will format the drive. Then they will mount this particular drive to the directory called /bad/www/html. Then they will install the Git software. Okay, and there is some more error is there, yeah, at this particular point. So let's just do one backspace space. So I am saying here that you have to install the Git software. Okay, and after installing the Git software you have to clone. Which repository you have to clone? Apache webpage.git. So if you'll see here in my GitHub account, there is a this is a basically a directory called Apache webpage. So what I'm saying is Terraform is that Terraform will clone this particular GitHub repository. Inside this GitHub repository, there is a code there. Okay, background color is orange and welcome to web server created by Terraform. So this particular code will be copied and it will be pasted inside a directory called /var/www/html. Inside that there will be another directory will be created with the name called web, and there it will be displayed. So that is the goal. So if I'll run this entire thing, what will happen? They will launch the EC2 instance, they will launch the EBS volume, they will attach the EBS volume, they will log into the EC2 instance, then they will install the HTTPD, PHP, start the HTTPD, enable the HTTPD, format the drive, mount the drive, install the Git software, clone this GitHub repository to this one. Up to here, if this is done, okay, up to here, if this is done, then our website is visible. Now to see the website, what we have to do? We have to copy the public IP and we have to paste it in browser, right? So for that particular reason, we'll be creating another file called output.tf file. Okay. And in this file, I'm just mentioning a simple code that you have to print the public IP address. Yesterday, I shown you in the variable file that how to print something in the output. So I'm simply saying that there is a variable called AWS instance.webos.1.public IP. This will give you a public IP address that you have to just print it on the screen. That's it. That's the only goal. So simply save the file and check all the files are saved or not. Okay, all the files should be saved. Once everything is done, then you can simply open a new terminal. Okay, and in this terminal you can go inside the Apache web server. Then the first thing you have to do is the Terraform init. After initializing the Terraform, you have to simply do the plan and check all the proper planning is happening or not. Terraform. So in this plan, they are saying something. Okay, they are saying that we'll create a EBS volume. Then they are saying we'll be creating a EC2 instance also. Okay, and then if we'll keep coming down, they will say that we'll be attaching the EBS volume also. And then they are saying that we have to do some work in the null resource that I will do. Okay, so whatever the things you are doing inside the machine, that Terraform does not take care. Okay, these all things, because Terraform is not reading what you are doing in the null resource. Okay, and Terraform was not meant for doing all these things. If you want to install some software, if you want to run some command inside the EC2 instance, so Ansible is the best software to do so. Okay, Terraform is does not created for this particular purpose. If you want to install some software, if you want to clone something, right? If you want to mount something, I already shown you how to do it with the Ansible. So Ansible is the best way. But currently, I'm just showing you just a practical purpose that we can do, but this is not a good way. That's the only thing. Okay. Terraform can only help us basically in real world scenario, that to launching the EC2 instance, to launching the EBS volume, to attaching the EBS volume, that's it. After inside the machine, whatever you want to do, always prefer to do with the Ansible. Once this is done, we can simply say Terraform. Can you apply these changes? As soon as I will press yes, it's the Terraform duty that they will make sure that first EC2 instance should be launched. Once the EC2 instance will launch, then only they will launch the EBS volume. So let's see. See, they are first creating the EC2 instance, and they will be keep waiting until the EC2 instance is creating. Once the EC2 instance will create, then they will get which abilities on this EC2 instance got created. Then they automatically create a EBS volume in the exactly same abilities on. So let's keep check. Now see, they are creating the EBS volume once the instance got created. Once the EBS volume will create, then only they will try to attach it. Now see, they are attaching the EBS volume. Once the attachment is completed, then only this null resource will start to work, because null resource was dependent on the attachment. Okay, now the null resources started to work. Okay, they are trying to log in inside the machine, and they will keep wait until all the things will work. Okay, once the machine will be activated, then they will go there, they will start to install the HTTPD, PHP software, everything. Now see, they are installing the HTTPD software. I think there will be some issue will come here because they stuck in between actually. Okay, once it will fail, then I will tell you. And just about the error one more time, I found it. Actually, they got stuck here. Okay, due to the network issue. So let me just change to the network. Okay, I know why this happened. So see, there is some error is coming. Okay, this will come definitely. This got stuck due to some network. So wait, just give me a second. Let me select another network. Fine. So hope this is clear. So let me just destroy all the resource. Okay, whatever they created till now. And then again we'll run this entire thing. Because see, Terraform is does not meant for the remote execute some command. Okay, if you are remotely executing some command or something like installing the software, everything, it would behave abnormally. Okay, so that's why if you have to do some changes or something, then you have to delete entire resource, everything. So now they will detach the volume, then they will remove everything, right? Meanwhile, if you'll see here that they actually launched the EC2 instance, okay, but now they are going to terminate it, everything. This running one, it will be terminated. So let them terminate, then we'll see this again, entire practical one more time. Now basically they are terminating this EC2 instance. See, now they are shutting it down. So let it be terminated, then only we'll see again. Okay, so now it's done. So let me just clear it. Again, I am just applying it, Terraform apply. So again, they will apply everything from scratch. This time it should work because I changed my network. So let's see. So again, the process will start. They will start to launch the EC2 instance. Okay. And now again, they are launching the EVS volume. So you can see here that a new EC2 instance will come in the picture. Now this is running. Okay. Now they will try to attach some EVS volume here of size 1 GB a storage will be attached here. Okay. So currently you'll see only 8 GB volume here. Okay. But as soon as this attachment is done, you'll be seeing 1 GB volume will also attach there. And once that volume attachment will done, then only again they will start the process. So now they connected, okay, to that public IP address using the user called EC2 user using the private key, everything. Now they are waiting for yum process to complete so they can start. Okay, they are installing the HTTPD package. Now they are installing the PHP package. Okay, after installing HTTPD and PHP, they are now installing the Git software. Okay, and now they are cloning the GitHub repository, and now the work is completed. That was just the issue of the network. Okay, so now see the Git software also they installed. Then I said that you have to clone a GitHub repository. So that also they are saying we cloned it to this particular directory. And at last I said them to print the public IP address. And see, they printed the public IP address also. And you know one thing, if I just copy this public IP address and I will come to a browser here directly and I will try to paste this, we'll be able to see a website here. Okay, we'll be able to see this website test page. And since we clone this entire thing inside a directory called /web, so if I print it here /web, so we'll be seeing the exactly same thing what is written in this code. Background color orange, welcome to web server created by Terraform. So this entire thing we deployed using the Terraform, right? What they done basically, if you'll see, first they launch a EC2 instance, then they attached a storage of size 1 GB with this name /dev/xvdc, right? Then they log in inside this machine and they create it. And since see, this EVS volume is created in 1B, so they will make sure that the volume, whatever they created of size 1 GB, okay, it will be created in the availability zone called 1B only. Then only it will be connected, right? And they connected it to the exactly same EC2 instance which they launched it. Fine. So this is the thing, like how Terraform is working. Terraform is doing the entire thing. Okay. But if somebody is doing some changes in the code, like you are thinking that if you're doing some changes here, like from background color from orange to some different color, like I want to deploy the website called Powder Blue or something, right? So there where the limitation of Terraform come in the picture. I done the change in code, right? I am committing this code. So now this website should be visible in the Powder Blue, but this is not going to work. Why? Again, I have to do the Terraform apply. But you know, again, if you will do also the Terraform apply, Terraform will say that I'm not seeing any changes there. So whatever the thing you are asking me to do, that is already done. Okay. And that's why if I'll say you, see, it is saying that everything is already complete. So they are saying that your infrastructure is already exactly same. So there is no difference. Okay. But we done the difference in the code, and Terraform will be never able to understand. And Ansible is the one who do this configuration level management. Terraform only take care of the infrastructure only. But if you still want to deploy the latest website, then in that case, what you have to do is you have to first destroy the resource using the command called terraform destroy like this. So once the entire resource will be destroyed, then again you have to do the terraform apply. So from everything will again happen from scratch, then the latest website will be visible. Like if I'm doing yes, so now again they will be destroy all the resource. That's why we should do all the installation, all the cloning related work using the Ansible, because Ansible know if some changes will happen, Ansible will automatically detect. If you remember when we are copying the file and some file content we are changing and again we are running the script, Ansible was the one who was getting to know that okay, file got changed, so that means I have to copy the file again. But this type of the thing and Terraform cannot take care. Terraform will only take care if the EC2 instance got deleted or the EBS volume got deleted. Then only Terraform will say that okay, some changes happen. So again I have to create all these things. So let it be destroyed. Then again, I will just run one more time Terraform apply. Okay, now destruction happened. Now again, if I do the Terraform applies, again this process is going to happen again. Again, they will launch the instance. Again, they will create a new EBS volume. Again, they will clone the repository, right? And again, they will clone the repository. That time only they will get that, okay, this is the latest version. Okay, so let me just press yes now. Again, the process got started for launching the instance. Now they are again creating the EBS volume, everything. And after attaching the AWS volume, again the entire process is going to start. So see, this time public IP also will get changed, right? Because this time the new machine will come. So again, I have to copy the new public IP. So make sure whenever you are doing the practical, you have a proper internet connection. If your internet connection will be a little bit slow or something, so this can give some error or something. Then again, try to do change in your network, okay? And then try to do it again. Okay, so again, they are installing the Git everything. Now they cloned it. And this time, this is the public IP. So I will just copy this public IP. Okay. And I will just paste it here. And if I'll go to the /web directory, so you know if this is correct, so it will show the powder blue color. And see, this time it is deployed. And whatever the website it is showing you 65.0, right? So this is exactly the same machine. If you'll see 65.0, the new machine, whatever they started, this machine is having this public IP. That's what they are displaying here using the output. Okay. So this is the entire thing, okay, that you have to practice it. In the next class, we'll be discussing about the VPC, okay. So yeah, that's all for today. Anything if somebody want to ask.
Yes.
Okay. Fine, these all things, see, it is not like you have to remember everything. You should know how to find, how to read the documentation, how to do the work. Okay, that's more than enough. Fine. So just try to understand the concept, the official documentation of the Terraform anytime you can trace for. Okay, to proceed ahead. So yeah, that's all. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Are you able to hear me? Okay. So today we are going to see about the VPC part. Okay. So VPC is just like a virtual private cloud. So basically till now, whatever the things you are doing, right, whatever the machines you are running, everything. Okay. All these things are created inside a VPC only. VPC is just like a isolation. Okay. So basically, this is a AWS account, but inside that AWS account, there can be that multiple teams are working, multiple projects you are working on, right? And you don't want that whatever the EC2 instances we are creating and whatever the resources we are creating for that particular project, that should not be communicating with the another project like that, right? So that type of the isolation you can get it using the concept called VPC. Okay. So by default, whenever you create a AWS account, okay, that time they automatically create a VPC that is known as the default VPC. Let me log in and then show you. Okay, so they have by default a single VPC. Okay, this one, and currently whatever the resources you are creating, it is getting created inside this VPC. Okay, but if I want that, I want to launch some different instances, group of instances of different resources. Okay, that I want to separate it from this. Okay, then I will create a separate VPC and I will create all the resources inside that VPC. So the EC2 instances which is running inside this VPC will not have any connectivity to that. Okay, so that type of the things we want to achieve. So if you'll try to read some blogs about the VPC or something, right? So they will give you the idea called there are some default VPC, then there is a non-default VPC. We are mostly going to talk it about as a non-default VPC that we are going to create. Okay. So benefit is you can take the control everything. Okay. And if you talk about a VPC, right? So it is something like this. You are building a big home, okay, or like multiple floors are there, everything, okay. Now, on if there are multiple floors are there, so definitely since all the things are getting a smart, right? So on each floor there will be a smart TV, a smart fridge, like that, right? So all the components will be there, right? You will be using laptops, computers on each floor, right? So what we want that a proper network communication. Okay, we want a proper network communication across all entire building. Okay, so for doing that, what is the minimum thing first you will require? The first thing you will require a internet, right? Internet, you will be taking it connection from the outer world, like a broadband provider or something. They will put a wire in your home, right? And with that particular wire, a internet will come in your home, right? That particular wire, okay, you will be connected to some router, right? That particular wire of the internet will be connected to some router to your home, okay, and that particular router is connected to the multiple router. Like for each floor you created multiple router, right? On the first floor there is a separate router, on the second floor there is a separate router for better coverage, right? So this particular wire will be connected to one router, and from one router all other router will be configured using the LAN cable, everything. Okay, now if the first router, take an example, is connected, okay, on the first floor, so this thing you can understand as a first floor, this you can understand as a second floor. Okay, so if we are keeping the devices on the first floor, okay, like this is the first floor of the building, like that way. So whatever the EC2 instances, whatever the laptops you are running inside the first floor, they will be internally connected using the switch. Anybody know about the switch? Do you know about switch in networking, anybody? No? Have
Not
you
really.
seen this type of the components anywhere?
Yes.
Right? So this is the switch. Okay. So this type of the switch can help you to communicate internally. Like take an example, there is a floor, there is a lab. Okay, a lab we are setting it up in our one of our floor. Okay, in which there will be 50 computers. I want that all these 50 computers should communicate to each other. Then what I will do is I will take a LAN cable from this laptop. I will communicate, keep it here. Similarly, one LAN cable from this laptop to this one. So all these laptops will be connected to this particular switch. And since all the laptops LAN cable are connected to this switch, so now if this laptop want to communicate to this laptop, they can do it. They will transfer the data to here this switch will transfer the data to this particular laptop, right? So a proper communication is happening. So if you are communicating inside the same area, local area, right? So switch can help you, okay? And that's what they are telling you, right? From your internet provider, you are getting the connection to the router. From router, you are connecting to the switch, and from switch, you are connecting to your laptop. Maybe you will be thinking that in your home only router is there, you are directly connecting your router to your laptop, right? But whatever the router you are buying from the market, that comes with both the functionality, router plus switch, right? That's why behind your router you will see this type of the LAN port will be there, right? Whatever the router you are using for your home, right, that comes with this type of the LAN cables, everything. So basically your router will act as a switch also, okay? But internally if you try to discuss, so router is a separate component, switch is separate component. To make it feasible that people don't have to buy two components separately, right? That's why they kept it both the things together like this way, okay? But in the real world scenario, if you go a little bit more deep, so your router will be connected to the switch. From switch, you will be distributing the traffic to the multiple computer. Okay, makes sense?
Yes.
And also in another way, also you can think that router, whatever the router you are using, maximum 3 to 4 LAN port will be there inside that router, right? But take an example, I have 10 computers. I want to attach 10 computers using the LAN cable. So in that case, router cannot help us. Only 3 to 4 port is there. So what I will do is I will put out one cable from here and I will keep it in this switch, right? As soon as I will keep it, now see how many connection I can keep it, right? So that type of the benefits we can get it. So basically, inside each floor, now I will act as a switch. Here, one switch I will keep it. In this floor, I will keep one switch. Okay, and all this switch will be connected to the router. Okay. So if there are 5 EC2 instances present in this floor or 5 laptop is present in this floor, if they want to communicate to each other internally, how they will be communicating? Using switch or router? Anybody? If all the 5 laptops are present in this floor only, just give me a second. Yeah, so I was asking that if there are 5 EC2 instances or 5 laptops are running in this floor, okay, so will communicate to each other using the switch or this router? What do you think?
Switch.
Switch, right? Because they are on the same floor, okay?
Yeah.
Similarly, whatever the EC2 instances, everything is present on this floor, they will also try to communicate using the switch only internally, okay? But if this is the laptop present on the first floor and this laptop present on the second floor, if they both want to communicate together, how they will be connecting? Using this router, right? Because router is the one who is distributing, right? Because here the different switch will be there, here different switch will be there, right? But if this laptop want to communicate to this laptop, since both are connected to the same router, so still they have a proper communication there, right? So they can connect it, okay? But now take an example, some person is sitting outside of this building, okay, on some different city or something. If there you want to communicate to their laptop or something, like currently what we are doing the communication, right? We are doing from the different laptops, right? Sitting in different city. So what is happening in our case? Switch is not helping us, right? We are going through the router going through the internet gateway to the internet. From there we are managing it. Make sense? So this entire infrastructure is known as the VPC. Okay, and whatever the resources we are going to keep it in this VPC, like what either keep it in the first floor or second floor, it doesn't matter. But the person sitting outside from this, okay, if I'll not give him the power to communicate directly to this machine, they will be not able to do so. Okay, totally we will control it. That to whom we should connect, to whom we should disconnect, something like. Okay, so this type of the entire setup we have to do, and for doing these setups we'll be seeing the concept of route tables, subnets, right? And then other than that, okay, we'll see that what are the components here. Meanwhile, just if this diagram is clear, well and good. Okay, so you can create the VPC directly also. Okay, for directly creating the VPC, the first thing what you have to do, you have to just click on create VPC here. Okay, so when you are creating the VPC, they will ask you with the name something like this. So you can just give the name like my VPC something. Okay, then they are asking you for CIDR block. Okay, so basically when you are creating a VPC here, you have to tell some IP address range here, right? That whatever the computers is going to be launched inside either on the first floor or second floor, they will get some IP address, right? Private IP address. So from what particular range you are going to take the IP address, that you have to write it here. Okay, so you can take some range or something. Take an example, I want that whatever the laptop is going to start or EC2 instance going to start inside this VPC, their IP address would start with 10.11.0.0/24. Okay. If I'm going to write /24, not /24, let's give it /16. Okay. So if we'll give /16, that means this IP and this IP can be anything. Okay. What is the meaning of this? So something like this, take an example. Okay, so see, if I am writing the IP address called 11.0.0, so this is just a single IP, right? It can associate to only one machine. Make sense? So that means only one machine can be launched. Okay. If I am saying that 10.11.0.0/24 meaning is basically the last zero, the last octet after this dot, okay, last value, this zero, this can be changed. Okay, so if this can be changed, so how many times it can be changed? So 2 to the power 8. Okay, 2 to the power 8, that is 256. Okay, so 256 machine. How it can possible that 256 machine can be associated? So basically when you are writing this IP, so this IP meaning is your IP will start like this 0.0, then the next IP will be 10.11.0.1. Okay, 10.11.0.2, right? Like this way it will keep going, and it will keep go up to which number? Anybody can tell what will be the last number here? 0 dot
250,
come again?
254,
255 actually, right?
255, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Because if you will start the counting from 0 to 255, then total 256 machine will be there. Okay, and maximum you can go up to 255 only. Here also you can go maximum up to 255 only. So basically whatever the IP address in the world is available, it will start from 0.0.0.0 and it will go up to max to 255.255.255.255. We have to keep some range between this only, right? So I choose this range, that means we are starting from here. If I choose it here /16, okay, then what will happen? They will fix this zero number, okay, and then they will start the counting from 0, 1, 2 to 255. Once this 255 is completed, then they will start the counting like this 10.11.1.0, and then again they will start like this 10.11.1.1, right? So like this way they will be keep going again up to 255. So if I am giving /16, right, so total how many combination can be possible? Anybody? See, if this is the thing, 255, right? Again 255, again 255, right? So total how many times? Total
16.
256 times, right?
Yeah.
So it will be 256 into 256. Make sense?
Yeah.
So 256, 256, it will be around like 65,536, something like this. Okay. And it will be basically equal to the 2 to the power 16. Okay. So whatever the value we are writing, like if I'm writing /24, so just subtract it by 32. So it is 8. So 2 to the power 8, that is 256. Okay. So these things you can calculate using calculator also. This is the subnet calculator I gave it. This link you can simply open it. Whatever the calculation I told you, if you are not good with it, you can just simply write some value here and here. They will give you guidance on thing. So take an example, if somebody is writing here 10.11.0.0 and they are writing /32, okay, or /32. So maximum only one IP can be possible. Okay, so calculate it. So they are saying only one IP will be associated. That is 10.11.0.0. But if I say that, okay, let's go with /24. So /24 meaning is 256 IPs. Okay, I shown you how that, and that's what they are saying. Your counting will start from 10.11.0.0 and it will go up to 10.11.0.255. Exactly same what we written here. Okay. Similarly, if somebody is going with /60, so total how many? 65,536. Okay. And they are clearly saying your counting will start from 10.11.0.0 and it will go up to 10.11.255.255. And in between this total 256 into 256 combination can be possible. That is exactly equal to the 65,536. Similarly, you can go for bigger number like that, right? And this many computers anybody can launch it. Okay. So we have to decide. So take an example. I am going here when I am creating the BPC. I'm giving the counting with 0.0/16. That means if somebody is asking you maximum how many computers EC2 instance you can create inside this BPC, 65,536. That's it. Okay. And come down, click on create BPC. So now a VPC got created. So you'll see that another VPC came with the name called my VPC, and this is having the CIDR what I decided. Previously, whatever the CIDR they have, what they decided. Now I decided this. Okay. So this is a VPC we created. Then similarly, we have to create subnet. Subnet is basically whatever the things you are seeing inside this floor. Floor is just known as a subnet. So if you want to create two subnet, then you can just click on this subnet button here. Okay. And in this subnet, previously they already have the 3 subnet. Take an example, I want to create my subnet. So I will select which VPC I want to create. I want to create the subnet inside this. It is just like creating a floor. Okay. So I'm giving the name as subnet 1. Okay. And in which availability zone you want to create in the subnet. Okay. You can select any of the availability zone. It's totally your choice. I'm selecting 1A. Now what is the IP address you are giving? So VPC CIDR block is this one. So definitely the subnet range will be between this only. You cannot go outside this. Okay. So take an example. I'm saying that subnet 1 will start with 10.11.1.0/24. Maximum 256 computer can be possible in the subnet 1. That's the only meaning here. And then I'm selecting one more subnet and I'm creating this subnet as the name called subnet 2. And here I'm saying its IP address range will be 10.11.2.0/24. So it will also get 256 IP, but its IP will start with 2.0 like this. And that's it. Click on create subnet. So now two subnet got created. We can verify also subnet 1 and subnet 2. Whatever the computers you are going to create in the subnet 1, they will get the IP from this range and they will get the IP from this range. Once the VPC got set up, subnet got set up, right, then you'll require an internet gateway also, right? Until and unless you'll not get an internet connection, how your VPC will work. So I'll just click on create internet gateway and I'm saying the internet gateway name as my IZW, something like this. Okay. And I can simply click on create internet gateway. So now the thing is, since we clicked on create internet gateway, so now this internet gateway is created. That means we took a internet connection, right? Once we took the internet connection, to whom I have to attach? We have to attach it to the VPC or we have to attach it to the subnet? Where this internet connection we should give? To this VPC or to this subnet? Where it is? VPC, right? So this internet gateway, we have to click on action, attach to. See, they're giving us option also that you can attach it to the VPC. And one VPC can get only one internet gateway. Okay. So like this, attaching it. So now this is done. So till now, what is the things we done? We created two subnets, we created a VPC, we created an internet gateway. Router by default they create, switch by default they create, but in this router, how they will try to communicate, that type of the rules I have to decide using the route table. Rule I have to decide. Okay. Currently there is no rules, anything here. We can simply click on create route route table, and I can say that my route rule something like this I can tell. Okay, and for which VPC? My VPC. Okay, and just click on create route table. So basically a route table I created. In this they are saying that currently I have a rule. Okay, they already have a rule here. Okay, and this is not associated to any subnet. Okay, so but they are saying here that this is the rule we created in which if any computer is present, okay, the meaning here is if they are saying if any computer is present either in this VPC or in this VPC, I will let you connect. Why? Because this is a rule 10.11.0.0/16. If somebody want to connect locally, I will able to do so. But what I am doing is if some computer want to go to the internet, the thing is if this computer want to go to this internet, they can connect easily using this router because they have the rule here configured, any IP address, whatever the range I given in the VPC. But if my this computer want to go to the internet, how they will go, right? Because there is no rule currently added. So I am saying here edit routes, okay, and I'm just clicking on add route, and I'm saying that if my computer want to go to the internet, for internet IP address is 0.0.0.0/0. If you write like this, that means any IP available in the world, I should go. That's the meaning of this. Okay, and how they will go? So I'm saying to going to the internet, you will definitely require the help of the internet gateway. Okay, so I am saying to this router that router do one thing. If somebody is coming to you and they are telling you that they want to go to the internet, how they will tell them that they want to go to the internet? By mentioning this destination, that any other IP address that does not belongs to this range. Then what you have to do is you have to forward them to the internet gateway. Make sense? Which internet gateway? Whatever the internet gateway I got created. Is this thing getting clear? What is the meaning of this?
Yeah, a bit complex, but yeah.
No, see, just try to think. Now, there are two computers in each floor, right?
Yes.
If this computer present on the first floor want to communicate to the second floor, they can directly communicate using the router only. Router is the one who can give you the cross communication. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if this computer is going to the router and that they are telling that I want to connect to the IP address called 10.11.1.2, right? So 10.11.1.2 will come inside this range. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
they will directly connect using the local connection. Locally, they will connect. They don't require any internet. Okay. But if somebody is saying like Google IP 8.8.8.8, 8.8.8.8, will it come in this range?
No.
No. Right. So when router will transfer your traffic to this machine or this machine, you will not able to reach to the Google because Google is never running inside this. Google is running outside the world, right? So if Google is running outside the world, then I have to tell, right? If some IP address other than this coming, that means any IP address in the world, then if we want to give the connection, we will be giving using the internet gateway. Basically, you have to route the traffic to this internet. Then only we'll be able to go. That's the only meaning, right? Basically, it is something like this. From your mobile phone, you are going to the google.com. But how it is going? From your mobile phone, it is going to your router. From router, it is going to your broadband provider. From your broadband provider, it is going to the internet. And from there, you are seeing the google.com, right? So exactly this flow is there. Hope this is clear now. So simply do the same changes. So we created this rule, okay, but this rule, like this particular router, till now we did not attach to any of the subnet, right? See here, the connection is there. This router is attached to this one. This router is attached to this one, right? Then only they will communicate. So for that, there is a subnet association is there. Simply click on edit subnet association, and I want to attach to both the subnet, okay, and that's it. Make sense?
Yeah.
So we attach the router. So basically, if this diagram is clear, then everything will be clear, right? So till now we created the VPC, we created two subnets, we got the internet connection, we configured the route table also. Internally, they want to communicate, they will forward here. If they want to go to the outer world, they will forward to the internet gateway. Okay. So this four thing only you have to do the setup. Okay. Once this entire thing is done, now you know what is the benefit of this, why we done this all. Okay, so let me just duplicate this page and let me show you. Today mostly we'll discuss about the theoretical part only. Configuring this entire thing using Terraform, we'll take it for the next class, and that will be most probably the last class for us. Okay, so just try to understand this concept here.
So,
You
sir,
know, like
how do we know the billing for this one?
billing for?
Billing, for the VPC connections, how do we know the rate, price, billing price?
No,
Generally, how much?
everything will come in your AWS account only, right? But creating
Okay,
the VPC, creating the subnet does not cost you any extra money or something.
okay,
Okay. But whatever the resources you are going to create, like EC2 instances, everything, that is going to cost.
okay. For example, when we created the pen drive, the charges are different, right? It is not
Yes.
like that.
No, so it is VPC is not like that. VPC is for the networking. Okay.
Okay,
It is something like that. We are creating a network type of the infrastructure. Okay.
okay,
So
okay,
for that, they are not charging, they will charge you for the resources, whatever you are using, RAM, CPU, hard disk. For that, they are charging you,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
So this is the VPC. Like what is the difference here? This is the page. Now take an example. We are launching the EC2 instances. By default, till now, we are launching the EC2 instances in the default VPC. Okay. What is the IP address they are giving us to these instances? What is the IP? If we try to see it here, 172.31, right?
Yeah.
This IP is coming from this range. Make sense?
Yeah.
That means this particular instances is getting created in this VPC, right?
Mm.
So similarly, if I will create new instance in this VPC, our IP address would come from 10.11 range. Okay. So now let's come to launch instance. Okay. And I'm starting a new machine now. So I will give the name as my EC2. Okay. And again, the process will same only. You'll be using Amazon Linux second AMI, instance type, everything will be same. You don't have to do anything. Key pair, whatever you want to select. Okay. The only thing in the network, it is going to change. Okay. Previously, we are using the default network. Okay. Now I am using some custom network. I will click on edit. I don't want to use this VPC. Which VPC I want to use? This one, 10.11.0.0/16. I will select this. Inside this VPC, how many subnet I created? 2 subnet. So I have to select any one of the subnet. Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay, currently I created both the subnet in 1A, but you can create the subnet in different abilities on those. So take an example. Currently I want to start with subnet 1. So if I'm going to start with the subnet 1, so our IP will start with 10.11.1. And this last value, this 0, can be anything, right? Because if we written /24, that means it can take any value between 0 to 255. And that's why total 256 computer can be possible. But if you'll see here, what they will say is total how many IP addresses available? 251. Why? Till now I did not created any computer, but still where that 5 IP address went. So this 5 IP address is taken by the router creations, switch creations. There are some components they create internally, right, to make this entire thing functioning, right? So for that they reserve the 5 IP address, AWS, okay, in its subnet. So that's it. Auto assign public IP, click on enable. And as soon as I'm going to launch instance, you'll see a new instance will start with the IP called 10.11.1, and this last one can be in it. So launch instance. So a new instance got launched, my EC2. What is the IP they are getting? 10.11.1 and any random value. Make sense? So this we created in our own. Okay. And this is present in some different VPC. It is 0850, whatever my VPC is there. Okay. So this computer, if you think that this computer can communicate to this computer, cannot possible. Okay, you cannot directly connect using the private IP. Maybe public IP you can connect because outer world connection I given to this machine also, right? So using the public IP, you can communicate from this laptop to this laptop also. Okay. But using the private IP, if you think from this computer you can connect to this computer, cannot be possible. Using private IP, they can only communicate to the computer that will be present in the same VPC. So if I'll again click on launch instance, so since we already created one machine, okay, in the subnet 1, so now total number of IP address will not available is 251. Now total how many remaining will be happen? 250. Okay, if you'll see here, my VPC subnet 1. So total how many IP addresses available? 250.
250.
Make sense?
Yeah.
But in the subnet 2, it is still 251 because till now I did not created anything in the subnet, right? So as more and more machine you will create, this number will decrease. So this is the entire flow that you have to understand. Okay, now I can terminate this instance. So any confusion up to here?
So when we terminate the instance, actually it is going to stop the network for the EC2 instances.
Terminate means you forgot about this laptop, right? So
Yeah.
now everything will be deleted from here, right? But your VPC, everything will be still there now. You just terminated the laptop. That's it. It is something like this. You bought a laptop from the market, you connected to your home network. Then again, you sell that particular laptop, right? So nothing will be affected in your home network, right? Just the thing is, you'll be not able to use that particular laptop. That's it.
So it is for internal network only, not for not from the outside, like
Yes.
from the internet
Yes.
connection.
Yes.
Okay.
Now this particular VPC is there. Now if I want to delete this VPC, so again the process is complicated. Okay. First I have to remove the internet gateway from here like this. I have to detach it from the VPC. Okay. Once this it will be detached, then only we can delete, and make sure you are not deleting the default one. If you delete the default one, it will be big blunder in your AWS account. Okay. So always try to double check it. Whatever you created, that only try to delete it. Okay. So I'm just deleting this internet gateway. So now, since we deleted the internet gateway, now if we try to launch any machine or something, it cannot be possible because we don't have the proper communication. So how it will work? Similarly, route table, whatever I configured, if I want to delete it, okay. So first I have to remove the subnet association from this, okay, and I am removing the subnet association. Then I will come to this route table, whatever I created. Which one I created? Okay, this is my route table. So now I can just delete this. So like
Can
this
we
way,
use
you have,
IPTV connection for this network?
which one?
IPTV network, IPTV's box. It will be. We will have a box, right? Like Apple TV box.
Okay.
So can we?
But no, these all are the connection on top of the AWS cloud, right? Whatever the infrastructure present on the AWS data center, that only you can control, no?
Okay.
Right? Like see, whatever the router, switch, everything you are creating actually, right? But this all things is not creating in your laptop, personal laptop or something. No? These are getting created in a AWS data center.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why we choose the abilities on 1A, 1B, 1C like that, right? So
Yeah.
that is your home devices, right? But you are not setting up. But if you are doing this entire infrastructure, like you are going to the market, you are buying the router component, you are going to the market, you are buying the switch component, right? And you are trying to set up the entire thing in your home, then you can do it.
Yeah, that's
So
what.
that type of, yeah, so that type of the things we say it as a on-premise, right?
Yeah,
Companies
yeah.
say that we are using the cloud environment, we are using the on-premise environment, right? So on-premise is basically this thing only, where they are buying all the component, okay? And cloud is basically the rental model, where we took rent on all these models, everything, okay? So that's the thing. So here see that deleting everything is difficult. We have to first delete the internet gateway, then dissociate the sub router, then we have to manually delete the subnet, right? So this is a time taking process also, and then we have to manually delete it. It will take time. So that's why this entire thing, whatever I said, you manually creating the VPC, setting up the CIDR block, everything, what we are going to do is we'll be creating using the Terraform. Okay. So by just a single command, we'll be creating entire infrastructure, and whenever we want to delete it, we'll just hit the command called Terraform destroy, and they will destroy all the resource. Okay. So the entire things basically I explained you. Okay, what are the prerequisites? We have to create a network, we have to create an internet gateway, we have to attach the internet gateway, we have to create two subnets, we have to create an internet routing table that will transfer this traffic to the internet gateway, right? And then we have to associate this route table. So this 5 to 6 step we have to done. Now these all things we automate by writing the code. Okay, like we'll be creating a code block for creating the VPC, then for creating the internet gateway, then creating the subnets, then creating the route table, right? Then we have to associate the route table. Whatever the things we done, that exactly same thing we'll be doing by writing the code. And once that is done, we'll see that entire VPC setup will be completed like this by the code. Okay. So this will be the next class we'll be taking, and that will be the last class. Okay. Yeah. So that's all for today. Try to practice it. Okay. This document, I think it's up to date, right? Terraform document is up to date for you. So just go through it. Okay. And at least some basics, and you can search little bit about the VPC, right, in the Google or something. There are so many interesting blogs you'll see. And if you'll try to learn little bit blogs, everything VPC and whatever the concept I given you by this home connection, everything, right, then you will be easily able to explain all the things. And if you are able to explain VPC in your company's interview, right, so definitely you are going to be hired there, because there are very few person in the world like they know actually the internally how VPC works. Okay, how router communicate, how switch communicate, how they are able to communicate, why we are sending the traffic to the outer world, right? So that type of the communication will come when you try to read one or two more blocks like this. Okay, so that is easily available. Okay, so yeah, now you know the concept. So if you'll see the blocks, if you'll read it 5 to 10 minutes, you will start to correlate the things. Okay, this things we got, this thing we got, like that. Okay, just try to remember this figure. If this figure is clear, everything will be clear to you. Okay. Okay, then. Thanks all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Okay, so in the last class we saw about the VPC. Today we are going to create that entire VPC setup using the Terraform. Okay, so for that we'll be creating a new directory with the name called VPC. Okay, and inside this VPC directory only we are going to create all the files, everything. And you know that always we are going to start with the file called provider.tf file. Okay, and inside this particular file will tell how to connect to the AWS cloud. Okay, in which will mention the reason name and then whatever the credential they will be using with the profile method. Okay, so once we return this provider.tf file, you can simply save this file using Ctrl+S. Okay, after that we'll be creating some variable file here. Okay, so we'll be creating a separate file with the name called variable.tf file. What are the things we are going to write inside this variable file, that you will come to know. Okay, so first let me just create a file with the name called variable.tf. So see, it is not like one time you are writing the code, so that's all, it's completed, right? Because maybe tomorrow again you want to create another VPC, right? After 1 month again you want to create another VPC. Okay, so currently today I want to create the VPC in the Mumbai region. So maybe I can just hard code my value like AP South 1, right? But tomorrow my another team want to create a VPC and they want to create the VPC in the US region, right? So in that case, they have to write US-east-1 like that way. Okay. So rather than hard coding the value, what I can say is that particular VPC, if they will require the reason to start, then I will say that, okay, read the reason from this variable called AWS underscore reason. And for now, value is AP South 1, right? Tomorrow, when other people will work, they will just come to this variable.tf file. They will change this AP South 1 to some another value, right? And all the other code file we are going to write there, they don't have to do the change. They have to do the change in the variable.tf file only. That's why we write like this. Whatever the CIDR block I want to write, okay, whatever the subnet I want to write, I can just decide it from here only. Okay, if somebody want to give some different subnet, they will just come here, they will do the changes at this position like this. I want to create two subnets, that's why I given two range here. Okay, 10.0.1.0/24 and /24. These are all things we discussed in the last class. And then similarly, one of the subnet I want to create in 1A availability zone, one I want to create in 1B. Like this way I want to create, so I can just write it in the variable.tf file. Once this is done, simply you can save this file. Okay, and after this, then we'll be creating the main file, that is the vpc.tf file. Okay, which will help us to create the VPC resource. Okay, so this file is little bit big, so let me first copy it, then I will explain you what is the meaning of this. So vpc.tf file. So just give me a second, let me just copy paste the entire thing. Okay, so this is the code basically. Okay, so the first line, if you'll try to understand here, what is the first block? So as the name said, the first block want to create the VPC. Okay, from where we are taking this code, everything. So you can simply search for Terraform, AWS docs like this, right? When you will search about this, you will come to this particular page. They will provide you all the code, right? And from here, if I want to find the code for the service called VPC, we can just find it. So let it be open. What happened? Here, if you'll see about something called VPC, right? So we are basically taking the code from that particular thing only. So we'll just see if anything they written how to create the VPC. So here they have for VPC. In the VPC, you want to create the VPC, right? So we'll see that anything written they around that how to create the VPC. So this is the code. And this is the thing they are talking about, that to create any VPC, you have to mention the CIDR block. Okay, you have to mention some name. So exactly same thing if you'll see here, what are the things we written here? CIDR block and the name, right? These things only. Now the thing is, I did not hard coded the value. I can directly write the CIDR block like this also, whatever they're written in the documentation, 10.0.0.0/16. Okay. But rather than writing like this, what I said is, whatever the CIDR block you will do, you'll read it from a variable called VPC underscore CIDR. VPC underscore CIDR, and from there they will read the value. So now the thing is, if tomorrow somebody want to make this to 10.11, so they will do the changes here only. They will not do the changes in this. Okay. Similarly, after creating the VPC, if you remember, we had to create an internet gateway, right? Once the internet gateway will be there, then only a broadband connection type of the things will come in the picture. Okay. And again, for internet gateway also, we don't have to worry about. Here you'll see they will have some codes for internet gateway, right? So here they are saying to get the internet gateway code, you have to write something called VPC ID, and then you have to give the name. So exactly same thing here we written VPC ID, okay, and then the name. And now the thing is, I don't know about the VPC ID, right? Because till now VPC ID not created. So I'm saying that you have to read the VPC ID from AWS underscore VPC dot main, and as soon as this will create a ID will be generated, so that ID will read, and they will create an internet gateway with this name. Similarly, we have to create subnets. If you remember, after creating all these things, we were creating the subnets. So total, how many subnets we have to create? Two subnets, right? Subnet 1 and subnet 2. So rather than writing this code block two times, okay, what is the concept? Anybody remember the for loop? For loop in the Linux, do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
So in the for loop, what was happening? If I will say that for I in range from 0 to 2, so that will run two times, right? If I'll say that you have to start the counting from 1 to 5, then they will run it for 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So exactly same way here I am saying that till now I know that there is two subnet I have to create. Why? Because there is two IP range I given here between this range. Okay, /24/24. Maybe tomorrow somebody want to create three range, right? Three subnets, four subnet, five subnets. So in that case, what they will do, they will just do comma here, and then they will give the double quote, and they will give the range 10.0.3.0/24, 10.0.4.0/24, and they can replicate it AP South 1C, AP South 1A again, like that way they can do it. So I don't know sure about this, that every time there will be two subnet only be created. There can be n number of subnet can be created. It depends on the that particular time need. Okay. So that's why I'm saying that let's do one thing. What you have to do is, I know that you have to create the subnet. Okay, if you'll see the block here for creating the subnet, so they have clearly mentioned. Where is subnet? This one. So in the subnet, they are clearly mentioned, I require only two things. One is the VPC ID, one is the CIDR block, and I require the name. Only three things they require in the subnet. Okay. So exactly same three things only I given here. I given the VPC ID, I given the CIDR block, okay, and then we given the name. These things availability zone, it's our choice, because here the availability zone, they did not mention it, but if you'll see in the variable availability zone is optional. If you want to set that your subnets would be created in 1A only, that you can specify using the availability underscore zone. That's the thing we give it. And now, do you want to attach any public IP as soon as your EC2 instance will launch in this availability zone? For that, there is a variable called map public. That also you can come down, you'll find somewhere. There is something called map public IP on launch. It will specify if you will make it true, okay? By default, it is false value, but if you make it true, then what will happen is as soon as EC2 instance is launched in this particular subnet, automatically a public IP will be assigned to that particular EC2 instance. So that type of the things we done it. So once we done it, but now the thing is total how many subnets I want to create? 2. From where you are seeing this and you are calculating that there are 2 subnets can be created? By seeing this count, right? Is this making sense? Total number of elements present inside this box, that is in this list, is 2. That's why you are saying that total number of subnet I want to create is 2, right? Tomorrow, if there will be 3 elements or 5 elements will be there, then you will say total number of subnet I want to create as 5, right? So that's why here I am saying is do one thing, okay, this count function, that let's calculate the length. Okay, you have to calculate the length of what? Variable. Which variable? Subnets underscore CIDR. Variable called subnets underscore CIDR. As soon as they will find the length of this subnet.CIDR, what value they will get? 2. That 2 will be stored in this count. Okay. Now, since the count is having the value 2, then the meaning is whatever the things you are seeing it from here to here after this count inside this block. Okay. This is going to run for how many times? 2 times. Okay.
2 times.
If count is equal to 3, this entire block is going to run for 3 times. So it is not I am hard coding the value. It's always going to calculate the length from here. So if you add some extra element here, they will automatically run it 3 times, 4 times like this. Okay. And now the thing is, they are going to run 2 times, 3 times, it doesn't matter. But VPC ID everything time it is going to be same only, right? It doesn't matter like how many subnets you are going to create. All the subnet will be created inside the same VPC. So they will be always using the same variable AWS underscore VPC.main.id as here I done it. Similarly, this CIDR block, when the first time subnet will create, what will be the IP assigned to them? This one, right? And what will be the availability zone will be assigned to them? This one. Similarly, when second subnet will create, what will be the IP for them? This one. And what will be the availability zone will be this one, right? So how to read this? How to tell that first time you have to run, you have to use this IP and this availability zone. Second time use this IP, this availability zone. If third is there, then use this IP after this and then use this availability zone like that. So here I am writing that I know that you are asking me about the CIDR block. So to find the CIDR block, I am saying that there is an element function. Okay, what is the element function is basically do is you have to provide a list to them and you have to provide the index number. Okay, so if I am saying here, it is something like this. Take an example. If I'll do quickly a example here, what they are doing is Python online compiler. Oh, so quickly, let me just show you what this element function is doing. Terraform is written in Python programming language only, so they use the exactly same concept. Okay. So take an example. I am creating a variable with the name called fruit, and in which I am starting the list exactly same way. List whatever I am writing. There we are writing as IP range. Here I'm just writing some fruit name. Okay, something like this 3. Now you have to tell me if somebody is going to write like this, print fruit, what it will print. Anybody? What it can print?
It's
This
going to
fruit is
print all
variable, right?
the yeah, all the fruits, apples, grapes,
Yeah,
and
all the list. Basically, they are printing as it is all the list. Okay, but somebody is saying me, can you just print the kiwi? Right? They are saying just print the kiwi. That can be one case, right? And that is exactly our case. I want to get only one IP range from here, right? I don't want to print the entire thing. I want to just get this value. Make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So to do this, if I want to print the kiwi, so if I will start the counting, right? So in Python counting, it starts from 0. What is the number of kiwi?
3.
2. 2, na? 0, 1, 2.
Oh, 0, 0. Oh, okay. Yeah, 2.
So now if I'll write it here, 2. And if I'll run it, what it will print? It will just print kiwi. Make sense? If I want to just print apple, what I will do? I will make it 0. If I'll press run, what will happen? It will print apple, right? So exactly same way, if I'm going to write subnet underscore CIDR, comma 0, then it will print this one. If I write subnet underscore CIDR, comma 1, then it will print this one. Make sense? Similarly, ability zone, comma 0, this will print this one, comma 1, it will print this one. So exactly same thing is written. Since you written the count is equal to 2, so the meaning is they will run this entire block 2 times. They will run entire blocks 2 times, okay? And they will start the counting from 0, then they will go to 1. If count is equal to 5, then they will start the counting like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they will reach up to 4, then it will become already 5 times. Make sense? So since you written count is equal to 2, so this is going to run 2 times, 0 and 1. Make sense?
Yeah.
So now the thing is element is var.subnet.cidr. I am saying that you have to take the entire variable value subnet underscore CIDR. So they will get the entire value here, this one. And in this, I am saying you have to find the element called count.index. What is the index of count the first time when they will run it? 0. So what is the value of 0 here? 10.0.1.0/24. So what will be value here stored is 10.0.1.0/24. Similarly for ability zone AP South 1A. And now the name. Now I'm giving is the first time when you'll be running this, what is the name of this subnet? You'll be giving the name as subnet dash. This will be exactly same. And what is the value of count.index? First time they are running, it will be 0, right? So 0 plus 1, 1. So what is the name of first subnet? Subnet 1. Again, this block will run second time. This time your count.index value will be 1. So what is the element at the 1 position? This one. So this time they will take this value, this value. And the name of the subnet will be subnet hyphen count.index is 1. So 1 plus 1, 2. So it will be 2. Make sense?
Yeah. It's hard to understand, but it makes
No,
sense.
see, this is the entire logic. Commands, I said is that you can just copy paste it, right? It's the
Yeah,
logic you have to understand here. That for loop concept here, basically. If count is equal to 2, they will run it 2 times. They will run it 3 times. After this, I will show you the easiest way. Okay, this is the harder way. I will show you the easiest way in which just you will be editing the variable.tf file. You don't have to write this code, everything also. It will be already written. Okay, but just you have to see the logic how the people are doing it. Okay. Similarly, after creating the subnet, if you remember, we had to change something in the route table. Okay, so for the route table also, you will see here the example will be somewhere. So in the route table, they are saying you have to provide me the VPC ID, right? You have to provide me the CIDR block, gateway ID, something like this, right? How to provide this URL, everything. So exactly same way I'm saying that you have to provide the VPC ID, and in the route they are asking for CIDR block. Which CIDR block? I am saying that if somebody want to go to the internet 0.0.0.0/0, if you remember in the last class, then you have to go through which way? Internet gateway way, right? So this type of the things we done in the last class also, that if somebody want to go to the internet, forward their traffic to the internet gateway using the router. Okay. So that is the route table they created. And this route table we have to associate to both the subnet 1 also and subnet 2 also. That's why again we are doing count is equal to 2, right? They will again calculate the length. So count will become 2. Again, the exactly same way. This entire logic is going to run 2 times. First time they will associate it with the name called subnet 1 with the count.index 0. And then again they will associate with the subnet 2 with the count.index as 1, like this way. So this again the logic will run, and their work will be just to associate the route table to each subnet one by one. Once this file will be saved, there is one more extra file that is just for our reference purpose to just understand how this element function is working. Okay. So this is not the important file, but this is just a file to show you actually how the element function is working, because just now I shown you the theoretical parts. But by running this code, you'll be able to understand how this subnet function is working. So for that, I'm just creating a file called output.tf file. It will just print on the screen. That's it. It will not do any extra thing. That's it. So save this file. All the files are ready. Simply go to the terminal, click on new terminal. If I'll say here that cd VPC directory, and if I'll say Terraform init, so first thing what they will do, they will initialize this repo, basically the entire Terraform repository. And if you try to see this output block, whatever the example I shown you, okay, so what this should print, anybody? If you understand the logic, what it should print, this value. Anybody?
What value?
No, see, this is taking which variable? Subnet underscore CIDR, right?
Yeah.
Subnet underscore CIDR. Which index they will print? 0,
First
right?
one. Yeah.
So 0 is this one. So they should print this one, right? If this is printing this one, that means our entire logic was correct, right? Similarly, this one, CIDR block second, what it should print? First index. First index is which one? This one. So it should print this one. Make sense? So that's what we'll be trying to see. So first, let me do Terraform plan. So if planning will be done, if all the codes, everything will check, they will check that what are the things they are going to create, how it will work. Okay. And if they are creating two subnets, so this planning will say us that we are creating two subnets. But before that, let's focus on this output. What they are printing in the CIDR block first, 10.0.1.0/24. That means it's correct, right? Similarly, what is they are printing for second, 10.0.2.0/24. That means they are taking the value one by one. Make sense? Okay, so they are reading it. Now let's try to see the logic. Is they able to understand that this particular subnet they have to create two times, internet gateway they have to create only one time, this route association they have to do it two times? Are they able to understand these all things? So let's come to this logic and try to understand what are the things they are going to create. So they are clearly saying, I will create an internet gateway. Well and good. And we have to create only one internet gateway. So they are mentioning that. Route table we have to create that if somebody want to go to this particular internet, you will forward through the internet gateway ID, everything. So that also they are understanding. Well and good. Okay. Now let's come to the route table association. I know that they have to associate this route table two times because count function we used it. Okay. Now, since we are using it two times, so what they are saying here, are the route table association is written two times? Yes or no? Right? One is for 0th index, one is for one index. Make sense?
Yeah.
So that's the meaning is they are creating two times route table. One for 0th index, count.index will be 0 that time, and second time they will run it count.index as 1. That's why they are doing. Similarly, subnet it will create two times. That's what they are saying. First time I will create the subnet for subnet 0. And subnet 0th index when they will create it, so that time which availability zone they have to take? 1A, right? So they are clearly saying I will take the availability zone as 1A and ID I will take it as 10.0.1.0/24. That means they are working perfectly fine. Similarly, for subnet 2, they are clearly saying this time I will use AP South 1B. That also they are telling. And I will use with CIDR block 10.0.2.0/20. That means it is working perfectly fine. And they will create a VPC also in this way. Once everything is fine, we can simply say Terraform. Now let's apply this. Now it's the Terraform duty. And they know that first I have to create the VPC, then I will create this component like this. So we don't have to worry about. As soon as I will press yes, they will automatically start to create. So see, they are first creating the VPC. They created the internet gateway. They are creating two subnets, 0 and 1. They are creating the internet gateway. Now they are creating the route table. Then they will associate the route table. That's it. And see, they done it, everything in fraction of second. And if it is true that they done all these works, okay. So if I'll come here and I will try to see the VPC part and refresh this, total how many VPC is there? So there will be two VPC. And the first VPC 10.0.0./16 got created. Similarly, I said two subnets should be created and subnet name will be subnet 1 and subnet 2, right? So they given two subnets, subnet 1, subnet 2. They created in the my VPC IP address 10.0.1.0, 10.0.2.0. Similarly, internet gateway, they also got created. Route table, also they created. They attached it to two subnets, and you can see the logic that you have to transfer the traffic to that 0.0. This thing I said it, that also they written it, right? So everything they created. If I want to delete this entire setup, everything, I can also delete it by simply writing the command here called Terraform destroy. Previously, we have to manually take care of destroying everything one by one, but now I will do the Terraform destroy. They will automatically understand that first I have to deassociate the route table, then I have to delete the route table, then I have to delete the subnet, right? So like this way, they will try to do it, everything. I'll just press yes. You see, first they will deassociate the route table, see, then they are deassociating subnet, and see all the VPC got deleted. And if that's true, so if I refresh this in the VPC section, so only one VPC is available. So once you know the logic how to create manually here, then only you'll understand how this entire logic is getting created. But by writing this code, right, tomorrow somebody is saying me that, okay, I want to create the VPC everything, variable everything, right? But what I want to do is our subnet VPC IP address should be 10.11.0.0/16 and subnet should be 10.11.1 and 11.2. Right, that is the requirement they given, and ability zone it should be 1B and it should be 1C, something like this. So they will just edit this variable file. They don't have to edit the entire code. Once edit this variable file, they will save this and they will simply say Terraform apply. Again, Terraform will understand that, okay, this time I have to create with this IP address range, everything. And after reading everything, you can simply press yes, and it is going to create everything. See, again, they are creating. And once the creation is done, so if I'll refresh this time they will create with some new IP addresses because I set them to create with the 10.11.0.0. This is a VPC. Similarly, subnet I set them to create with the name called. Let's refresh this. Okay, I think due to some network issue, this is the problem. Let me refresh this entire page. See 10.11.1.0.2.0. So whatever the changes you want to do, you have to just do in the variable.tf file. So understood why I retain separately variable.tf file? This thing. Also, if you want to create it in some different region like US region or something, you have to just change this name. That's it. Entire code will be same. You don't have to touch anything. Simply let me just destroy this. And after this, we are going to see the simplest way, okay, to create this, and then we'll complete this Terraform. Press yes. Now in the Ansible, do you remember the concept of module, everybody? In the Ansible, we had the concept of module.
Yes, sir.
So what was the benefit of the module? Remember?
We can write the program, right? So,
See, module basically was the thing in which we don't have, even if I don't know the command, right? Still we can do the things, right? If I want to copy, I will just use the copy module. It's the duty of the copy module to copy the file, right? Similarly, if I want to create the user, any new user, so I have to just use the module called user. They will in the background create the user. We don't have to worry about it, right? So all the work was taken care by the Ansible. Like I was saying that you have to install the HTTPD package. So I was just saying that makes your HTTPD should be present, right? But it's the duty of what is it? It's the duty of the Ansible to make sure that they should hit the yum install HTTPD or something like that because we are using the module called yum or package module. Remember? It's exactly the same way in the Terraform also we have the module concept. Okay. So if you'll see here, like If we'll come in the and if I'll try to type here Terraform AWS modules. So in the Terraform also there are multiple modules are there for all the works for each cloud. So my goal is to create a VPC. Okay. And meanwhile, before doing that, let me just refresh this page and let me show you that there is no VPC is there currently. Nothing is there. Now my goal is to create a VPC. So one way is to write the entire logic, entire the code, everything manually, or I will see that, okay, total 52 modules are available in the AWS cloud. I don't want to create EKS S3 bucket or something. I want to create the VPC for now. Take an example. So I will just come on to this VPC part. I will click on this. In this, they are saying if somebody want to use the VPC, okay, then what you have to use is you have to copy this code. So before copying this code, what you have to do is come here, come to create a directory with the name called VPC module, something like this. Create a file. The first file again you have to create is the provider.tf file. This file you have to create anyway, right? Because to communicate with the AWS cloud. So again, I will just come here and I will copy this code provider.tf file. So now they will able to communicate. Then after this, you have to just create a single file with the name called main.tf. In this, you don't have to write the entire logic or something. Just come here, copy this entire module code, whatever they written here in this Terraform module of the VPC. Okay. Come here and just paste it in this code, save this file. That's it. Now it's your call what you want to do. I want to create the VPC, but take an example. I don't want to use this CIDR range. I want to give some different CIDR range. Okay. So I want to give it 10.12.0.0. Okay. And I don't want to create it in the availability zone called EU West, something like this. I want to create it in AP South 1A. So I will just mention it here. AP-South. So whatever the changes you want to do, just you have to do it. You don't have to worry about the code logic, anything here. AP-South. So it is just like editing the variable.tf file. That's it. 1B. And here I am saying, and it's totally on you whether you want to write 3 availability zone, 4 availability zone. You can just write it. Just you can add comma like this, whatever I shown you, like that way you can do. And since here it is 10.12, so you know here also it will start with 10.12 only, because /24 meaning is last 2 value only can change. So 10.12. This is for private subnet, this is for public subnet. So basically there are 2 types of the subnets. Okay, that also you can create. So like this way I'm just writing 10.12. Private subnet means whatever the machine you will be creating inside this, they will be not able to reach to internet. Public subnet means whatever the EC2 instance will create in this, they will be able to reach to internet. That is the only difference. Okay. So all the databases type of the things we create in the private subnet, and while all the normal application, whatever we are doing till now, we always try to prefer it to the public subnet. NAT gateway, VPN gateway, let's forget about this. Currently, we don't want to require. So I will just delete that extra part. Okay. So now this entire logic, what they will do, they will create a VPC with the name called my VPC. Okay. With this particular CIDR block, and then they will create 3 subnets. Okay. With three private subnet they will create, and then they will create 3 public subnet. That's the goal. If I want to create only 2 private subnet, what I will do, I will just remove this particular thing from here like this. Okay, like this. So then they will create only 2 subnet. If I want to create 5 subnet, I will write 5 more range, like that way we can do. Okay. So let's do like this. We'll be creating 2 private subnet, 3 public subnet, and let's try to see whether it is working or not. Simply save this file. Once done, open the terminal, go inside the directory called cd vpc module, and first you have to write the command called terraform init. And see, currently we don't have any code or something. We did not written the logic of count, subnet, everything. But as soon as this will initialize, automatically they will download all the code, everything. Because there are some Terraform developer who already written this type of the code. So we don't have to worry about. But you will see the logic will be somewhat similar to only whatever we try to write it. Okay. So let it download first, then I will show you what type of the code they use. It's little bit slow due to, I think, internet connectivity or something. I don't know what's happened to this. It got stuck or something. Let me just close this. Okay, this time it is done successfully. Okay. So in this .terraform directory inside the VPC module, I did not created any file or something. Okay. But inside this, automatically they created a file with the name called module inside the VPC. Inside that, these are all the codes, variable.tf file, everything, right? And in this main.tf file that was present inside this module, you'll see they use some logic exactly similar to ours only. Okay. What we done, we created a VPC, right? So see, they are creating some logic here to create the VPC here. They are providing the count, CIDR block, right? Similarly, if somebody want to create subnet, right? So let's see, route table, they are using the VPC ID count function to use it, right? Route table association, see this type of the logic, if you remember, we done it. So they will run it 2 times, right? Similarly, if we'll come down, you'll see private subnet, everything, right? So in the subnet, they have the count function. So that means this entire logic is going to run it 3 times, 2 times, like that way. So they also done it exactly same way only, but in the detailed way. Okay. So we don't have to worry about whenever you are using the module, you don't have to worry about this code. Just you have to come here and whatever the code you are taking it from here, that only just you have to change it. Okay, and whatever the references you can get it, you can just get it from downside by reading this page. What are the changes you can do? Okay, they will give you the entire details. So once we're done with this file, simply save this file. Okay, and then what you have to do is after initializing, simply say Terraform I want to plan. So again, the process will same only. They will plan everything and they will tell you that we are going to create 2 private subnet and 3 public subnet, like this way. And similarly, they will do the route table association, everything. So see, they are saying here that we are creating subnet public 2, public 1, and public 0. That means 3 public subnet they are creating, and private 1, private 0. That means 2 private subnet they are creating. That means everything they are working well and good. Okay. So if I will say Terraform, can you apply this? And simply press yes. So they will automatically create. But the extra thing will be this time they will be creating private also, public also, because they designed the code in this way. But whatever the code we design only for the public subnet. So see, these many things they created. If I'll come here and if I'll try to refresh this, so a VPC will be created, my VPC with the name called 10.12.0.0/16. If I'll see the subnet, so multiple subnet will be created here, right? Private subnet, public subnet, public subnet, public subnet, private subnet. So 3 public, 2 private they created. IP range also they given here, right? Similarly, they created a internet gateway. Then they created the route table. So like this way, they created all the things, everything. Okay. So that's the thing about the module function. In the module, just you have to copy this entire code, whatever it is coming from this particular link. This link will directly refer to that particular module only. Or I said you how to search it. Okay. And similarly, whenever you want to destroy, you can just destroy the command for Terraform destroy. So tomorrow, if somebody is saying you that can you create a S3 bucket using the Terraform? Okay, so it is not like you will say that I did not got the knowledge of that, how to create the S3 bucket or something. If you know how to use the S3 bucket, you know, whenever we are creating the S3 bucket, we have to give some unique name, right? We have to enable the ACL to make that public everything, right? So once you know these all things, so you can simply come in the Google, you will do backspace here. When you will search for Terraform module here, we are getting the S3 here, right? I will just click on this, whatever the code they are saying it here, right? So by copying this code, we have to do some changes here only, right? So what they are saying in this source, so we don't have to do any changes bucket. So whatever the bucket name you want to keep it, you can just give it here. ACL, whether you want to make your private or public, that you can just mention it. That's it. And just as soon as you will do the Terraform apply, automatically S3 bucket will be created. Either it is public or private with this particular bucket name. And make sure this bucket name will be unique. So like this way, you can do the changes. You can read it, right? For any of the code. Even if you want to create the something like that, whatever we talked about, right? So we can come here, we can see or understand that what are the things they are creating it here. So you can always take the reference of your documentation. Nobody is going to teach you the entire 52 modules or 100 modules, something like that. Okay. But once you know how to find the answer, everything by coming to this documentation, how to copy it, what are the things we are doing, the changes, everything, right? So you can do it like, see, this is the auto scaling. So if you know the concept of auto scaling, so you will understand, okay, this is the minimum size and maximum size, whatever we are doing, desired capacity, right? Then we are mentioning some subnet name. So these all things just we have to do the changes and they will create it. Okay. So yeah, that's all for the Terraform side, everything. Okay. Anybody have any question?
Yeah, I need some practice, sir. So maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. So that's all from my side. Okay. And we completed the entire syllabus, everything.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
for
Thanks
all
all
the
of you
classes.
for cooperating everything.
Mhm.
Have a nice career ahead. Okay.
Thank,
Best of luck.
yeah, thank
Thanks
you,
all
sir.
of you.